I forced my eyes away from the monochrome monitors, attempting to offer the sergeant a polite, final nod of gratitude before retreating to the safety of daylight. But the guard spoke before I could finish my farewell, his voice dropping into a dry, flat rhythm. He told me the missing man had walked into an abandoned restroom on the second basement level, and he simply hadn't walked out. For a whole week, the camera had watched that door, and nothing had broken the silence. I tried to tell him that the lower levels were far beyond my security clearance, hinting that it was a job for the professionals. But the sergeant was already moving, pulling a spare, navy blue security jacket from a locker and tossing it over my shoulders. Before my brain could process the absurdity of the choice, I was standing inside the maintenance elevator, dressed as a guard, having already sent a rushed message to my squad leader to log this deeder as an official investigation. All of this just to secure a crimson bathtub for a creature resting in my pocket. If I survived this, Braun had better appreciate the length of the stride I was taking for him. The elevator bell rang, a standard mechanical chime that felt unexpectedly heavy, ominous. The door slid back to reveal something entirely wrong for a deep basement. It wasn't a utility vault or a storage grid. It was a silent hallway lined with opaque glass doors, labeled A, B, C, like a forgotten administrative wing buried in the earth. The sergeant whispered a single rule into the dark, telling me not to touch a single door. I followed the shape of his back, keeping my steps perfectly aligned with his, when a soft, muffled vibration echoed near my chest. A voice smooth and intimate crept directly into my mind from the plush lining of my pocket. The entity expressed a strange, romanticized pity, wondering why its dear friend had to wear such a worn outfit and perform such menial labor just to bring it a gift. The words were almost touching, until the cold logic of the situation settled in. Braun could only manifest his voice within the boundaries of a localized anomaly, which meant the elevator hadn't just dropped me floors. It had dropped me into the trap. The sergeant came to a halt in front of a frame where a pale, sickly light seeped through the gap. Without waiting for my consent, he threw the door wide. The interior was drenched in a violent, deep crimson. It looked as though an artery had ruptured against the glass, spraying the mirror with a thick, dark red fluid. My throat closed, waiting for the metallic stench of iron to flood my lungs. But it never came. The air didn't smell of blood or even chemical ink. It carried the distinct, earthy aroma of a traditional ink stick ground down with water. A sudden tap against my thigh signaled Braun's growing impatience. The sergeant stepped forward, his gloved finger reaching out to touch the wet surface. The moment his skin broke the tension of the fluid, the dark red wave surged, expanding outward with the force of a sudden tide. I turned to bolt, but the heavy liquid shot across the tile like a dozen fluid hands, wrapping tightly around my ankles and pulling my feet out from under me. I stumbled, catching myself as the ink splashed up against my jaw, tasting nothing but dry soot. My eyes scrambled through the chaos and locked onto the mirror. A long, vertical scroll was pinned to the glass. Its center violently slashed open, creating a hollow vortex that was hungrily drinking the fluid back into itself, dragging me along with the current. The movement wasn't random. It felt deliberate, alive. I reached for my jacket pocket, pulling out the silver dessert fork, the small, insatiable anomaly I had carried with me. I jammed the prongs into the floor. The silver trembled violently as it began to siphon the dark ink, drinking the liquid as fast as its small form allowed. But the sheer volume was overwhelming. The tiny utensil was wrenched from my grip and tossed into the dark, and the current pulled me straight through the torn center of the paper. The world spun through a thick, suffocating blackness before my vision cleared, revealing a wall covered in an old, decaying pattern. My breath caught, my eyes straining in the deep, freezing gloom of the room. As my sight adjusted, I realized the pattern wasn't wallpaper at all. The walls were built of rotting, splintered wood, completely papered over with hundreds of yellowing, crumbling talismans. The atmosphere felt immensely heavy, pressing down on my chest like the weight of an old grave. I squeezed my right hand, but it was empty. The silver fork was gone. I forced myself to take slow, shallow breaths to keep the panic from rattling my ribs when a sharp, terrified cry broke the silence from the corner of the room. There were small figures huddled together in the shadows, wearing the dust-covered uniforms of local middle school students. They stared up at me with wide, desperate eyes, begging to know if I was the police, sobbing that they had only touched a strange drawing, and now the house wouldn't let them leave. The painting's core. Every canvas has an entry fee, but the exit is rarely drawn. The tragic irony of the corporate ladder is that searching for a missing asset usually turns you into one. I was no longer an investigator. I was just another ghost in the machine, swallowed whole by the static of a traditional nightmare. The children huddled in the corner, 5 or 6 souls still trapped in the stiff fabric of middle school uniforms. Their eyes reflected a fragile, desperate flicker of hope when they saw the dark blue jacket over my shoulders. It was a cruel mistake. They thought the state had sent a savior, but the logo on my chest belonged to a private entity that measured human life in profit margins. I broke the illusion gently, keeping my voice at a low, clinical frequency to anchor their rising panic. The story spilled out of them in trembling, breathless fragments. They had been on a school excursion to the ancient valleys of Gyeongju, away from the neon lights of Seoul. A midnight test of courage had led them up a dark ridge to an old, weather-worn gazebo. In the center of that wooden structure hung a piece of parchment, an old ink wash painting depicting a desolate, decaying house. As they approached the frame, a low, mocking voice had echoed from the fibers of the paper, congratulating them on their curiosity before the void opened up and dragged them into the canvas. Outside the rotting windows of this wooden prison, a suffocating, unnatural fog erased the horizon, leaving them stranded in a timeless twilight. The pieces of the puzzle were clicking together with a cold, clinical precision. The artifact that had claimed the section chief in the corporate basement was the same traditional medium, an ancient ink wash trap that consumed the living, turning their blood into the dark soot that had flooded the restroom mirrors. This was a classic, superstitious haunting, the kind of folklore that tightens like a wet rope around your throat, rooted in shamanistic dread. I was entirely out of my depth, weak against the spectral anomalies, and the security sergeant who had dragged me into the basement was nowhere to be seen. He had either been digested by the transition or dropped into a different layer of the frame. I asked the children how long they had been surviving on their stolen school snacks. Their small faces were pale, their adrenaline the only thing keeping the exhaustion from collapsing their fragile frames. They whispered that they were not alone in the house. A sudden, high-pitched scream tore through the rotting timber of the corridors, distant but agonizingly human. The kids shrank back into the shadows, weeping that an older man had been screaming in the dark rooms beyond, terrifying them more than the fog. I couldn't drag a half-dozen children into the source of that sound. Reaching into my coat pocket, I sought the comfort of the miniature television entity. Braun's voice emerged in my mind, uncharacteristically subdued, heavy with a strange, aristocratic guilt. He lamented that his desire for a crimson bath had forced his only friend into such a filthy, unhygienic layer of reality. The apology was oddly touching, a small contrast to the horror outside. I stroked the velvet fabric of the doll, telling him we would find the exit. Not because I felt brave, but because angering a plush toy capable of burning down an A-class entity was far more dangerous than entering the dark. Braun's static cleared, his pride returning in a wave of dark, theatrical confidence. He promised to prepare whatever mechanism I needed to tear this world apart. With a monster firmly on my side, the 50 million won deficit felt like a minor corporate detail. I left the children in the relative safety of the talisman-covered room and stepped into the damp, freezing hallway, tracking the echo of the dying scream. The ink trap, Folklore doesn't care about corporate protocol. I left the children huddled in the corner, instructing them to stay hidden while I traced the frantic, broken noises echoing from the corridor. My fingers brushed against the pocket holding my currency, verifying that a 501 piece was loaded and ready to activate the spectral hand at a second's notice. The flashlight attached to my uniform cast a fragile, jittery beam against the damp, decaying timber. As the distance closed, the words materialized out of the dark, a desperate chant of survival mixed with venomous frustration. Rounding the corner, the beam of my light caught a middle-aged man in a rumpled shirt, frantically clawing at a wooden partition choked with crumbling yellow talismans. It was Section Chief Lee Byongen. The moment the light hit his bloodshot eyes, his expression shifted from raw terror to manic relief. He looked at the navy blue guard jacket I had borrowed from the sergeant, assuming the company had dispatched an elite tactical unit to pull him from the abyss. The irony was almost humorous. In the corporate tower, the administrative staff treated field explorers like disposable assets, meat for the grinder. Yet here, stripped of his title and drowning in a folklore anomaly, he was practically ready to kiss my boots. I played the part, slipping my hands behind my back and adopting the detached, clinical tone of a seasoned security guard. I told him a missing person report had been filed and demanded a chronological briefing of his descent. The man spilled his confession like water from a broken dam. He had purchased an antique scroll at a souvenir shop near Mount Erie under the promise of wealth. It worked too well, delivering a massive lottery payout, but the contract required a different kind of currency. Soon came the nighttime whispers, a voice demanding a scholar's debt be paid, accompanied by the sound of rushing water and the phantom cries of dying animals drawing closer to his bed every night. Driven to the edge of sanity, he had taken the artifact to the most isolated place he could think of, an abandoned corporate restroom, intending to shred the canvas where no one would see. Instead, the torn paper opened its mouth and swallowed him whole. It was the classic trajectory of a horror victim, and choosing Daydream Incorporated's basement as a safe house deserved a grim round of applause. If he hadn't been an essential asset for my 50 million won bounty, I might have left him to his fate. My flashlight drifted back to the wall where Lee had been rolling. The talismans here weren't just decaying, they were shredded. Through the gaps in the paper, a cold metal door handle gleamed in the dark, a threshold leading somewhere outside the painted house. Lee grabbed my trousers, his voice a hoarse, wet whisper. He whimpered that the entity came to the door every single day to consume whatever was left inside, and each time it visited, the protective talismans burned away. Then the knocking began, a soft, rhythmic rapping against the wood. A child's voice drifted through the keyhole, tender, shivering, and dripping with a strange, unnatural grief. It claimed to be a 7-year-old neighbor from his apartment complex, weeping about the cold, begging for the uncle inside to open the lock and let her in. The tone was so perfectly pathetic, so laced with human sorrow, that it bypassed the brain's defenses, pulling at the chest. Beside me, the paper talismans began to smolder, blackening at the edges as a faint, mocking laughter bled through the wood. Lee lost his mind entirely, screaming at the air, denying that he had answered the call. The entity's patience shattered. The soft voice vanished, replaced by an erratic, deafening barrage. The door shook violently in its frame as something threw its weight against the wood over and over. The talismans rained down in charred heaps, the protective barrier dissolving by the second. My body moved on survival instinct alone. I flipped the coin, summoning the invisible hand to sweep across the floor, gathering every intact talisman left in the debris. I slammed the remaining papers over the vibrating doorknob. They caught fire almost instantly, turning to ash beneath the pressure. Then the pounding stopped. Out of the dozens of charms I had desperately applied, only a single scorched talisman remained stuck to the metal. The heavy, dragging footsteps outside slowly faded into the damp fog, leaving nothing but the sound of our own ragged breathing. Lee collapsed into a heap of damp fabric on the floor. My fists were soaked in cold sweat, my knuckles white behind my back. It was a classic trap, an ancient haunting rooted in the lore of the Changwei, the vengeful spirits controlled by a tiger, doomed to lure new victims into the jaws of the beast just to buy their own release. According to the company's internal index, this specific ink wash nightmare had already claimed 17 entries, and we were currently sitting inside the mouth. The tiger's ledger. Folklore doesn't negotiate. It collects its interest in blood. The chilling reality of this folklore is that it breathes the same air as the ancient legends of the deep mountains, where those devoured by the tiger are cursed to roam as the Changwei, souls bound to the beast, unable to cross into the afterlife until they trick someone else into the jaws. It is a traditional, slow-burning malice that leaves a lingering, sickening weight in the chest of anyone who hears it. But even within a C-class nightmare, the corporate ledger dictates that a path to survival exists. The true horror isn't that escape is impossible. It is that the cost of leaving is designed to fracture your sanity, crushing your spirit under the weight of an unfair, impossible choice. The archives of the third exploration file tell a specific story. A man in his 50s sought a traditional landscape painting online, a charm to elevate his career, even in a low-resolution digital format. The monochrome brushstrokes of the mountains and the heavy mist felt uncomfortably alive. Prosperity followed, but then the dreams shifted. He found himself wandering through the painted fog, greeted by a voice claiming that a true scholar always repays his debts. Then came the weeping, the dragging of heavy feet, and the distant, unnatural calls of beasts. When a man panicked and ran within the dream, a mocking laughter echoed, crying out that he had been found. Night after night, the pursuing voice drew closer, until one evening, he realized he was no longer running through the mountain paths. He was standing at the threshold of his own home. In a desperate bid to protect his kin, he fled to a lonely hotel room. But the dream that night offered no pursuit. Instead, he watched a pale, ash-faced silhouette slide like a snake through the front door of his empty house, snicker-laughing as it crossed the threshold. The voice had never been following him. It had simply been using him to find his family. The result was a vacant home. 3 unidentified bodies discovered in a distant dam months later, and a broken man who eventually ended his own life to stop the whispers. And looking around this rotting wooden prison, the grim truth settles in. We are already at the final, desperate page of that record. The children responded to the calls before I arrived. The protective paper charms are almost entirely turned to ash. We aren't starting a horror story. We are sitting in the final minutes of one. I rake my fingers through my hair, the cold sweat stinging my skin. A tiny, muffled vibration broke the silence from my coat pocket. Braun's voice slipped in my mind, smooth and dripping with an elegant, predatory concern. He noted my distress, identifying the entity at the door as an uninvited, unpleasant nuisance. Then, he offered a piece of advice. The plush toy suggested dimming the light around me, whispering that he could make me small and quiet like a hidden roe deer, allowing me to slip away without attracting a single eye. I remembered his terrifying exhibition at the theme park, the way he could completely erase my presence from the sight of entities. If I accepted his offer, I could open that metal door and walk out of this painted world untouched. But the realization hits like a physical blow. This stealth, this perfect escape, is a solitary ticket. It only covers one person, the solitary exit. Survival is a luxury that demands a heavy currency. The invisible strings of morality are heavy, tying down the ankles of anyone raised on modern ideals. Leaving behind the terrified adolescents and the desperate section chief felt like a betrayal of my own humanity. And from a cold, commercial standpoint, abandoning them meant forfeiting the 50 million won bounty needed to secure the heavy artillery from the company's store. Braun's velvet voice twisted into something sharper. An entertainer losing patience with an uncooperative volunteer. He warned that dimming multiple lights would spoil the quality of the production, explaining that sharing his presence erasing shroud would dilute its potency until the darkness noticed us both. It was a luxury built strictly for one. Brushing the option aside, I reached into my uniform pocket to assess my remaining arsenal. The whimsical, smiley sticker, the fragile, magical rations, and the remaining half of my vampiric flatware. The fork had been lost to previous horrors, but the matching knife remained, slipped into a side pocket. It had evolved. The mundane dessert implement had stretched into a sleek, professional blade, its handle detailed with elegant, fluid engraving and anchored by a deep, blood-red gemstone that throbbed with a faint, borrowed vitality. The iron absorbed by its twin had clearly migrated here. Beside me, Lee's eyes widened at the flash of steel, whispering in awe about specialized tactical weapons. I offered no correction, allowing the myth of the omnipotent security team to keep him compliant. I tucked the blade into my lapel, silently praying the steel would stay clean. I commanded the trembling section chief to lead the way through the labyrinth, transforming his paralysis into a shield by forcing him ahead. We stepped into a suffocating kitchen, a space choked with the gray velvet of mold and an oppressive network of yellow paper talismans sealing every surface. This wasn't a home. It was a wayside tomb buried on a forgotten mountain ridge. Lee whimpered as he walked, explaining that a week in this painted purgatory had cost him no hunger or thirst. Yet every night, as the entity rattled the frame, he felt his very marrow being hollowed out. His attempts to flee during the day always ended the same way, an endless loop of ancient pine trees and choking fog, until the setting sun drove him back to the safety of the porch. We reached a blank, dead-end wall at the rear of the corridor. When the older man insisted there was nowhere left to run, I looked upward. An experienced eye doesn't see a ceiling. It sees the hidden joints of a trap. I flipped my currency, summoning the translucent, floating hand into the dim air. The invisible fingers gripped the crimson-eyed knife and thrust it upward into a hairline fracture in the wooden paneling. A dry, splintering crack echoed through the house as a hidden hatch swung wide, dropping a heavy, dust-choked ladder down into the hallway. Lee gasped, praising the supernatural perception of the company's elite force, while I internally credited the survival statistics of 17 dead teams. Haunted houses always hide their secrets in the rafters. The absolute last place I wanted to go was the dark maw of an attic. But the uniform demanded a display of iron nerves. I scaled the creaking rungs alone, my pulse hammering against my ribs as I conducted a frantic, lightning-fast sweep of the shadows before dropping back down to the floorboards. Pretending it was a routine inspection, I held up my solitary find, a brittle, thread-bound manual retrieved from a warped lacquer tray. Lee's eyes locked onto the ancient text, identifying the classical Chinese characters as a potential guide to salvation. My own academic memory of the language had faded years ago, leaving me staring at beautiful, useless brushstrokes. But a theatrical throat clear resonated within my coat. Baran's voice shifted, shedding its playful, high-pitched cadence for a deep, formal resonance that belonged to a historical narrator. The porcelain performer chuckled, claiming that a host of his caliber was naturally fluent in the ancient dialects of the universe. The plush toy leaned against my chest, ready to translate the dead scholar's ink and reveal the exact price the house demanded for our lives. The translated codex. Ancient text rarely offers a bloodless exit. The formal tone of an old-world broadcast bled through the fabric of my coat. Bronze translated words dropping into the freezing air like lead weights. The ancient text was unsparing, a cold mandate from a time when human life was merely currency to appease the spirits of the mountains. The parchment warned of the curse that clings to the spine of the living, a shadow that refuses to be left behind once the tiger has marked its prey. It demanded a specific, agonizing price for passage back to the sunlit world. The boundary could only be deceived by an offering possessed of reasoning, warm blood, and a human voice. A calculated deception to buy a solitary window of escape toward a moonlit path. As the translation faded, a small paper fragment slipped from the brittle binding, fluttering down into the dust. A student identification card from Ju Kong University's history department. A mute testament to a previous explorer who had read these exact lines and failed to return. Beside me, Section Chief Lee's eyes darted across the ancient characters, his mind deciphering the grim math of the ritual on his own. The terror in his chest quickly curdled into something uglier, a sharp, desperate instinct for self-preservation. He began rubbing his palms together, a frantic, sickening grin stretching across his face as he muttered about the logic of a single death ensuring the survival of the rest. He leaned closer, his breath smelling of stale adrenaline, suggesting that the children in the next room were already as good as dead before I arrived. He argued that sacrificing one small, fragile life to save the adults was a standard trade, a necessary compromise in the face of absolute ruin. Hearing the raw mechanics of human malice spoken aloud in the dark was more chilling than the fog outside. The pressure of his panic was suffocating, but I kept my gaze fixed on the ink. I countered his desperation with a flat, clinical logic, noting that the scroll specifically demanded a fully sentient intellect to satisfy the debt. I tilted my head, my flashlight beam pinning his quivering pupils, asking him if a child who hadn't even reached maturity could truly fulfill the criteria of a seasoned mind. By the text's own definition, only the adults qualified, leaving him as the single eligible candidate. The shift in his expression was instantaneous. The blood draining from his face as the trap he had designed for the children snapped shut on his own throat. I broke the tension before he could scream, telling him that since neither of us desired to be the offering, we would find another seam in the canvas. The heavy silence stretched between us until Lee collapsed against the wood, the monstrous facade dissolving into a pathetic, weeping heap. He offered a choked apology, his voice cracking as he confessed the true depth of his torment. He whispered about the first night, how the voice outside had taken the exact pitch of his late father, weeping through the keyhole, begging to see his son's face one last time. When Lee had covered his ears and refused the lock, the voice had instantly soured, hurling venomous insults and ancient slurs in his father's cadence. Each subsequent night brought a new phantom, dead relatives, forgotten school friends, even a neighbor's missing child, a relentless extraction of his memories used to break his spirit. He had been standing guard at that door for a week, absorbing the psychic battery alone, accidentally shielding the children's sanity with his own suffering. It was a strange, tragic contrast, a cowardly man who had inadvertently played the martyr. I offered a brief, solemn nod, telling him that if this house was indeed purgatory, we had all the more reason to tear it down. I reached for the book to find a flaw in the ritual's geometry, but the air in the corridor suddenly turned to ice. Our heads snapped toward the threshold in perfect unison. The knocking hadn't returned, but the voice was back, brushing against the wood with a soft, suffocating familiarity. The weight of the scales. In the dark, the line between the protector and the prey is written in shifting ink. The psychological trap of a folklore nightmare is that the rules always favor the house. The logic of the anomaly twists until even your allies become part of the haunting. A new sound resonated from the cold threshold, a low, masculine cadence that vibrated through the rotting floorboards. Beside me, Section Chief Lee clamped his trembling palms over his mouth to stifle a rising shriek, convinced that another dead relative had arrived to strip away his remaining sanity. He paced back and forth in a frantic, looping panic, swearing that he wouldn't answer the call. I didn't wait for the single, scorched talisman to burn. Stepping forward, I gripped the cold metal handle and threw the door open, expecting the worst. Instead, a slender figure stepped into the dim light, wearing a faded navy blue uniform and exhaling a long, ragged sigh of relief. It was the security sergeant from Unit 3, his face flushed red from the subterranean chill, but entirely intact. I offered Lee a calm, clinical nod, formally introducing the guard who had been swallowed by the canvas alongside me. The explanation for his survival was written into the very rhythm of the haunting. The ancient texts in the company database had documented this precise cycle. The entity at the door only visited once per night, subjecting its prey to a daily routine of mental torment. The sergeant hadn't cheated death. He had simply arrived after the nightly visitation window had already closed. I pulled the heavy door shut and locked the latch, staring out into the dense, suffocating fog for a split second before the wood blocked the view. The real surprise wasn't the sergeant's arrival. It was the baggage he had dragged along with him. With a bright, entirely misplaced smile, the guard dropped a disheveled figure onto the wooden floorboards, claiming he had successfully located the missing asset. Except this wasn't Section Chief Lee. It was a young woman in a filthy white laboratory gown, who immediately sank into the dust and began to wail with absolute, hysterical abandon. She wept that everything was over, while the sergeant casually remarked that this rotting house was a massive improvement over the damp, dark shamanistic hut where he had originally woken up. Looking at the chaos, I felt a sudden, deep yearning for the quiet professionalism of my superiors in D-Squad. I knelt beside the crying woman, my fingers tracking the stained name tag on her lapel before pulling the university identification card from the pages of the ancient book. Ju, Khan University, History Department. The frantic scrawl on the back read, "Leaving tomorrow." I asked her if she was the author of the note, and if she had attempted the escape ritual outlined in the text. She nodded through her tears, her expression darkening as she confessed that every effort had been futile. She reached into her coat, pulling out a scrap of paper containing text she had meticulously copied from a wooden block at a hidden shrine roughly 100 steps into the forest. She looked at me with exhausted eyes, noting that I must have read the manual as well, asking if I specialized in ancient history to understand such archaic dialects. I offered no answer, keeping the secret of my porcelain friend hidden in my coat. Lee began to stammer, his panic returning as he demanded to know why the ritual had failed if she had followed the instructions, why she had given up hope after going so far as to gather the necessary ingredients. The woman screamed into the empty air, her voice cracking with pure frustration. She explained that she wasn't an idiot. She had crushed the wild plums, prepared the vessel, and sprinkled the juices exactly as the woodblock dictated. But the trap lay in the final phase of the offering. Braun's theatrical voice suddenly vibrated from my pocket, reading the translated text from her copied notes aloud for the room. The mandate required a song to be offered to the master of the mountain, a melody widely known among the living to maximize its power. The performer was required to write the lyrics, place them in an ancient incense holder, sing loudly, clap with every stride, and bow every 30 paces. The woman's eyes widened with a desperate, lingering dread. She explained that the tiger entity was fickle and easily bored. It would never accept the same melody twice. When she had reached the altar, she found the incense holder choked with the charred remains of past lyrics. Every common folklore tune, every childhood melody praising the beast had already been spent by previous victims. She clutched her head, her fingers digging into her scalp as she wailed that she wasn't a musician, that there was no database to search, no network to consult in this shifting fog. The memory of the company records flashed through my mind. The archive had mentioned multiple successful escape attempts, each utilizing vastly different performances, from complex folk rituals to obscure instrumental pieces. I had assumed the variety was just a quirk of collective wisdom in the database, not a strict, lethal requirement for unique curation. The temperature inside the abandoned house plunged, the air freezing in our throats as the realization settled in. We were out of songs, and the dark was listening. Hashtag the spent hymns. The Mountain King doesn't accept a broken echo. The ancient ritual manual, retrieved from the attic shadows, was more than just a set of instructions. It was a desperate gamble against a house that thrived on human expiration. I cross-referenced the copied notes with the text, the eerie, archaic brushstrokes seemingly pulsing with a life of their own under the dim, flickering flashlight. Every detail mattered. The plums, the salted water, the charred peach wood, the ingredients of a deception meant to fool a beast that didn't just haunt, it hunted. Go Sionha, the history student who had already tasted the bitter failure of this ritual, sat trembling in the corner. Her ordeal had spanned days of silence and isolation, until the pull of the full moon pushed her toward a desperate, solo attempt that had left her shattered. She warned me of the water, the treacherous, melodic curse of the Changui, and instructed me to avoid the sound of flowing streams at all costs. To listen was to be lost. I had no choice. The solitary talisman on the door was thinning, a paper shield against the encroaching tide of hungry voices outside. I looked to my pocket, and Braun, the porcelain performer, was ready. He offered me his signature shroud, a localized erasure of presence that would allow me to slip through the forest as a phantom, untraceable by the cameras of the living or the eyes of the dead. It was a terrifying, lonely power, turning me into a ghost among ghosts. Stepping through the threshold was like plunging into a vat of ice-cold ink. The fog was absolute, a heavy, suffocating blanket that swallowed the moonlight and rendered the world a charcoal sketch. With every step, I felt the phantom weight of the shroud, a hollow, eerie lightness that made my heart hammer against my ribs. I wasn't just walking, I was fading. Guided by the crude map etched into my memory, I navigated the mountain's distorted terrain. The forest was a labyrinth of swaying branches that stretched like skeletal fingers. After what felt like an eternity, the mist parted, revealing a colossal tree wreathed in a golden rope, its branches exhaling a scent both cloyingly sweet and deeply, fundamentally wrong. This was the burial ground, the heart of the anomaly. I moved with the precision of a thief, collecting the fallen fruit and the charred remains of the peach branches. The salt, gathered from a crumbling stone pagoda, felt like grit in my palms, a warding charm that did little to soothe the shivering in my marrow. The deepest terror came when I drew water from an old, moss-slicked well. The bucket struck something hollow and dense against the dark wall, a sound that echoed like a stifled gasp. I didn't look down. I pulled the rope, filled the vessel, and retreated into the shifting gray fog. As I began my ascent back toward the house, a piece of clean, white silk tied to the golden rope caught my eye, inscribed with a chilling warning to those who lack the right to pass. My rational mind screamed to turn back, to ignore the enticement, but the mark on my wrist, a lingering shimmer from my past association with the amusement park's nightmare, began to pulse with a low, rhythmic heat. Socius, companion, kin. The mark, a remnant of a different, equally twisted contract, glowed against my skin. It seemed my corporate connections were deeper and darker than I had ever dared to imagine. Whether it was the mark of a simple employee or a deeper, eldritch kinship, it was enough. I stepped forward, and the golden rope, bound by ancient law, parted for me like a curtain of smoke. I entered the Garden of the Tiger, a place where the only law was the ritual, and the only escape was a song that had never been sung. The Tiger's Garden. Entry to the burial ground is a privilege paid for in ink and memory. The golden rope parted, and as my boot hit the soil, the world shifted. The oppressive fog that had blanketed the forest vanished in an instant, replaced by a sprawling field under the weight of a full, uncaring moon. It was an impossible space, a verdant sea of dark greens that should have been peaceful. But the air here tasted of copper and stagnant dampness. Clusters of small, vibrant red berries swayed in the breeze, a crop so dense and unnerving it felt like an invitation to a funeral. My pulse quickened as I realized what they were. Wild ginseng, not the kind for medicine, but the kind found in folklore, the kind that screams when pulled from the earth. A faint, trembling sob drifted from the soil. A single berry cluster leaned toward me, its leaves drooping with a theatrical display of woe. It spoke of a tiger, a beast of nightmare, coming to shred it to pieces, begging for salvation with the desperation of a drowning man. I knelt, the creature's leaves shivering against my knuckles, but as I reached out, the atmosphere soured. The plant's sorrow curdled into a raspy, jagged laugh. The field wasn't a garden, it was an ossuary. The ginseng began to rise, its roots tearing through the soil like the fingers of a buried cadaver, glowing with a sickly, bruised purple hue. It coughed a viscous, dark fluid, a mimicry of blood, and hissed that my limbs would soon decorate this earth. I didn't hesitate. I pulled a sealed packet of Snow White's apple juice, a potent draught that offered a sleep indistinguishable from the grave, and emptied it across the trembling stalks. The effect was instantaneous. The writhing roots slumped, the malevolent light in its leaves dimmed, and the screaming plant collapsed into a serene, belly-up stupor. It was a sentient entity, a creature of cunning and malice. A perfect substitute. Returning to the abandoned house, I laid out my haul. The ritual materials were gathered, and the unconscious, magical vegetable lay in a heap, its roots twitching faintly in its induced slumber. The others stared at the collection as if I were a madman or a god. I omitted the details of how I'd wrestled a zombie vegetable into submission, keeping my explanation clipped and authoritative. The security sergeant, now fully integrated into the children's circle, offered a look of weary respect, while Section Chief Lee clung to the ritual ingredients like a man clutching a life raft. We stood at the precipice. The shrine awaited, a few hundred steps through the treacherous, shifting fog. Go Sionha, still pale from her own failed attempt, watched me with a mixture of terror and lingering hope. She confirmed that if we moved with absolute, breathless silence, we could reach the altar without drawing the attention of the Changwi. I looked at the group, the terrified children, the broken section chief, the weary student, and the board guard. I was a fraud, a low-level worker playing the role of a corporate executioner, but the logic was sound. If the ritual demanded a sentient sacrifice, I would offer the mountain its own cursed harvest rather than one of these fragile, gasping lives. I took a deep breath, the air tasting of ozone and ancient dust. We would walk the moonlit path to the shrine, and there I would force the darkness to accept its own kind as payment. I gestured toward the door, my hand resting firmly on the handle, and signaled the advance. The time for whispering was over. The price of soil. Nature is not benevolent. It is merely waiting to be fed. The air outside the abandoned house was a thick, stagnant soup of fog and ancient dread. We stood at the threshold, a line of the damned and the desperate, clutching our lives like fragile glass. Every shadow in the forest seemed to have eyes, and every rustle of dry leaves sounded like the dragging, heavy footfalls of something that had hunted for centuries. I took the lead, not out of bravery, but out of a resigned acceptance that in this reality, the one who takes the first step is the one who least expects to survive. We moved through the mist in a rhythmic, terrifying silence. Behind me, the children, their faces pale under the moonlight, clung to the adults, their breath hitching at every phantom movement in the brush. The oppressive tension was a physical weight, a sense that the Changwi was watching, calculating, waiting for a single stumble to claim its debt. But the dark gave way to the silhouette of the shrine, its tiled roof tilted like a broken crown against the sky. We spilled inside, the atmosphere shifting from the chaotic wild to a cold, historical reverence. The interior was impossibly preserved, guarded by the headless stone effigies of Mithra, their featureless necks staring at nothing. I approached the altar, where a worn woodblock revealed the final path to salvation. The instructions were cold and clinical. The mind most hardened by grief and endurance must lead. My gaze shifted naturally to the security sergeant, then to the section chief. Lee Byongjin, his hands shaking so violently he looked like he might shatter, took the lead. But then, the terrifying realization set in. We had the items, but we lacked the key. The ritual demanded a song, a melody to placate the beast. The superstition of our own minds had blinded us. We had been searching for something mournful, something ancient and heavy, forgetting that the Mountain King might be bored of the old dirges. I turned to the children, seeking a tether to the world we had lost. A student named Nayeon, bright-eyed despite the trauma, stepped forward. She didn't suggest a funeral march or a nursery rhyme. She offered the rhythm of the modern world. St. Yu's pop hit, Peekaboo. It felt absurd. A bizarre collision of high-stakes, shamanistic survival and the glittering, manufactured perfection of idol pop. But the scroll didn't define the genre. It only demanded the song. The ritual began in earnest. Lee Byongjin, now trembling with a terrifying, religious fervor, placed the peach branch ashes into the incense burner. As he inhaled, he closed the lid, and when he opened it, the sacrifice had been accepted. The ash was gone, replaced by a single, smoldering stick of incense that smelled of spring and ancient earth. One by one, we followed the steps. The brass bowl, filled with the crushed juice of 3 wild plums, was emptied under the floorboards. A sweet, sour offering meant to ground the wandering spirit. Then, the lyric sheet, carefully transcribed, was tucked into the drawer beneath the altar. The final act began. We stepped out into the open mouth of the forest, the dark trees swaying in anticipation. Lee Byongjin started the melody, his voice cracked and raw, and the children joined in, their voices rising in a haunting, discordant chorus that defied the eerie stillness of the mountain. They sang the lyrics of the idol song, the upbeat pop melody clashing violently with the rotting wood of the shrine and the ancient, hungry fog. With every step, we clapped a sharp, rhythmic sound that cut through the silence like a gunshot. Every 30 paces, we bowed, a desperate, synchronized obeisance to a beast that existed outside of time. The mountain listened. The fog seemed to tremble, responding to the strange, modern vibration of the melody. We were offering something new, something vibrant, to a god that had been fed on nothing but tears for hundreds of years. The tiger was listening to the beat of the present day, and for the first time, the woods felt less like a tomb and more like a stage. The pop idol anthem, a sugary, infectious melody of sharp gazes and predatory patience, pulsed through the oppressive stillness of the forest. It was an absurdity, the frantic, upbeat rhythm of a girl group hit clashing with the ancient, suffocating gloom of the mountain. We were a procession of ghosts, clapping in time to a beat that didn't belong to this world. Even the adults, stripped of their dignity and drowning in existential terror, hummed along, their voices cracking as they sang of elegant tigers and hearts being caught in the dark. At the tail of our pathetic caravan, the wild ginseng dangled from the sergeant's makeshift pole. It swayed in the rhythmic haze, its leaves seemingly bobbing to the bass line of the song. It was a macabre sight, a sentient, magical harvest being carted off to its own execution to the tune of a top 40 hit. We reached the 30th step, the final count. We bowed in unison, our movements stiff and fragile, offering our devotion to a god of skin and bone. The trees finally broke, thinning into a vast, unnatural clearing where the forest's suffocating density simply ceased. But there was no snake hole. Instead, the ground dissolved into the sight of a massive, dark reservoir. The water was a void, a still, black mirror swallowing the moonlight. The fog rolled over its surface like a cold, hungry hand. Panic, sharp and jagged, tore through the group. The ritual had promised a threshold, a way out, but we had been led to the center of a graveyard of water. The historical weight of the word Changwi, long synonymous with the spirits of the drowned, crashed down on us. We hadn't been led to a gate. We had been led to a sacrificial altar. Section Chief Lee collapsed, his screams becoming a frantic, guttural sound that tore through the quiet. The children wept, their voices harmonizing with the distant, mocking slosh of the reservoir's edge. Even I felt my resolve turn to ash. We had followed the instructions to the letter, yet here we were, standing at the edge of an abyss. My mind raced, dissecting the architecture of our suffering. The abandoned house, with its talismans, the ritual book, the lure of the shrine. It was all too convenient. It wasn't a path to freedom. It was an elaborate, spiritual centrifuge designed to spin us until we broke. It was a hunger trap calibrated to feed on our hope, our internal conflicts, and finally, our lives. The ginseng, the substitute sacrifice, hung motionless. If the ritual was genuine, why were we standing before a reservoir instead of a snake hole? If the ritual was a lie, why did the forest respond to our song? I stared into the black water, the reflection of the moon distorted by the swirling fog. Something moved deep beneath the surface, a pale, undulating shape that mirrored the way the ginseng had wriggled in the dirt. We had performed the ceremony, but we had failed to consider the audience. And as the last echoes of the idol song died away, a soft, wet sound rippled from the center of the reservoir. A hand, thin and waterlogged, broke the surface, and it wasn't reaching for the air. It was reaching for us. The revelation didn't come with a bang, but with a scent, the sickly sweet rot of plums, clinging to the only person who had insisted on staying in the shadows. I looked at Go Sionha, my pulse hammering against my ribs, and finally saw the truth behind the hollow exhaustion in her eyes. The ritual hadn't failed because she was unlucky. It had failed because the entity had already claimed her as its primary vessel. The mask slipped, and what remained was not a student, but a grotesque tangle of malice. Her limbs began to stretch, the skin rippling and elongating like warm wax, as a dozen distorted faces, men, women, and children I had never known, burst from her shifting silhouette. They didn't scream. They hissed with the collective, hungry weight of the reservoir. I rolled across the jagged earth, the air whistling as her elongated arms whipped through the space I had occupied a heartbeat before. My hand fumbled for the blood-sucking knife, but the proximity, the sheer, nauseating horror of needing to touch that mass of borrowed flesh, paralyzed me. I was a man of logic, not a warrior of the meat grinder. I didn't need to be the weapon. I just needed to aim it. I tossed the blade toward the only man in the clearing whose soul was already rusted shut. The security sergeant didn't hesitate. He caught the steel, and in that transition, the veil of his humanity simply evaporated. He didn't just move. He blurred into a frenzy of violence. As he lunged, my eyes played tricks on me. Or perhaps, for the first time, they were seeing the reality the company worked so hard to hide. His silhouette expanded, turning into a nightmare of sinew and scale. A snout erupted from his jaw, lined with rows of serrated, needle-thin teeth that dripped with a black, viscous ichor. He wasn't fighting a ghost. He was a predator tearing into its own kind. The air filled with the wet, tearing sounds of a wolf in a slaughterhouse, the snap of bones, and the desperate, gurgling cries of the entity trapped within the girl's skin. I jammed my eyes shut, pressing my face into the cold dirt to escape the sight. This was why the security teams were never meant for investigation. They weren't employees. They were anomalies on a leash, monsters recruited to police the darker corners of our world. To look upon them was to court a madness that didn't just drain your sanity. It invited the darkness to make a home in your mind. The forest fell into a silence, so profound it felt like the world had stopped breathing. I heard the sergeant's heavy, labored rasp, the sound of something large dragging itself through the mud. A soft, muffled voice, cheerful and detached, whispered from the pocket of my coat. Braun told me the guest had been subdued. I forced myself to stand, my legs trembling as if they were made of glass. Ahead, the sergeant stood over the wreckage of the girl, his hand clamped around the throat of the darkness that had been wearing her. He was shifting back, the snout retracting, the claws receding into human fingers, but the change was incomplete. His eyes, still reflecting the hunger of the thing he had unleashed, locked onto mine. He wasn't looking at me like a colleague. He was looking at me like the next course. The ritual was complete, but the reservoir was still black, and the water was beginning to churn again. Not with a single hand this time, but with the rising, synchronized movement of 1,000 drowned souls. The sergeant tilted his head, his human mouth curling into a smile that contained too many teeth. And then, The water began to scream. The silence that followed the slaughter was heavy, thick with the iron tang of spilled blood and the residual hum of a nightmare retreating into the earth. The sergeant, still looming over the prone, shivering student, radiated a predatory stillness. Braun's voice bubbled in my ear, a detached, mocking commentary on the sergeant's primitive violence. But I kept my face neutral, masking the revulsion that clawed at my throat. The entity within the girl was not gone. It was merely wounded, a parasite clinging to a host that had already been hollowed out. It flickered through her eyes, a wretched, snarling thing that promised us all the same shallow grave. The sergeant, his voice a gravelly, inhuman resonance, demanded an official requisition for a rescue contract. It was a cold, corporate threat wrapped in the language of a monster, a reminder that in the eyes of Daydream Incorporated, even a life was just a line item on a ledger. I intervened. I drew a line in the dirt, weaving a narrative of mutual necessity. I framed our ordeal as an alliance, a cooperative effort that left the corporation with no moral leverage to demand payment in blood. The sergeant watched me with eyes that seemed to possess too many pupils before the monstrous tension in his shoulders ebbed. He was a creature of the dark, yes, but he was bound by the rigid, bureaucratic logic of his employers. When he finally stepped back, I turned to the girl. I took the incense burner, its contents a potent mix of peach ash and salt, and poured the caustic powder directly over her. She screamed, not with her own voice, but with the shrill, discordant chorus of the things that had inhabited her. The smoke hissed where it touched her skin. I followed this with the snow-white nectar, forcing the syrupy, lethal draft down her throat until her frantic movements softened into the heavy, rhythmic stillness of a soul held in stasis. The sergeant looked at me, a jagged, wolfish grin threatening to split his human mask. He asked if I considered a career in security. I declined with a hollow nod. I'd seen the hunger in his teeth. I had no desire to join the pack. Dawn was a promise the mountain hadn't yet kept, but the moonlight began to fray at the edges, turning the thick fog into a pale, ghostly veil. We were running out of time. The ritual had been a partial success. We had failed the diversion, but perhaps we had touched the hem of the exit. We fanned out, searching for the anomaly described in the text, a patch of barren earth, devoid of grass, sheltering a snake hole. Every shadow felt like an ambush, every breath of wind like a warning. Then a flicker, a shaft of moonlight, pure and cold, pierced the canopy and illuminated a circle of dead, black soil. At its center lay a hole, a mouth of ink sunk into the earth. It was small, tight, and profoundly unnerving. I looked at the group, the trembling section chief, the weary sergeant, the children who had lost their innocence to the mountain's gaze, and we gathered around the pit. We dipped our palms into the well water, the salt stinging our skin, a sharp, physical reminder that we were still alive. One by one, we knelt. The darkness in the hole seemed to pulse, a heartbeat beneath the soil. I forced my hand into the narrow opening, the freezing earth gripping my wrist like a vice. There was no bottom. There was only a pull, a sudden, violent gravity that dragged at my soul, threatening to unravel me entirely. I squeezed my eyes shut, holding my breath, as the earth began to swallow us whole. The transition was not a passage, but a violation. My hand, slick with brine, vanished into the ink-black void of the snake hole, and then the world contracted. Reality didn't fade. It was sucked out of my lungs like air from a punctured lung. A sensation of wet, rotting paper plastered itself against my skin, binding me in a suffocating embrace that tasted of centuries-old dust and stagnant pond water. My equilibrium shattered, spinning into a vortex of absolute, lightless pressure. Then the floor returned. Hard, cold asphalt bit into my knees. The suffocating weight vanished, replaced by the crisp, biting air of an autumn night in Korea. Above, the sky wasn't a swirling abyss of fog, but the familiar, lonely glow of provincial neon signs. I was back, anchored to the terrestrial, yet my limbs refused to obey. I collapsed, staring at my feet, where dark, viscous red ink pooled like a fresh wound, trailing back to a scrap of ruined Hanji paper. The ink wash painting it once held had been scoured away by time, leaving only a chaotic, bleeding smear. It was the exit wound of a horror that had finally spat us out. One by one, the others materialized, 7 souls clawing their way out of the impossible. Section Chief Lee Byongjin scrambled to his feet, his laughter hysterical and jagged, a sound of a man discovering he was still made of meat and bone. He turned to me, his eyes wide with a frantic, soul-deep gratitude that made my skin crawl. He saw a savior. I saw only the luck of someone who hadn't been chosen to be the sacrifice. I ushered the children toward the path, their faces pale, tear-streaked masks of trauma. They looked at me as if I were a ghost. I didn't correct them. I urged them toward the lights of the town below, my voice a hollow echo of a man who had left a part of his mind in the mountain's throat. I would not follow. To walk into the light of civilization with them would be to invite questions I had no intention of answering, and the company had eyes in every office, every police station, every street lamp. The sergeant stood in the shadows, his presence a dark, jagged tear in the suburban silence. He looked diminished, his monstrous edges softened back into the mundane, though his eyes still held the dull, predatory glimmer of a thing that had tasted raw chaos. He shoved the stick with the unconscious, writhing ginseng toward me, a trophy of a hunt that should have killed us all. The office, he grunted, the words sounding like gravel grinding against bone. He turned to trudge toward a horizon that seemed miles away, indifferent to the reality that we were hundreds of kilometers from the company's seat of power. Section Chief Lee, the sycophant now, clinging to the only stability he could find, scrambled to follow, his desperation to align himself with the winners almost comical in its cowardice. He chattered about gratitude, about finding our department to offer thanks, his voice a frantic buzz against the quiet. The sergeant stopped, his back a rigid wall of indifference. "You won't find me there," he muttered, his tone devoid of mirth. I watched Lee's face work through the math, his confusion melting into a slow, dawning horror as he realized the uniform I wore. The uniform the sergeant had lent me was not a badge of office, but a skin I had been forced to wear. I looked at the sergeant, then at the bruised, unconscious girl slung over my shoulder. We were walking away from the mountain, but we were not leaving the anomaly. The company did not grant exits. It only offered transfers. As we stepped out of the shadow of the woods, my phone vibrated in my pocket. It wasn't a notification. It was a cold, digital hum, a chime I recognized from the employee handbook, the one that meant the investigation was far from over. The screen illuminated my palm in a harsh, clinical light. New assignment, retrieval. And then I realized why the sergeant didn't need to go back to the office. The office was already here. The aftermath of the mountain was handled with the cold, bureaucratic efficiency of a company that treated nightmares as inventory. Section Chief Lee, once a stuttering wreck, had been silenced by the sterile black and white of my personnel files. He had retreated into a shell of cautious, performative respect, a man who realized too late that the quiet, unremarkable field agent he had been supervising was far more dangerous than the shadows he feared. The survivors had been processed, compensated, and erased, their trauma neatly filed under civilian casualties in the corporate archive. For me, however, the silence came with a heavy, digital weight. My bank account now housed a small fortune, 100 million won, the blood money of 2 manual revisions. It was enough to reshape a life, but in this industry, capital was just another tool to delay the inevitable. I turned my eyes to the alien shop, a digital storefront of horrors. I owed a debt. Braun, my companion in the dark, a plushie that possessed no pulse but held all the malice of a curator, had been promised the bloodbath tub. The box arrived in the dead of night, a package of impossible geometry that hummed with a low, parasitic frequency. It wasn't the full-scale vessel I had feared, but a footbath edition, crafted from shimmering, obsidian ceramic in a black and white checkered pattern. It looked like an artifact from a fever dream, elegant and deeply, fundamentally wrong. Braun, perched on my desk with his stitched-shut mouth, seemed to vibrate with anticipation. He claimed he needed rejuvenation, a return to his prime, a shedding of the lethargy that plagued his synthetic frame. The bath salts were the issue. Braun had joked about my own blood, a suggestion that froze the marrow in my bones, but the trap had already been set. He pointed to the corner of my desk, to the purple, stunted wild ginseng I had dragged from the mountain's burial ground. The thing had remained in a state of suspended animation for days, a fleshy, root-bound anomaly that felt more like a severed organ than a plant. I stood over the tub, my hands encased in rubber gloves, the cold steel of the scissors biting into the ginseng's hide. The atmosphere in the room changed, the air growing thick and stagnant, the shadows in the corners stretching toward the tub like fingers. "You really want this?" I whispered, my voice barely audible in the cramped, dimly lit studio. Braun's response was a crisp, synthesized laugh that echoed as if played back from a warped record. He promised that the restoration would be profound, that the infusion of the mountain's corrupted sap into the ceramic basin would unlock something dormant within his stitching. I looked at the ginseng. It felt heavy, a dense, pulsating mass of botanical rot. With a steady, trembling hand, I forced the scissors into the root. The sound wasn't the snap of a plant. It was the wet, tearing crunch of something soft being severed. As the purple juice began to weep from the wound, staining the pristine, checkerboard basin of the tub, the room's temperature plummeted. Braun let out a low, guttural sigh, his button eyes seemingly shifting to catch the light. I tilted the ginseng over the tub, watching as the viscous, bruised fluid dripped into the ceramic. The liquid didn't splash. It swirled, sinking into the basin and beginning to boil with a sound like 1,000 tiny, chattering teeth. The rejuvenation had begun, and as the steam rose, smelling of copper and ancient, sun-starved earth, I realized that the tub wasn't just soaking up the juice. It was waiting for something to climb inside. The instructions were deceptively domestic, a recipe for a ritual masquerading as home maintenance. I filled the obsidian-checkered tub with warm water, the steam curling against the dim lighting of my studio like a pale, spectral shroud. To activate the transformation, I took the wild ginseng, the mountain's corrupted harvest, and severed a root. The purple sap that bled from the plant was visceral and wrong, but as it kissed the water, the transformation was instantaneous. The nauseating fluid bloomed into a shimmering, rose-tinted cream, swirling with an alluring, almost hypnotic luster. It was a bath fit for a deity of decay. Braun, the stitched mascot beneath my bed, was eager. I didn't see him move, but a heavy, rhythmic padding of leather shoes, impossible, rhythmic, and weighty, brushed past me, accompanied by a wet splash as he claimed his throne. I stared at the back of the tub, keeping my promise not to look, though every hair on my neck stood at attention. The legend of the bloodbath tub was a warning, a tale of a landlord who grew young by accident and died in flight. I expected nothing. I turned away, reaching for a towel, and that was when the static started. Faint, electrical sparks crackled from the tub, the sound of a television channel dying in a thunderstorm. When I looked back, the plush doll was gone, replaced by a looming, distorted shadow that seemed to stretch across the ceiling. It wasn't just soaking, it was feeding. Braun's voice, once muffled and synthetic, now boomed with a terrifying broadcast-quality resonance. Then came a scream. The wild ginseng, jolted into the tub by my reflexive fear, hit the water with a pathetic splash. It began to shriek, not with a plant's rustle, but with the high-pitched, desperate plea of a living thing being dissolved. It begged, it pleaded, it groveled for salvation, promising buried treasures and hidden secrets in exchange for mercy. Braun, however, was in the middle of his production. He sounded like a director in the midst of a violent masterpiece, demanding silence, demanding intensity. I stood over the basin, the air vibrating with static and the smell of ozone and wet earth. The ginseng's voice was fading, becoming a wet gurgle, while Braun's tone shifted from the upbeat mascot to something sharper, colder, and entirely too human. "Silence it," Braun commanded, his voice dripping with an elegant, stage-managed cruelty. "Don't ruin the scene." I didn't reach for the knife. I didn't reach for the scissors. I simply stared at the bubbling, rose-colored water, where the ginseng was being slowly unmade. The tub was vibrating, the checkerboard ceramic glowing with a sickly, rhythmic light that seemed to mirror a heartbeat. Braun's bath was almost finished. His voice, now low and dangerously satisfied, promised that the wait was worth it. I moved to reach for him, to pull him from the depths, when the tub exploded. Not with a spray of water, but with a shockwave of sound, a thunderous crash that shattered the silence of the room, followed by a scream that didn't belong to the plant, the doll, or me. As the steam cleared, I saw a figure rising from the basin. It wasn't a doll. It wasn't a plant. It was something that wore the shape of a man, and it was looking directly at me with eyes that had never seen the sun. The aftermath was not a resolution, but a reshaping. I stood over the obsidian basin, my heart hammering against my ribs, expecting to see a monster emerging from the steam. But the tub held only the plush doll, Braun, his fabric now shimmering with an unnatural, silken sheen, his cotton core feeling denser, heavier, and more vital. He looked expensive, a luxury item in the shape of a toy. The wild ginseng, the source of our nightmare, had been violently unmade. Its berries, the true vessel of its parasitic consciousness, had shattered into motes of bioluminescent light, fleeing out the window like a dying star. What remained in the basin was the root itself, purged of its bruised, purple rot, now an ivory-white specimen that smelled of rain and ancient, untouched soil. It was pure. It was valuable. It was, in its own way, a relic. I collapsed onto my bed, the fatigue of the mountain finally claiming me. It was a sleep that felt like drowning, a deep, airless void where the only sound was the faint, rhythmic ticking of a clock that didn't exist. I was fading, my consciousness tethered to the room only by the low, satisfied humming of the doll on my desk. But fate in this company is never a straight line. While I slept, blissfully unaware of the gears I had set into motion, Section Chief Lee Byongen walked the fluorescent-lit halls of the corporate labyrinth. He was a man marked by the shadow of the reservoir, his survival a miracle that he was now trying to leverage into currency. He was intercepted by a director, a man whose name was whispered in the corridors like a bad omen, a figure of icy, calculated influence. The director was not a man of idle chatter. He was a harvester of information. He stood in the narrow hallway, his shadow stretching long and thin, his smile failing to reach his eyes. "I heard you returned," the director murmured, his voice a silk-wrapped blade. He inquired about the rescue, specifically probing for government interference, testing the loyalty of the man standing before him. Lee Byongen, usually a creature of absolute self-preservation, did something reckless. Perhaps it was the residual trauma of the mountain, or a rare, fleeting spark of genuine gratitude, but he didn't deflect. He spoke my name. He sang my praises, painting me as the hero of the hour, a promising recruit who had plucked him from the jaws of the void. The director listened, his expression an unreadable mask of professional intrigue. "Kim Soleum," he repeated, the name tasting like salt on his tongue. Lee felt a surge of pride, imagining a reward, a promotion, a future where he and I were recognized for our tenacity. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, believing he had done me a favor, that he was weaving a safety net of influence for the man who had saved him. He had no idea. In the corridors of power, a name is not a badge of honor. It is a target. And as the director turned the corner, his mind already calculating the utility of a new hire who could navigate the impossible, I was still dreaming of an escape that was becoming, with every passing second, statistically impossible. The butterfly had flapped its wings. A storm was coming for the field exploration team, and in the center of the hurricane, my name had just been underlined in red. The phone call arrived like a terminal diagnosis, cold and clipped. My superior's voice, usually a cacophony of corporate stress, was uncharacteristically hushed, laced with the frantic, repressed energy of someone trying to bury a secret alive. I was ordered to stay home, to remain in the safe, hollow silence of my studio while the company dealt with a category darkness. An informational contagion so potent that even knowing its name could rot your thoughts from the inside out. I spent hours in the dark, my fingers hovering over the wiki, my mind tracing the edges of primal fears, ghosts that latch onto cognition, nightmares that migrate from one dreamer to the next like a virus. It was a reprieve, a fragile bubble of isolation. Then the world shattered. A secondary summons, harsh and peremptory, dragged me to the 31st floor to a conference room that felt less like an office and more like a high-stakes predator's den. The room was heavy with the smell of stale coffee and the scent of people who had never bled for a paycheck. Superiors, men and women in tailored suits, lounged around a mahogany table, debating the sourcing potential of a high-grade anomalous zone as if they were discussing quarterly yield projections. In the corner sat Kwok Jae-kong, the madman of the research team, his eyes gleaming with the predatory curiosity of an entomologist pinning a moth to a board. He didn't see a rescue mission. He saw a laboratory experiment, and I was the variable he intended to inject into the heart of the storm. They're short-staffed, the excuses were whispered, but the truth hung in the stale air. They were gambling. They needed fresh eyes, disposable ones, to feed into the maw of a crisis where 30 others had already vanished. Assistant manager Eun Hage, the only person in this building who seemed to possess a shred of authentic humanity, pulled me into the hallway once the vultures finished their feasting. She was vibrating with the need for a cigarette, her face a mask of jagged, tired lines. "They've already gone in," she murmured, her voice barely a breath. The moment they read the manual, they were pulled under. This darkness isn't a place you travel to. It's a thought you catch. She was waiting for me. We were to read the manual together, synchronized, allowing the anomaly to claim us both at the exact same moment. I checked my satchel. It was heavy with supplies, weighted by the cursed, ivory-hued ginseng I'd kept in my drawer, a botanical artifact that felt like a heartbeat against my ribs. I had prepared for monsters, for traps, for the physical toll of the hunt, but I was entirely unprepared for the psychological centrifuge I was about to enter. Eun looked at me, her eyes weary but sharp. "Don't worry," she said, delivering the quintessential, death-defying platitude that always preceded a catastrophe. "They aren't the type to die easily." I gripped the manual. The pages were stark, clinical, and already beginning to feel warm, as if they were being held by a feverish hand. The room around us started to blur, the sounds of the office dissolving into a low, rhythmic drone that mirrored the vibration of the ginseng in my bag. "Ready?" she whispered. I opened the first page. The ink didn't sit on the paper. It began to crawl, spreading across the white void like a drop of oil in water, reaching out to hook into my mind. I didn't want to look, but I couldn't look away. And as the words began to rearrange themselves into a shape that wasn't language, I realized we were already falling. The words on the manual were a digital parasite. As my eyes traced the lines, the ink didn't stay anchored to the page. It bled into my perception, a viral script designed to overwrite reality. "You have been invited." The phrase wasn't a request. It was a tether. The sensation of the transition was subtle, like the air pressure dropping inside an airplane. The matte, sterile tiles of the office floor stretched, warped, and solidified into the slick, cold marble of an ancient foyer. The hum of the ventilation system was replaced by the low, flickering groan of 1,000 guttering candles. I was standing in the belly of a mansion that felt less like a building and more like an organism waiting to digest its guests. Assistant manager Eun was gone. I didn't call out. Silence was the only currency that bought time in a place like this. I retreated into the shadows of a velvet sofa, the plush doll, Braun, peering from my pocket with his stitched, unblinking smile. He suggested exploration with the eerie, polite cadence of a serial killer hosting a dinner party. I ignored him. My focus was on the geometry of the architecture, searching for the architecture of escape. The manual, a relic of the company's cold-blooded research, was clear. This was the eyeball collector, a high-grade anomaly, a cosmic horror that viewed human visitors as nothing more than accidental debris. It promised emergency exits, yet those gates were barred to anything with a heartbeat. I found the vent. It was a narrow, suffocating throat in the wall, hidden behind a towering, dust-choked vase. I crawled inside, the metal cold against my skin, the space smelling of stale ozone and long-forgotten terror. It was a grave for the living, but in this mansion, a grave was the only luxury available. My smartphone screen was a sliver of radioactive light in the dark. I scrolled through the records. The 17th iteration. 34 souls had entered before me. 7 had returned. The statistics were a guillotine blade, hanging inches above my neck. Then, the floor began to vibrate. It started as a rhythmic thudding, the chaotic, frantic staccato of human feet sprinting against a mechanical predator that didn't know how to tire. The screams were wet, desperate, and sharp, tearing through the stillness of the hall. The entity pursuing them wasn't rushing. It was marching, a heavy, grinding machinery of bone and steel, closing the distance with the patience of a ticking clock. The sound swelled until it was agonizing, right outside my hiding spot. I saw a blur of movement, fleeing shadows, panicked eyes, the sheer, unadulterated collapse of morale. I couldn't watch them die. In a single, fluid motion, I reached out into the hallway, grabbed a handful of coat, and hauled a frantic figure into the crawl space just as the mechanical tread slammed against the floor where they had been standing seconds before. The vent was cramped, a tomb for two. My heart was a drum in the small space, the sound of the pursuer echoing outside like a giant's heartbeat. I pulled the stranger deeper into the darkness, signaling for silence. The figure shifted, the dim light catching the edge of a mask. A goat mask, painted, porcelain, and hiding a face I knew better than my own. Beksahian, my roommate, stared at me. He was trembling, his breath hitching in his chest, his eyes wide with the raw, naked realization of how close he had just come to being a part of the mansion's collection. Outside, the mechanical grinding slowed, stopped, and began to sniff at the edge of the vent. The air inside the ventilation duct was thick with the scent of galvanized metal, dust, and the stale, copper-tinged fear radiating from the man beside me. Beksahian was a study in controlled terror. He didn't look at me, and he didn't dare to speak. He simply occupied his corner of the darkness, a ghost in a goat mask, desperately trying to shrink into the shadows. I knew he was terrified, not just of the thing outside, but of me, of the erratic, unsettling messages I had been sending him for weeks. I had curated the image of a man whose mind was a labyrinth of sharpened edges and quiet violence. It was a useful mask to wear. Outside, the mansion breathed. It was not a building of stone and wood, but a cold, predatory architecture that functioned like a digestive system. Through the slats of the vent, I watched the horror unfold in the flickering candlelight. A silhouette, a nightmare of spindly, arachnid geometry, descended upon the survivors. It moved with a terrifying, rhythmic elegance. It didn't rush, it harvested. I watched as those needle-thin appendages articulated with surgical precision, piercing the skulls of the cornered, extracting sight itself in a wet, sickening plop of sound. This was the manor's primary service. It didn't just kill, it upgraded its victims into permanent, suffering residents. The victims staggered away, their empty sockets now occupied by cold, clinical camera lenses. They were rented components now, borrowed observers trapped in a cycle of diminishing returns. Soon, the lenses would fail, the shadows would claim the rest, and they would be harvested again. The creature's mechanical clicking faded into the distance, leaving only the sound of blood dripping onto marble. I waited until the silence was heavy enough to swallow our breathing before I pushed the vent cover open. We spilled into the hallway like two survivors of a shipwreck, the grandeur of the mansion looming over us, a gilded, suffocating cage. Beksahian looked at me. His composure was fracturing, his polite facade crumbling beneath the weight of the reality we were forced to inhabit. He was desperate to leave, to put as much distance as possible between himself and the man who had dragged him into this purgatory. "How long?" I asked. My voice was a rasp, stripped of all warmth. He answered, his words tight and clipped, revealing that he had been trapped in this cycle of horror for hours. The realization hit me like a physical blow. My superiors had sent me into this meat grinder while withholding the truth, likely gambling that the new hire would serve as a diversion or a data point. I looked at the hallway, a vast, labyrinthine nightmare of portraits that seemed to watch us, and velvet curtains that hid God knows what. To survive alone was a statistical impossibility. To survive with Sahian, a man whose cowardice was matched only by his instinct for self-preservation, was a different kind of madness. He was already edging away, his eyes flickering toward the dark corridor, his muscles coiled to run. He was a liability, a walking reminder of every grudge held in the dorms, a man I despised and didn't trust with my back turned. But I needed a pair of eyes, even if they were attached to a face I wanted to break. "Wait," I commanded. He froze, his breath hitching. The mansion seemed to tilt, the shadows stretching toward us with a predatory curiosity. I didn't know if I was keeping him alive to help me survive, or if I was simply keeping him close so I could be the one to decide when his story ended. In the distance, the grinding of metal against marble began again. The usher was coming back, and this time it sounded like it was running. The ventilation duct was a cramped, suffocating purgatory, but it was nothing compared to the psychological friction of being trapped in it with Kim Soleum. Sahian, a man whose survival instincts were typically sharp as a razor, felt his internal compass spinning wildly. Beside him sat a man who wasn't just surviving the company's horrors. He was cataloging them, dissecting them, and, by some twisted logic, seemingly enjoying the process. Sahian looked at the man he'd been forced to bunk with, a rookie around whom rumors swirled like insects around a corpse. Some called him a genius, some a plant, but the look in Soleum's eyes, the cool, detached way he discussed the harvesting of human vision as if it were a service charge at a gallery, that was the look of a lunatic. "The exhibition treats us as guests," Soleum had said, his voice a flat, melodic drone that cut through the stifling dark. He spoke of the manor's mechanical horror as if it were a simple matter of accounting. Eyes were not taken, they were paid. The manor was not a prison, it was a storefront. Sahian pressed a hand to his own covered eye, a phantom ache blooming beneath the skin. He remembered the subway, the chilling, silent moment when his vision had been stripped from him, and the way Soleum had watched, not with pity, but with the curiosity of a scientist observing a chemical reaction. "We need each other," Sahian argued, his voice a fragile thread of pragmatism. He was the Viper, a man who built his life on leverage and calculated betrayals. Yet here, he felt like a child lost in a slaughterhouse. Soleum didn't even blink. He didn't offer a hand, a smile, or a scrap of reassurance. He offered only utility. He looked at Sahian and saw not a partner, but a potential distraction for the usher, a warm, breathing piece of bait. "If you get caught, just pay the fee," Soleum murmured, an unsettling quirk of his mouth barely visible in the gloom. Then came the plush doll. Soleum pulled the keychain from his pocket, a small, stitched rabbit with a smile that felt like it had been sewn on by a manic. He turned to the side, whispering to the fabric, and Sahian felt his sanity fray. The silence that followed was broken only by the rhythmic, grinding metal of the usher patrolling the marble floors outside. Sahian watched him, paralyzed by a mixture of terror and a bizarre, grudging relief. He hated Soleum. He wanted to leave him behind to be harvested. Yet, in the infinite, shifting darkness of the mansion, Soleum was the only thing that felt real, a terrifying, unpredictable anchor. Soleum stood, his movements fluid and unervingly quiet. He wasn't searching for a hiding spot. He was hunting the exit, navigating the labyrinth with a confidence that bordered on the divine. "Let's go," Soleum said, not looking back to see if Sahian was following. Sahian didn't have a choice. As he stepped out of the duct, his goat mask catching the faint, sickly glow of the candles, he felt the mansion tighten around them. They were two predators, both wearing masks, both hiding knives in their sleeves, forced into an unholy alliance while a mechanical god hunted them through the halls. Behind them, the grinding of gears grew louder, accelerating, turning from a slow, methodical march into a frantic, high-pitched sprint. The usher had caught their scent, and in the darkness, the plush doll seemed to tilt its head, waiting for the first scream. The mansion was a masterclass in elegant claustrophobia. We moved through halls where the air felt heavy with the scent of old velvet, machine oil, and the sharp, metallic tang of harvested nerves. Beside me, Beksahian was a nervous wreck, a man who functioned better as a piece of furniture than a partner, yet his presence was a shield. The shadows that coiled along the floorboards were not mere absence of light. They were predatory, watching us with the patience of something that had all of eternity to wait for a slip-up. Braun, resting in my pocket like a dormant heartbeat, was unusually talkative. He found the absurdity of our situation humorous, his voice a distorted, pleasant murmur that only I could hear. He had no fear, only a curated curiosity for the gallery's finer points of suffering. The manual provided by the company was a map of contradictions, but I had a different guide. I wasn't looking for the exits the ushers would offer. I was looking for the flaw in the machine's design. We found it in the heart of a grand, iron-caged elevator, an antique construct of brass and filigree that hummed with a low-frequency vibration. It looked less like a transport and more like a vertical coffin. "We can't read the script," Sahian hissed, his voice trembling as he stared at the ornate, alien glyphs on the control panel. He was right. To the uninitiated, the mansion was a riddle written in a dead language. But I had Braun. The doll translated with a sickening, cheerful politeness. The elevator didn't just move people. It required an usher, a machine of bone and spider steel, to operate. To ride was to surrender, to willingly present one's own eyes as the fare for the journey. That was when the true scale of the horror revealed itself. The panel didn't just list floors. It whispered of a history that the public records had ignored. The mansion wasn't merely a building. It was an anchor, a structure that extended 7 levels into the sky and 7,221 levels into the bowels of the earth. I felt a cold shiver trace my spine, not of fear, but of profound, existential vertigo. The early records had been mere child's play, survivors escaping the ground floors, the lucky ones. But the deeper truth, the one that turned this from a ghost story into a cosmic catastrophe, lay in the descent. Those who couldn't find the exit didn't just die, they fell. They went down into the endless, sunless sub-basements, searching for a way out that was designed never to be found. 7,221 floors. We were standing on the second, and I realized then that the exit wasn't a door we were walking toward. It was a destination we had to earn by enduring the drop. "Do you want to see what's on the first floor?" I asked Sahian, my voice steady, though my stomach churned at the thought of the abyss beneath us. Sahian looked at the cage, then at me, his eyes wide behind the goat mask. He knew. He could feel it too. The mansion wasn't just hungry, it was infinite, and we were falling, even while we stood still. The elevator shuddered, a long, drawn-out groan of iron gears as if it had sensed our proximity. The gate clicked open, revealing a darkness that smelled of something ancient and wet. It was time to pay the fare. The abyss of the 17th iteration was not merely a physical space. It was a psychological erosion. The further one descended into the manor of the blind, the more the architecture of the ghost story seemed to splinter, trading coherent narrative for the jagged, censored madness of cosmic horror. I stood at the threshold of the staircase, the brass light of the second floor feeling increasingly like a funeral shroud. Beside me, Beksahian remained. He was a silent, masked shadow, a creature of pragmatism clinging to my coattails as if I were his only tether to the waking world. He didn't ask why I knew the descent was the only way. He simply followed, driven by the instinctual terror of being left behind. The transition from the grand halls to the lower depths felt like walking through a wound. We found the sign for the main exhibition hall, a gilded Baroque-style monstrosity titled The Power of Emotion. The name alone carried the weight of 1,000 dying prayers. As we peered through the ornate archway, the air grew thick with a cacophony that defied biology. It was not a symphony. It was a rhythmic, anatomical nightmare. An entire wall, layered in gold leaf frames, hosted thousands of human mouths. They were living, breathing voice boxes, severed from the rest of the body, reciting poetry and prose in a discordant, multilingual chorus that seemed to vibrate within my own teeth. But it was the floor that held the true depth of the horror. There, a sea of human slugs, wretched, eyeless, and broken, wriggled in the dim light. They were the regulars, the long-term visitors who had paid the entrance fee in full and were now mere residue. They were shells, their humanity replaced by the static of the house, their eye sockets occupied by the cold, glass lenses of the gallery's rental equipment. They were writhing in a synchronization that suggested they were no longer individuals, but part of a larger, miserable mechanism. I felt the bile rise in my throat, a sharp metallic burn. I forced my eyes down, focusing on the cold marble, counting the beats of my own heart to keep from shattering. Then, the shadows deepened. The usher, a clockwork nightmare of mithril and spider limbs, glided through the room. It moved with the detached indifference of a janitor clearing away trash. It didn't acknowledge the mouths or the writhing slugs. It only sought the stillness of the dead. We scrambled into a ventilation duct, the metal scraping against my skin, our breath hitching as the usher's mechanical legs clattered past our hiding spot. It dragged away a body, the sound of flesh against cold marble echoing like a tolling bell. Sahian, huddled in the dark beside me, whispered a question that cut through the silence with chilling, detached logic. "Do you think even the corpses have value?" His voice was a reminder of the darkness inherent in him, a viper's curiosity that ignored the sanctity of life in favor of cold, functional speculation. I stared into the dark, my mind a riot of suppressed nausea. I knew the truth, that everything from the cortex to the spine was merely inventory in this grand collection. But to speak it aloud was to invite the madness to take hold. I remained silent, watching the usher's shadow dance across the vent cover. My exhaustion was a physical weight, a leaden numbness spreading through my limbs. I was here to map the exit, not to mourn the collection. Yet, as the usher's grinding sound faded into the deep, dark veins of the mansion, I realized with a jarring clarity that we were no longer just explorers. We were being cataloged. I checked my watch. The hour was ticking down. The free time was ending, and the house was beginning to tally the cost of our presence. I looked at the dark tunnel ahead, leading deeper into the bowels of the mansion. And for the first time, I wondered if the exit wasn't at the end of the hall, but somewhere in the silence between the heartbeats of the house. The usher's mechanical tread eventually faded, leaving the first-floor exhibition hall in a state of suspended, suffocating silence. From the shadows, the masks emerged, white, porcelain, and terrified, the signature faces of the field exploration team. We were all intruders in a gallery that had long ago decided we were merely inventory. Beck Sahian, my reluctant shadow, hovered at my shoulder. His pragmatism was as sharp as a scalpel, and just as cold. He looked at the gathered group not as comrades, but as a strategic resource. "We need bait," he murmured, his voice a dry rasp beneath his goat mask. I didn't argue. In this place, hope was a dangerous luxury, and morality was a weight that pulled you under. But then, a figure darted from behind a velvet sofa, and the world seemed to tilt. Goyan Joan. I remembered her as the medical school dropout with a mind like a razor, now shivering in a mask that couldn't hide the sudden, jagged fracture in her composure. She wasn't just terrified, she was hollowed out. As she pulled back her hair to reveal the raw, stitched scar where her ear had been, the clinical horror of the manner became undeniable. They had harvested her, a clean, surgical extraction in exchange for her continued presence in their exhibition. She wore their rental technology like a brand, a permanent reminder that in this house, you don't just visit, You pay, and you keep paying until there's nothing left to take. It didn't hurt, she whispered, her voice carrying a strange, unnatural clarity. It was so strange. I felt a surge of cold, protective anger. She was a victim of a process that saw human biology as spare parts. Yet she was still standing, still thinking. It was a miracle of endurance that made the cold-blooded pragmatism of the man standing beside me feel even more grotesque. "We have to move," Sahian interrupted, his voice dripping with an impatient, viper-like dismissiveness. He didn't care about the ear she had lost. He cared about the time we were wasting. Go Yeon-joon recoiled at the sight of him, her eyes narrowing behind her mask. "You're traveling with him?" she asked, her tone heavy with a mix of suspicion and genuine concern. "He's useful," I replied, a lie that tasted like ash. As the three of us drifted through the corridors, the mansion began to pulse. We weren't just walking, we were being guided. At the end of a long, brass-lit hallway, the stairs to the basement appeared, a spiraling maw of iron and shadow that whispered of the 7,221 floors waiting below. The air grew colder, the scent of antiseptic giving way to the smell of damp earth and something sweet, like rotting lilies. We were stepping off the map, leaving the safe ground floor for the deep, sunless architecture of the basement. "Is this the way?" Yeon-joon asked, her voice barely a breath. I looked at the staircase, then at the two people I had inadvertently dragged into this descent. The viper who would sacrifice anyone to live, and the lamb who had already paid the price of admission. We were a broken, jagged little trio, descending into the belly of a beast that didn't just want our lives. It wanted our attention. I took the first step, and the stairs groaned beneath my weight, a heavy, metallic sound that echoed down, down, and down into the infinite dark. As we descended, the light above began to flicker, growing weaker with every inch we moved away from the world we knew. We were no longer just guests. We were part of the collection, and the usher was waiting at the bottom. The descent into the first basement level was not merely a transition between floors. It was a passage into a different anatomy of the mansion. The air grew dense, tasting of ozone and ancient, pressed dust. While the upper floors shimmered with a deceptive, brassy elegance, the basement breathed with the heavy, cold bronze of an older, more cynical design. Beyond the double doors lay not a corridor of horrors, but a lounge. It was a space of incongruous comfort, furnished with plush, moth-eaten velvet armchairs and a fireplace that burned with a heatless, flickering light. For a moment, the silence was almost deafening, a stark, uncanny contrast to the mechanical wailing of the floors above. Go Yeon-joon stood in the center of the room, her hand hovering near her bandaged ear, looking as though she might collapse from the sheer cognitive dissonance of finding a sanctuary in the heart of Slaughterhouse. Beside her, Sahian remained a silent observer, his goat mask tilted in a posture of predatory curiosity. He was waiting. He wanted to see the man who navigated nightmares as if they were corporate policy, the man who treated the impossible as a mundane logistical hurdle. I didn't care about their stares. I had a task. I reached into my bag and pulled out the box. The Cheerful Research Institute logo, a bright, yellow, smiley face, looked utterly grotesque in the dim, bronze light. Inside was the kit. It was not a craft project. It was a lifeline. Sahian watched as I laid out a sheet of black paper, the texture rough beneath my fingers. I began to sketch, not with a stylus or a pen, but with a thick, waxen crayon that bled a faint, metallic scent onto the surface. My hands were steady, though I had never performed this specific ritual before. The instructions, scrawled in a deep, viscous red, were a testament to the fact that in this company, items were simply tools that hadn't yet been classified as catastrophes. "Is that darkness?" Sahian asked, his voice low. "It's a utility," I replied, my focus narrowing to the lines I was drawing. Portable, stable, and entirely indifferent to the moral fabric of the universe. Yeon-joon watched, her breath hitching. She was a woman who had seen the inside of a medical textbook, yet the geometry I was tracing on the floor defied everything she understood about physics. It was a flat, two-dimensional projection of a light source, a candle captured in a state of potentiality. Around the drawing, I placed the cards. They were thin, cold, and seemed to vibrate against the floorboards. The attribute. I murmured to the air, my eyes tracking the symbols etched into the cardstock. Everything here has a price, and everything has an affinity. I looked up at them. The lounge was quiet, but the mansion was listening. The walls seemed to draw closer, the shadows in the corners of the room lengthening, coiling around the fireplace like snakes. We were sitting in the middle of a trap, performing a ritual to forge a key out of wax and intent. Jan Joan reached out, her fingers trembling near the edge of the paper. She was scared, but behind the fear, there was a desperate, burning hunger for the exit. She was realizing that the hierarchy of our company, the internal politics, and the petty grievances were nothing compared to the cold reality of the void beneath our feet. I held the crayon poised above the paper. The candle was nearly complete, a flat, dark shape that seemed to drink the light from the room. If we get this wrong, I whispered, the weight of the mansion pressing down on us, we don't just lose our eyes. I pressed the crayon down, marking the final line. A sudden, sharp draft snuffed the warmth from the fireplace, and the room plunged into an absolute, shivering dark. The air in the basement lounge had turned brittle, charged with the ozone of a ritual gone wrong. We had burned the cards, those silent, papery arbiters of our fate, and forged an item from the resulting ash. It sat in my pocket now, a folded slip of potentiality that felt unervingly warm, like a small, trapped bird. But the mansion had no interest in our amateur alchemy. The heavy, grinding cadence of the usher machine echoed from the hallway, a rhythmic destruction that shattered the relative peace of the lounge. It did not hunt like a predator. It hunted like a clockwork inevitability. We ran. We sprinted through the bronze-lit corridors, the soles of our shoes slapping against the floor in a desperate, uneven tempo. Beside me, Bek Sahian was a man possessed by the singular, manic instinct to survive. He reached for my satchel, his fingers clawing at the fabric, demanding I sacrifice the candle to the machine, a desperate, foolish bid to bribe a god with a toy. It doesn't want your trinkets. I roared, the sound swallowed by the cavernous ceiling. It wants us. The transition from the hall to the next exhibition room was abrupt. We didn't enter, we were swallowed. I skidded to a halt, my breath hitching in my throat as the world tilted. We weren't in a hallway anymore. We were in the center of a celestial nightmare. The walls were not walls. They were a vast, infinite dark, pinned with thousands of glowing, blinking circles. Human eyes. They were everywhere. Thousands upon thousands of them, harvested from generations of visitors, set into the black stone like jewels in a cosmic crown. They didn't blink in unison. They shifted, darted, and focused, collective, unblinking surveillance that turned the room into a theater of voyeurism. The usher's heavy, metallic footsteps slowed as it entered behind us, the gas lamp glow of its eyes casting long, skeletal shadows across the rows of staring, disembodied gazes. We were trapped in a dead end, a cul-de-sac of glass and nerves. Braun, the plush rabbit in my pocket, chuckled, a soft stitch sound that sent a jolt of ice through my marrow. He reminded me, with sickening, breezy lightness, that I held the keys to the kingdom. I could go dark. I could vanish. I could leave Sahian and Jan Joan to the usher's needles and walk out of this hell without so much as a smudge on my conscience. Sahian was hyperventilating, his one good eye wide with the realization that he was officially at the bottom of the food chain. Jan Joan stood frozen, her hand pressed against the scar where her ear used to be, staring at the wall of eyes as if she could see her own reflection in one of them. The usher moved closer, its arachnid legs twitching with a precise, clinical hunger. I looked at the candle in my pocket, then at the wall of harvest. A choice hung in the air, heavy and sharp as a guillotine blade. To burn the candle and trust in a ritual of ash and ink, or to let the house take what it wanted from those who had failed to keep up. The machine stepped into the light of the eyes. Its needle-tipped appendages began to unfurl, reaching out for the nearest soul. I reached into my pocket, my fingers curling around the folded paper. One move, and the lights would go out forever. One move, and I would be alone in the dark. I looked at them. Then I looked at the usher. "Braun," I whispered, the word barely a tremor in the suffocating silence. "Let's see if this candle has any fire left in it." The mansion was a master of grand, hollow gestures. It offered us a lounge of velvet and warmth, only to ensure the fireplace burned with the cold light of a gas lamp. The machine, the usher, was an architectural nightmare of grafted steel and predatory intent, a Spider-Woman construct that walked on needles, its joints popping with the sound of snapping bone. It did not hunt with rage. It hunted with the chilling efficiency of a bookkeeper settling a debt. When a machine turned its gas lamp eyes toward Goyan Joan, I saw the fracture. The trauma of her previous harvest, that stitched, silent scar where her ear had been, surged back, paralyzing her. I didn't think, I pushed. I shoved Sahin toward the exit, his pragmatism finally failing him as he broke into a frantic, stumbling sprint, followed closely by a pale, breathless Yanjon. I was left alone. The machine stood before me, its 8 limbs twitching in a rhythmic, discordant dance. It was no longer a horror. It was a bureaucracy. I was the client, and my debt was overdue. "Good day," I murmured, my voice a steady, artificial calm that felt alien in my own throat. The machine emitted a sound like grinding teeth and radio static. It had no heart, only an assigned zone and a protocol. I didn't ask for mercy. I asked for information. I queried it about the flow of visitors, the hierarchy of the house, and the geography of the descent. With each answer, the machine's needle limbs twitched, a nod or a shake, a binary code of death. I learned the truth. The basement was not the bottom. It was a holding pattern. The exits were hidden somewhere in the 7 floors of the ground level, waiting to be claimed by those who hadn't yet been fully cataloged into the collection. The relief of the knowledge was sharp, but the cost was immediate. The machine raised a limb. A surgical, serrated needle tore my eye. I looked at the walls, at the thousands of eyes watching me from the black stone, and I felt the abyss of my own cowardice yawning wide. I was an explorer, a collector of facts, a man who had built a life on calculated risks. Yet as the needle drew closer, my body betrayed me. My hands trembled. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. I was not trying to be a hero. I was trying to prove I was more than the sum of my parts. Then the static changed. The machine froze, its needles hovering an inch from my pupil, and then it jerked away, recalibrating. A second sound, a high-pitched metallic shriek, cut through the room. Another usher was approaching, its path intersecting with this one in a way that defied the mansion's rigid, programmed architecture. 2 machines, a glitch in the system. I braced myself, my vision blurring. If one didn't take my eyes, the other certainly would. I squeezed them shut, waiting for the cold sting of steel. But the silence didn't break with a scream. It broke with a soft, frantic gasp. Phew, that was close. I opened my eyes. The spider limbs had fallen away, and standing before me was not a monster of mithril, but a man in a badger mask, his face glistening with the slick, oily sheen of absolute terror. Supervisor Park Min-seong. He stood there, grinning, a man who had narrowly cheated the house of its fee. But as I looked past him, I saw the real horror. The machines weren't just recalibrating. They were communicating. And they weren't looking for visitors anymore. They were hunting us as a collective. The transition from the basement's bronze claustrophobia back to the first floor's gilded corridors felt like returning to a waking dream. Behind me, Supervisor Park Min-seong moved with the quiet, unnatural grace of a man who had made a career out of wearing the skin of monsters. He had walked through the machine-haunted halls masquerading as one of them, a piece of industrial theater that had quite literally saved my eyes. I followed him, my pulse still stuttering in the aftermath of the encounter. We moved through the golden haze of the upper floors, ignoring the symphony of carnage that echoed from the shadows. Screams were the wallpaper of this place, a constant, abrasive background noise that one learned to tune out or perish. "Don't look back," Park whispered. It was a command, but it held the weight of a prayer. I didn't. I kept my eyes fixed on the back of his neck, focusing on the rhythmic, steady click of his boots. He was a man with a dying relative in a hospital ward somewhere beyond the reach of this nightmare, a motivation that burned with a quiet, terrifying intensity. It was the kind of resolve that allowed a person to walk through a slaughterhouse without flinching. We reached the wall that Goyan Joan had fruitlessly hammered against hours earlier. To the uninitiated, it was a sealed window, an impossible barrier. But Park merely tapped the glass, and the structure shuddered. It didn't break, it yielded. The window descended into the floor with a soft, mechanical hiss, revealing it to be nothing more than a trick of perspective, a terrace door masquerading as an architectural impossibility. Beyond lay a small, hexagonal terrace suspended in a void. A thick, opaque fog pressed against the railing, obscuring the world beyond the manor like a cataract over a dead eye. Standing in the gloom were the silhouettes I had almost forgotten. Assistant Manager Unhage and the squad leader, the lizard, whose eyes held the same stillness as a predator watching a storm. "I knew you'd make it," Hage said, her voice a cool balm in the feverish heat of the manor. The reunion was sparse, devoid of warmth but thick with the grim necessity of survival. I looked at the lizard, whose slit pupils seemed to take in the entirety of the terrace, the fog, and the secret door. There was no joy in our meeting, only the acknowledgement of a completed ledger. We were whole for the moment. The plan they laid out was madness, a desperate, thin-blooded ambition. "We tie a rope to the railings," the lizard stated, the words clipped and devoid of hesitation. "We explore the outer walls." I looked out into the dense, swirling black fog. There was no ground, no sky, only the infinite, shifting masonry of a house that refused to exist in the real world. To climb the exterior of a structure that spanned 7,000 floors into the earth and 7 into the stars was to invite the abyss to stare back. But as I looked at the rope, a crude, braided length of nylon coiled on the terrace table, I felt a strange, cold comfort. It was a tangible, human solution to an inhuman problem. We were going to hang ourselves from the skin of a god, dangling over a darkness that didn't know we were there. It was the most honest plan I had heard all day, and as I reached for the rope, I realized the mansion was already waiting for us to slip. The terrace hung in a void of stifling, suffocating fog, a small island of sanity suspended above a sea of endless masonry. Above us, the mansion groaned with the weight of 7,000 subterranean levels, its architecture twisting in the dark like the anatomy of a dying god. Assistant Manager Unhage's words had been a cold, surgical strike to my remaining optimism. The rookies, the people I had just spent precious minutes hunting through the labyrinth, were not partners in their eyes. They were company expenses, line items in a budget of suffering. To the higher-ups, this place was not a prison. It was a resource site, and we were nothing more than the expendable, frantic flies buzzing around the honey. I looked at my team, huddled on the terrace. Beck Sahian, the man who would trade a soul for a second of oxygen, and Goyan Joan, whose trauma was still etched into the raw, stitched skin of her ear. I had pulled them from the depths with a lie, a fabricated tale of a miraculous escape tool that supposedly held the power to shatter the mansion's grip. I handed the candle paper to Yan Joan. It felt like passing a lit fuse. She understood the weight of the deception, her eyes darting between me and the cold, unyielding faces of my superiors. "Explain your item," Chief Lizard said. His voice was not a request. It was a rhythmic pulse of authority that cut through the fog. The rope was already tied to the railing, a slender, nylon thread hanging down into the abyss. I stepped forward, the air thinning around us. The candle, folded in Yan Joan's pocket, was my only shield against the reality they refused to see. "It deceives," I said, my voice steady, though my heart beat against my ribs like a trapped moth. The ushers, the entire sensory network of this gallery. It does not just cloak our presence, it redefines our narrative to the machines. Chief Lizard paused, his fingers stilling on the rope. The silence that followed was absolute, filled only by the distant, grinding heartbeat of the mansion's gears. The fog swirled against the terrace, hungry and cold, as if the mansion itself were leaning in to hear the lie. Deception is a dangerous word in this sector, Hage murmured, a thin, jagged smile touching her lips. It is the only word that matters, I replied, pointing toward the dark, swirling void below. Because if we climb down that rope, we are stepping into the throat of the machine. And the only way to walk through a god's digestive tract is to convince it that we are already part of the machinery. The chief stared at me, his eyes searching for the fracture, the desperation, the telltale sign of a man unraveling. But I didn't flinch. I had spent hours dissecting the logic of this horror, and I had learned the one rule that the company ignored. Even a god can be tricked if you tell it the right story. A low, mechanical hum began to vibrate through the terrace floor, a warning, or perhaps a greeting. The machines had finished their sweep. They were coming for the terrace. We have two choices, I whispered, the wind whipping the rope against the railing with the sound of a cracking bone. We can hang here and wait to be harvested, or we can light the candle and step off the edge. The chief looked at the abyss, then at the candle paper in Jan Jones' pocket. The rope, that thin, pathetic lifeline, swung violently in the rising gale. And then, from the depths of the fog, the first of the spider limbs breached the light. The transition from the terrace to the hallway was not a walk, but a leap of faith into a theater of the absurd. I had crafted the candle with intent and calculation, but when I held the lighter to the wick, it remained stubbornly, mocking cold. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. I was not a modern earthling. My history, my presence here, was a foreign contamination that the item refused to acknowledge. The candle demanded a soul that belonged to this world, one untainted by the existential displacement I carried within. I passed it to Goyan Joan. Her hands were shaking, a brittle fragility that betrayed her terror. But as the flame caught, the wick didn't just burn. It exhaled light. Pale, rhythmic pulses of violet luminescence bled from the wax, and words began to crawl across the body of the candle like glowing ants. Honor, interference, deceit. The flame broke free, forming a hovering, spectral orb that cast a spotlight around Jan Joan. It was a shroud of false dignity. We were no longer intruders. We were procession. Don't look back, I whispered, the words barely audible beneath the sudden, oppressive silence of the fourth floor. Don't stare at the light. It feeds on the mind as surely as the mansion feeds on the flesh. We moved as a trio of ghosts. Jan Joan led, the candle's light wrapping her in a thin, shimmering membrane of artificial nobility. Behind her, Sahian and I walked in her shadow, our very presence erased by the deception she projected. We were the retinue of a patron who had paid the full, gruesome price of entry. The fourth floor was a tomb of brass and clockwork. Ahead, the usher waited. It was a towering, arachnid monument of needles and gaslight, poised to harvest the next set of eyes. As we drew closer, the tension in the air became a physical weight. Jan Joan's steps were rhythmic, deliberate, the steps of someone who belonged to the elite class of survivors. I watched the machine. Its multi-jointed legs began to rise, its needle limbs sharpening in the air, a predatory reflex triggered by our movement. Then, the miracle. The machine stopped. It did not strike. Instead, those 8 needle-sharp limbs retracted, folding against its thorax with a sound like a closing vault. It lowered its head, and the gas lamps, those yellow, jaundiced eyes, softened, casting a warm, subservient glow at Jan Joan's feet. It was bowing. The candle's blessing was absolute. In the eyes of the machine, we were no longer cattle. We were royalty, the honored patrons whose eyes were too valuable to be taken. Keep moving, Sahian hissed, his voice tight with a mix of awe and lingering paranoia. We walked past the usher, so close I could hear the metallic friction of its gears spinning in confusion. It stood like a silent guard, honoring the shadow we cast. I looked at the back of Jan Joan's head. She was carrying our salvation like a fragile, flaming heart. But I knew the truth that she couldn't see. We weren't just deceiving the machine. By accepting the blessing, we were becoming part of the exhibition. The more we acted the part of the honored guest, the more the mansion began to weave us into its narrative. We were nearing the fourth-floor exit, but as the shadows of the hallway stretched out to meet us, I realized something truly terrifying. The machine wasn't bowing to Yan because it was fooled. It was bowing because it recognized that, in this hall of mirrors, we were finally becoming exactly what the mansion wanted. We were the headliners of the next act. And the audience, the thousands of eyes in the walls, had finally stopped blinking. The candle flickered, a pale violet heartbeat in the suffocating brass halls of the manor. We were ghosts in the machine, moving through the fourth, then the third floor, our path a calculated dance of interrogation and avoidance. Each usher we encountered became a silent sentinel, bowing to the borrowed nobility of the flame Yan carried. We were masters of this space, shielded by a deception so fragile that a single tremor could shatter it into 1,000 shards of jagged glass. Then the hallway broke, not with the mechanical grinding of an usher, but with the wet, desperate sound of a dying animal. A hand, fingers raw and trembling, clutched at Yan's pant leg. It was the R-Squad leader, a man whose authority had been stripped away by the manor's insatiable appetite. His eyes were gone, replaced by cold, telescopic lenses that whirred in their sockets, scanning us not as colleagues, but as a potential rescue. He was a broken thing, a creature of ego and desperation, clutching at the hem of his former subordinate. The contrast was visceral. The professional arrogance of a section chief reduced to a groveling parasite, promising equipment and status in exchange for a seat in our sanctuary. "I did what I could," he shrieked, his voice cracking like dry parchment. "Humans should act humanely. Don't you dare leave me behind." He was a man who had bartered his humanity for a few extra minutes of breath, and now he was demanding it back from the woman he had abandoned to the needles. The air in the hallway turned sharp. Beside me, Sahian didn't hesitate. He was a creature of singular focus, and a leader was an obstacle, a loud, screeching liability that threatened to draw every machine within earshot. There was a sickening thud, a flash of motion, and then the sickening quiet of a man losing consciousness. I stood there, my hand still hidden within my glove, the third hand I had summoned still shimmering with the residual energy of the strike. I hadn't meant to participate, but in this place, the reflex to silence the noise was stronger than the urge to offer mercy. "Just take his head," Sahian muttered, his tone as casual as if we were discarding trash. "Spare payments. Insurance. It's the logical choice." I looked at Yan. She was trembling, the candle flame dancing violently in her grip. She was a woman who had seen the worst of us, the betrayal of her superiors, the cold pragmatism of her peers. Yet she reached out, not to kill, but to push. With a sharp, sudden kick, she shoved the broken man into the shadowed recess of a nearby sofa. "Let's go," she whispered, her voice stripped of everything but the cold, hard drive to survive. As we descended, the leader's unconscious body faded into the gloom behind us, a forgotten chapter in a story that was rapidly reaching its crescendo. Sahian fell into a brooding silence, and for once, the viper didn't strike. Perhaps even he recognized the threshold we had crossed. The exit was close. I could feel the change in the air, the faint, metallic scent of ozone shifting into the crisp, biting cold of an external world. But as we reached the landing for the second floor, I caught a glimpse of our reflection in a decorative mirror. 3 figures bathed in violet light, walking in perfect, terrifying synchronization with the monsters we were supposedly avoiding. The candle's light was dying, and the masquerade was wearing thin. We were running out of time, and the mansion, having tasted our capacity for cruelty, was starting to look at us not as guests, but as new additions to the collection. The descent and ascent through the mansion had become a recurring nightmare, a rhythm of brass and bronze that mocked our exhaustion. We were caught in a loop of circular logic, chasing an exit that insisted on playing hide-and-seek with the laws of architecture. The machines, those silent, multi-limbed bureaucrats of the afterlife, provided answers that didn't just conflict, they erased one another. Up, down, around again. We stood on the threshold of the first floor, our breath hitching in the stale, metallic air. Goyan Joan, her face pale as a death mask, held the violet-burning candle with a grip so tight her knuckles shone like bleached bone. The light was our only tether to sanity, a sputtering promise of safety in a gallery that had long ago decided we were merely inventory. "It's a contradiction," Yan Joan whispered, her voice a fragile, frayed wire. "They all point to the other side. They're leading us in circles." I looked at the usher machine looming in the corner, a statue of needles and cold gaslight. It watched us with an indifference that was more terrifying than any malice. My mind raced, stripping away the layers of fear to look at the structure itself. We were looking for a door, a threshold, a sign. But perhaps the mansion wasn't built to be escaped. Perhaps it was built to be read. Sahian, usually the most cynical of our fractured trio, looked at me with a gaze that held a flicker of something close to genuine hope. "Braun," he muttered, his eyes drifting to the bulge in my pocket where the plush rabbit hid. "What does the lunatic's plaything say?" I didn't answer him directly. I looked past the machines, past the rows of harvested eyes that lined the walls like mocking stars, and thought about the window that wasn't a window, the terrace that existed in the fog. "We've been looking for an exit in the architecture," I said, my voice cutting through the heavy silence. "We've been treating this place like a physical building. But it's a catalog, a collection of exhibitions." I began to walk, my steps echoing against the floorboards with an authority that surprised even me. The contradictions weren't mistakes. They were instructions. If the basement pointed up and the ground floor pointed down, the exit wasn't at the beginning or the end of the line. It was the point where the line folded in on itself. "We stop looking for an exit on the floors," I commanded. "We go to the top." "The top." Yan Joan's voice trembled. "That's 7 floors of climbing. We'll burn out the candle. Then we burn it," I replied, a sharp, dark humor touching my lips. "If we're going to be harvested, let's at least make the house work for it." We turned back to the stairs. The transition from the first floor to the second was a slog of iron and shadow, the air growing thinner, colder, charged with the static of 1,000 stored memories. We were climbing toward the ceiling of our own private hell. The usher machines watched us go, their needles twitching, their gas lamps dimming as we ascended, as if they knew exactly where we were going and were merely waiting for the grand finale. As we stepped onto the final flight, the candle's flame pulsed, turning from a soft violet to a deep, bruising indigo. The silence of the mansion deepened, losing its metallic grit and becoming something else, something vast, empty, and waiting. We weren't just climbing stairs anymore. We were walking up the spine of the beast, toward a door that I suspected had been standing in front of us the entire time, hidden by the simple human inability to look up. "Keep the light steady," I warned, my hand brushing against the cold, unyielding stone of the wall. Above us, there was no sound, only the suffocating, heavy anticipation of a secret waiting to be unmade. The spiral staircase stretched into the darkness like the throat of a leviathan, winding through levels that had long since forgotten the touch of sunlight. We had ascended to the very top, counting each step with a precision born of desperation, only to find a mathematical impossibility waiting for us at the peak. 6 floors. The mansion, by all standard logic, refused to acknowledge the 7th. The air grew heavy with the weight of cultural dissonance, a ghost story written in a mismatch of architectural pride. I realized then that the 7th floor was not a location. It was a conceptual error. In a world of ground-level zeros and subterranean depths, we had been playing by the wrong rules. The exit wasn't at the top of the tower. It was at the origin point. We were looking for the 0. We descended with the feverish intensity of the doomed, navigating the geometry of the house until the bronze transition gave way to something cold, clinical, and silver. A lobby, stripped of the grotesque displays and the harvesting needles. It was the Zero F, and there, bathed in an ethereal, blinding luminescence that smelled faintly of ozone and freedom, was the main entrance. A stained glass door. The final threshold. We found it. Goyan Joan breathed, the words heavy with the shock of survival. It's really here. Beck Sahian, his composure finally fracturing under the sheer proximity of liberty, bolted toward the door, his movements erratic and hungry. But he stopped. The cowardice that had defined his journey finally caught up to him. He stood before the light, unable to take that final step into the unknown. He backed away, his gaze darting toward us, waiting for a fool to test the waters first. I ignored him, my mind already drifting back to the terrace, to the superiors who had played their part in this grand, lethal charade. We couldn't leave them. Or perhaps we simply couldn't risk the power vacuum that leaving them behind might create. Then the weight in my pocket shifted. Braun, the plush rabbit, usually content to be a silent, stitched witness to my descent into madness, began to pulse. I pulled him out. He didn't speak with a voice, but with a sudden, resonant vibration that shattered the stillness of the lobby. A dull snap, like the sound of a bone breaking or a seal being undone, echoed from his tiny, felt hands. My chest tightened. The space within my lungs felt vast, unlocked, as if a long-dormant instrument had finally been tuned. In my show, no guest needs to raise their voice. A phantom cadence hummed in the back of my mind. Braun's new gift was a megaphone of the soul. My voice, when I spoke, would not be a mere sound. It would be a broadcast. Every word, every syllable would resonate through the metallic bones of the mansion, reaching every corner of this floor, every hidden terrace, every listening ear. Wait a moment, I murmured, the resonance in my chest humming a warning. I looked at the silver lobby, then at the stained glass door that promised an exit I wasn't entirely sure existed. I had the power to call them, to summon my superiors, to gather the team, to announce our presence to every usher machine currently prowling the halls. I stood in the center of the silver lobby, the last of the candles' violet light casting long, jagged shadows against the door. I had the voice of a god now, but in a place that treated humans like flies, screaming for an audience was a dangerous gamble. I took a breath, the resonance building within me, and prepared to speak, not just to the terrace, but to the house itself. The terrace was a purgatory of stagnant air and frayed nerves. Supervisor Park Min-seong sat hunched against the sofa, his eyes tracking the dust motes dancing in the gloom, while assistant manager Eun Hage picked through a map that had become little more than a record of their own disorientation. Every minute that ticked by felt like a physical weight pressing down on the silence of the room. We were waiting for a ghost, or perhaps a miracle. The sound of footsteps that would signal that the rookie, the one who walked into the jaws of the machine and laughed, had returned. Then the mansion itself spoke. It wasn't a sound that traveled through the air. It was a vibration that seemed to erupt from the walls, the floor, and the very marrow of our bones. It was a voice, crisp, commanding, and impossible. It was Kim Soleum. He was articulating the secret geography of our prison, detailing the path to the zero floor, the silver lobby, the stained glass gate. Park leapt to his feet, his exhaustion replaced by a jolting, electric shock of hope. Beside him, Hage stood in synchronized shock. The instructions were too precise, too clinical to be a mere hallucination. But the uncanny nature of the broadcast hung in the air like a blade. Was this the man, or was this the mansion, mimicking our own rescue to lure us into a more elaborate trap? In the lobby of the Zero F, the source of the broadcast stood breathless. I had pushed my voice through the halls, a feat made possible by the strange, resonant hollow that Braun had carved into my chest. The effort had left me hollowed out, my vocal cords throbbing with the residual echo of 1,000 phantom listeners. I had broadcasted the path to every soul trapped in this web of brass and blood. You mean you can do that? Yeon-joon had whispered, her eyes wide with a mix of terror and sudden, blinding resolve. Then we have to save as many as we can. She was a medical soul, inherently wired to prioritize the triage of the dying over the profit of the living. I had followed her lead, turning my own survival into a public service announcement. But not everyone shared the sentiment. Why are you wasting points? Beck Sahian's voice was a jagged intrusion, a reminder that even in the face of salvation, there were those who only understood the mathematics of greed. He stood beside me, his lip curled in a sneer of pure, unfiltered sociopathy. To him, every life saved was a drain on the ledger, a dilution of the reward. Do you even have a conscience? I murmured, though the question felt rhetorical. In a world where your eyes could be traded for an hour of extra life, conscience was a luxury item. Jan Jones stared at me, her expression dazed, her hand drifting to the side of her head. The resonance of the broadcast had been so powerful, so intimate, that it felt as if it had scraped against the very fabric of our senses. She looked as though she had been touched by something she couldn't quite name. Wait, she stammered, her voice thin and fading. Did you just call me? My hearing, it's going. I looked at her, then back at the stained glass door that shimmered in the silver light. The broadcast had ended, and the mansion was falling back into its heavy, expectant silence. But the resonance in my chest didn't stop. It began to hum again, lower, deeper, and far more hungry. The mansion had heard me. It had allowed me to use its own voice to guide the others. And as the first sounds of hurried, frantic footsteps began to echo up the spiral staircase, I realized the trap wasn't the path. The trap was the assembly. The mansion wasn't losing its stock. It was simply gathering us all in one place, ready to close the door for the final time. The candle's violet light was a fragile, bleeding wound in the encroaching dark. Beside me, Go Yan Jones stumbled, her steps losing their rhythmic grace as the world muted itself into a terrifying, hollow silence. She couldn't hear the hum of the machines or the ragged, frantic breath of her companions. The hearing aid, that stitched, rented prosthetic of hers, was dead. She was navigating a slaughterhouse through instinct alone, clutching the waxen talisman of our survival, as if it were a rosary. We were inches from the end, drifting through the brass-toned halls of the first floor, when the architecture itself decided to betray us. It was a mundane cruelty, a forgotten trinket rolling from the cold, stiff fingers of a corpse being dragged by a machine. Jan Jones' foot caught on the item, and for a heartbeat, gravity claimed her. The candle spiraled into the air, a dying star, and the illusion of our nobility shattered. The machine didn't hesitate. It dropped its burden, its arachnid joints snapping into a lethal configuration. It wasn't merely hunting us now. It was correcting a breach in protocol. A needle, sharp as a whisper and twice as cold, whistled through the air, aimed with the precision of a jeweler. Then, the world blurred. A metallic clang, so violent it sent vibrations through the floorboards, erased the needle from existence. Section Chief Lee Jahian stood before us, a silhouette of impossible force, clutching the terrace door's iron handle like a weapon. He had struck the machine with the brute authority of a man who refused to be audited. But as the machine's needle snapped, leaving a jagged edge embedded in the wall, I felt a cold dread sink into my stomach. He had committed the ultimate transgression, property damage. The mansion didn't just scream, it curdled. The gears behind the walls began to shriek, a sound like grinding teeth that heralded the arrival of every harvester in the zone. Run! I didn't have to shout. The panic in the air was contagious. We became a frantic, desperate blur of limbs, sprinting through a gauntlet of closing needles and shifting iron. My arm tore against a passing blade, a hot, searing lightning bolt of pain, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. I was looking for the silver, for the lobby, for the zero floor that existed outside the mansion's broken math. The corridor was suddenly crowded. The broadcast, the resonance I had unleashed through brawn, had worked perhaps too well. Dozens of trapped explorers, drawn by the scent of a way out, were flooding the halls. The machines, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of unpaid variables, spasmed in a recursive loop of target acquisition. They were confused, their predatory logic splintering under the weight of too many paths to calculate. We dove through the chaos, a jagged spearhead of desperate humanity. I saw the silver light of the lobby. I saw Unhage and Park Minseong, their faces pale, holding the great stained glass doors open like a portal to another life. I hit the threshold. I didn't walk through it. I collapsed into it. The transition was violent, a tearing of reality that left me gasping on the linoleum of a sterile, brightly lit hallway. The hum of industrial air conditioning, the smell of office coffee, the harsh, unforgiving glow of fluorescent tubes. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever experienced. I lay there, chest heaving, the metallic taste of adrenaline still coating my throat. People were rushing from the conference room, their voices a muffled, chaotic blur. I didn't care. I didn't care if they were executives, rescuers, or ghosts. I had reached the end of the script. As the edges of my vision began to darken into a well-earned, blissful unconsciousness, a notification flickered in the corner of my mind, a cold, digital intrusion into my exhaustion. Dark Exploration Records' real merch box, new merch unlocked. I let out a ragged, hysterical laugh, and then the world went black. The conference room was a theater of the absurd, a place where ambition often outpaced sanity. Outside, the world was cooling from the heat of the latest mission, but inside, the air was thick with the scent of stale coffee and the frantic, nervous energy of people who had gambled with lives and were now trying to justify the math. 17 survivors. Then 20. The numbers didn't just break the curve, they shattered the mold. In the corridors of corporate power, success was rarely a cause for pure, unadulterated joy. It was a problem to be categorized. The initial, frantic pulse of hope, the dream that we had somehow cracked an A-grade resource site, had evaporated the moment the sample data came back. B-class. The realization moved through the room like a cold draft, turning the exhilaration of survival into a collective, shallow sigh of disappointment. They were disappointed. They had wanted a gold mine, and instead, they had found a miracle. Kwok Jae-kong, a man whose mind lived in the fascinating, sterile world of anomalies, watched them with a detached, sardonic hunger. He alone understood the weight of the anomaly. A sub-2% survival rate in a B-class zone, yet a swarm of employees had walked out of the darkness breathing. It wasn't just impressive, it was an impossibility. It was a breach in the natural order. But to the suits in the room, it was just a failed investment. They were busy measuring the success not by the breath in our lungs, but by the grade of the essence we harvested. It was a special kind of corporate blindness. Then the narrative shifted. A shadow entered the room, an emissary from Director Ho's inner circle. The conversation didn't center on the resource grade anymore, but on the disruption. A broadcast, a method of escape transmitted through the very throat of the mansion. The strategy office shifted, their confidence wavering. There is nothing more dangerous in a corporation than an employee who demonstrates initiative that cannot be monetized or controlled. They spoke of reports and investigations, trying to bury the truth under a mountain of bureaucratic process. They were terrified that one of their own expendable cogs had dared to become a conductor. Meanwhile, 3 floors below the high-stakes theater of the strategy office, I was nursing a lukewarm coffee in the medical bay. My body felt like a collection of bruised parts held together by sheer stubbornness. The silence of the infirmary was a sanctuary, a stark contrast to the buzzing neon nightmare I had just crawled out of. Then came the voice, warm, slightly mocking, and entirely unexpected. Assistant manager Unhage stood over my cot, her eyes reflecting the fluorescent harshness of the room. She looked like she had just emerged from a storm, but her grin was as sharp as a razor. "Congratulations, Supervisor Kim." The title hung in the air, foreign and heavy. I blinked, the taste of clinical-grade antiseptic clinging to my tongue. "You're getting promoted," she continued, her voice dropping into a rhythmic, almost hypnotic cadence. "Fastest record in the history of the field exploration team." I looked up at her, the exhaustion pulling at my eyelids like lead weights. "A promotion." The company was going to pin a badge on me, give me a higher salary, and effectively own my soul with a slightly thicker gold chain. They weren't rewarding me for saving lives. They were branding a wild animal so they could point to it and say, "See, we tamed the darkness." But as she walked away, leaving me in the humming, sterile dark of the infirmary, I realized the game had only just begun. The strategy office was looking for an answer, and director hose people were looking for a pawn. I looked at the ceiling tiles, counting the patterns. I had walked out of the belly of the beast, but I had brought the echo of its voice back with me. And somewhere in the dark, the mansion wasn't finished with its performance yet. The cliffhanger wasn't the promotion. It was the fact that as I closed my eyes to sleep, I could still hear the whisper of the usher machines, ticking away in the silence of my own pulse. The promotion wasn't a reward. It was a net. In the sterile, humming halls of Daydream Incorporated, news traveled faster than the light of an usher machine's gas lamp. 2 months, 60 days of wading through the collective nightmares of humanity, and here I was being fast-tracked into a position that usually took years of bloodletting to achieve. Assistant manager Un Hage sat across from me, her grin wide and sharp, reflecting a genuine, intoxicating pride that made my modern, risk-averse heart sink. 26 people saved. The math was simple, the gratitude was visceral, and the corporate machine was already spinning the narrative to its own advantage. They were turning a survival story into a recruitment campaign, and I was the reluctant poster child. My phone was a vibrating weight in my pocket, an endless stream of congratulations that felt less like praise and more like anchors. I reached out to Jean Nasel, an elite from A Squad, hoping for some perspective, some shred of normalcy. Her response was a cold, pragmatic bucket of ice water. Not getting promoted would have been the anomaly, she'd said. You've attracted the gaze of the higher-ups. I leaned back in my chair, the leather creaking in the silence of the office. I was a protagonist in a world where the primary demographic was the deceased. I had cheated by reading the lore, by knowing the ending of the story before the first chapter had even finished. But as the corporate gears began to grind, turning me into a commodity, I realized the terrifying truth. The more elite I became, the more visible I was to the people and the entities who dissected everything that defied the norm. If they looked too closely at how a coward, a man who would rather hide in a terrace than fight a machine, had survived the impossible, they wouldn't just see a hero. They would see a glitch. And glitches in this company were routinely patched out. I stood up, the coffee in my hand, doing little to quell the rising chill in my blood. I needed to move. If I couldn't be invisible, I would have to be an icon. I would have to curate my own myth until it was so intimidating, so naturally exceptional, that no one would dare look for the fraud hidden underneath. I was going to build a mask so perfect it would become my skin. I wandered into the break room, the silence of the facility pressing in around me. Above my own reflection in the darkened window, a soft, pulsating notification shimmered, and Digital Ghost hovering in my peripheral vision. Dark Exploration Records' real merch box, new merch unlocked. I had earned it. The spoils of the exhibition. The quote-unquote reward for nearly losing my mind to a mansion of brass needles. I stared at the phantom interface, my fingers trembling slightly. Whatever was in that box, it was the next piece of the puzzle. It was a tool, a weapon, or perhaps another layer of the trap. I hesitated, the weight of the moment pressing down on me. I was no longer just an employee. I was a high-value asset in a company that thrived on human sacrifice. I tapped the interface. The box opened, and as the light bled from the screen into the dim break room, I realized that the nightmare of the mansion hadn't followed me home. It had invited itself into my career. The box sat in my hand, a relic of a nightmare I had barely escaped. It felt heavier than it looked, pulsing with a low-frequency hum that resonated against my palm. I peeled back the plastic, my skin prickling as the contents materialized. A small, silver shield, etched with the word charge in a script so elegant it felt like a signature. It was the Silver Heart, a badge of character. In the lore of the darkness, this was the mark of the altruist, a tool that transformed selfless action into tangible authority. It was a relic of a bygone era, a government-issue charm that once turned humble civilians into pillars of strength. Now, it was just another piece of corporate equipment in my pocket, a quiet anomaly that screamed of a morality I wasn't entirely sure I possessed. The irony wasn't lost on me. I was a survivor of a B-class hell, a man who had manipulated my way through a gallery of horrors, and the universe had decided to label me as a saint. But as I tucked the badge into my pocket, the air in the office shifted. The mundane hum of the break room dissolved into the high-stakes buzz of a company that viewed human lives as liquid assets. Assistant manager Un Hage found me with a grin that could cut glass. The bonus wasn't just a pat on the back, it was a payload. A regeneration potion, she whispered, leaning in as if sharing a state secret. C-grade. It doesn't just heal wounds, Soleum. It regrows the parts of you the mansion tried to keep. She spoke of severed limbs and lost eyes with a casual, terrifying intimacy. The language of a woman who had seen too many of her peers return home as incomplete fragments of themselves. A 10,000-point value, bottled in a glass vial that shimmered with the color of deep, mossy spring water. It was a miracle for the broken, a second chance for the harvested. I found myself back in the company of the ghosts I had dragged out of the fire. Go Yan-Joan and Baek Sahian. Yan-Joan sat in the sterile light of the waiting area, her hair falling over the space where her hearing had once been. The mansion had taken her sense of sound as a rental fee, and it had never given it back. She held her own potion, the glass vial catching the harsh office lights, turning the green liquid into a swirling, emerald vortex. She looked at me, not with eyes, but with a profound, aching intent. She read the movement of my lips, the cadence of a man who was still trying to understand the cost of his own survival. Well then, she mouthed, her voice a fragile, breathy ghost. I'll go ahead and try it right now. There was no hesitation. She didn't seek a doctor's blessing or a company sign-off. She simply uncorked the glass. The seal snapped with a sharp, final sound that echoed through the quiet room. She tipped the vial back, and the liquid, vibrant, unnatural, and promising, flowed into her. I watched, breath held, as the potion touched her tongue. For a second, the office went perfectly, terrifyingly silent, as if the building itself were waiting to see if a miracle would take hold, or if the mansion had left its mark too deep to be erased. The color flared in her cheeks, and the air around her began to shimmer with the scent of ozone and crushed leaves. But as her eyes widened, I saw the true weight of the gift. It wasn't just healing, it was a reset. And in this company, a reset usually meant they expected you to go back into the darkness, whole enough to be broken all over again. The emerald liquid of the regeneration potion was a vivid, sickeningly beautiful sight, shimmering like a promise of grace in a place that dealt only in trauma. As Go Yan-Joan downed the dose, the air in the room seemed to sharpen. I watched, fascinated and repulsed, as the impossible occurred, the jagged, empty spaces where her ears had been began to knit together. Flesh pulsed, rounded, and reformed, a grotesque miracle of cellular memory. She was whole again. The relief in her eyes was palpable, a bright, dangerous spark of newfound normalcy. But I looked at her and felt only a cold, creeping unease. We were being groomed. This was the corporate cycle. Break the employee, patch the employee, repeat until the employee becomes a permanent part of the inventory. Losing a piece of oneself, an eye, a limb, a sense, had become a mere technical glitch to be fixed by a C-grade refill. I wondered if, eventually, we would forget what it felt like to be fragile at all. I looked over at Baek Sahian, who sat nursing his own box like a man contemplating a suicide note. He still wore the emptiness where his eyes should have been, a hollow crater that spoke of a deficit he wasn't ready to settle. Mind your own business, he spat when Go Yan-Joan dared to suggest he heal. He was a jagged edge, a man refusing to be repaired by a company he clearly loathed. The conversation that followed felt like a hallucination. They were thanking me, calling me a hero, a savior. They saw altruism in what was, in truth, a desperate, cowardly scramble to avoid being the last one left in the dark. If they knew the truth, that I had steered them toward the exit only because the alternative was a nightmare I couldn't survive, they wouldn't be bowing. They'd be horrified. But the savior effect was a powerful drug. It blinded them to my fear and painted my cowardice as saintly resolve. I bowed my head, the silver heart badge heavy in my pocket, feeling the weight of a character I had to inhabit if I wanted to survive. As I parted ways with them, the hallway grew long and suffocatingly silent. Then, a silhouette detached itself from the shadows. The squad leader. His presence was a physical pressure, a reptilian stillness that made the hair on my arms stand up. His vertical pupils didn't just look, they dissected. He stood there, a predator draped in the skin of a superior, his eyes tracking the discarded glass of the potion bottle with a cold, analytical intensity. Go-Yan Joan played her part well, slipping away into the shadows with the grace of someone who realized they were in the presence of an apex hunter. I was left alone, the water in my bottle suddenly tasting like ash. Refrain from repeated lies, the squad leader murmured, his voice dry, rasping friction against the silence. The air turned glacial. My pulse hammered against my throat, a frantic, trapped bird. I hadn't realized I was still breathing until the words hit me, sharp and cold as a scalpel. He wasn't just observing. He was keeping score. The more you repeat them, the less effective they become. He turned his gaze toward me, and for a terrifying second, the corporate hallway melted away. There was no promotion, no bonus, no safety. There was only the predator and the realization that the mask I had built to protect myself was already starting to crack under the pressure of his stare. The squad leader's vertical pupils held a strange, unsettling warmth, the kind that might have comforted a lesser man. But to me, it felt like being measured for a coffin. When I apologized for the deception, his reaction wasn't the cold, corporate lash of a reprimand. It was a shrug, a philosophical nod to the efficacy of results over the morality of means. I followed him through the labyrinthine corridors of Daydream Incorporated, my pockets heavy with the weight of the silver heart and the silent, stitched presence of Brawn. The plush doll, usually so vocal, seemed to shrink away from the man walking ahead of me. To me, he was a creature of scales and cold, reptilian judgment. Yet Brawn, my only confidant in this madness, perceived him as nothing more than a handsome supervisor. The cognitive dissonance was a physical ache. Was I the only one seeing the monster beneath the suit? Or was the monster simply grooming me to become one of his own? We arrived at the annex, a restricted zone where the air smelled of ozone and deep, stagnant history. The promotion had come with a heavy, golden-edged set of chains, access to warehouses, the right to modify equipment, and the privilege of the Fox counseling office. But it was the final condition that made my blood run cold. Direct management of an F-class darkness. The corporate machine had decided that I was finally useful enough to be given my own leash to hold. I was to be a shepherd to a ghost. As I walked, I couldn't help but admire the squad leader's ironclad sense of duty. He didn't protect me because he liked me. He protected me because the structure of the team demanded it. There was a terrifyingly noble simplicity to his loyalty. He led me to an isolation chamber. 3 objects rested on pedestals, each one a dormant catastrophe waiting for a human hand to wake it. The first was a doll, shabby, peeling, and radiating a stagnant, weeping sorrow that made Brawn recoil in my pocket. The others were equally unassuming, disguised as benign junk. To a civilian, these were just discarded artifacts. To someone who knew the text of the records, they were ticking biological clocks. I stepped into the light of the chamber, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I knew these items, or rather, I knew the horror they were capable of, provided one followed the hidden script. I stood before the pedestal, my hand trembling slightly. This was the moment where I transitioned from a pawn to a player. I could choose the path of least resistance, or I could choose the path that promised the most power and the highest risk of complete annihilation. The squad leader watched, his face a mask of predatory patience, waiting to see if his newest supervisor was worth the investment or just another casualty in the making. I reached out, my fingers hovering over the chosen relic. "Sir," I said, my voice steadier than I felt, "I will take responsibility for this one." As my skin touched the cold surface of the object, the room seemed to exhale. The lights flickered, a sudden drop in pressure making my ears pop, and I knew, with the sinking certainty of a man who had just signed his own contract, that I had just invited a ghost into my life. The game was no longer being played on the company's terms. It was being played on mine, and something in the shadows began to wake up. The plastic container felt like a lead weighed in my palm, housing the two black cards that were now the architects of my fate. They were stark, unadorned rectangles, yet they carried the gravity of 1,000 unwritten tomorrows. My superiors, seasoned by years of surviving the supernatural, didn't offer the usual corporate platitudes of good luck. Their expressions were etched with a quiet, weary empathy. They knew the Turf 2073 wasn't just a low-grade ghost story. It was a mirror, and looking into it was a gamble I had to take alone. I was a supervisor now. That title was a double-edged sword, and its first stroke was the silence of the night shift at the annex. The air in the containment room was thin, recycled, and tasted faintly of copper. I laid the cards on the circular table, their surfaces smooth and cold as a tombstone. Midnight, the boundary where the logical world bleeds into the inexplicable. Braun's voice, a dry, sardonic whisper in my pocket, provided the only human element to the scene. He was fascinated by the ritual, the theater of the occult, while I was only concerned with the mechanics of survival. I could have played by the rules. I could have flipped them right side up, accepted the hand I was dealt, and walked away with whatever inevitable misfortune the cards demanded. But I had read the records. I knew the glitches in the code. I didn't reach for the cards like a supplicant. I moved with the calculated audacity of a man rewriting his own reality. I circled the table, forcing the universe to reveal its secrets from an inverted perspective. The reversal was a sleight of hand against the divine. The moon appeared before me, a pale, inverted orb hanging in a sea of shadow. In the upright position, it was a harbinger of madness and hidden dangers. But inverted? It was the dissolution of uncertainty. It was clarity carved out of the chaos of a world where ghost stories dictated the terms of existence. I had secured a sliver of peace in a month that promised nothing but peril. I left the cards behind, feeling a strange, intoxicating sense of control. I had cheated the deck, and for a moment, the silence of the annex felt like a victory. Then, the world shattered. It wasn't a subtle shift in the shadows. It was a visceral, metallic roar that tore through the quiet of the annex, a sound of structural failure, and something far, far worse. It was an explosion. In a building designed to cage the impossible, an explosion wasn't just a mechanical malfunction. It was a containment breach. My heart stalled in my chest. The storehouse for the Twilight-class entities was just down the hall. I didn't think about the protocol, or the overtime pay, or the reputation I had built. I moved on raw, animal instinct. My fingers locked onto the heavy, cold iron of the door, and I threw myself into the corridor. The smell of ozone and burnt insulation hit me first, followed by the wet, rhythmic thud of something heavy dragging itself across the floorboards. I began to run, but the darkness ahead seemed to be waiting for me, wide-eyed and hungry. The clarity I had just bought with my card trick was already dissolving into the smoke, and I realized, with a sickening thud of dread, that some futures weren't meant to be read. They were meant to be survived. The lobby of the annex was a graveyard of broken glass and lingering, static tension. The security guard stood in the center, a silhouette of unwavering discipline amidst the carnage. I saw the flash of the medium, shattered remnants of a ghost story that had dared to rupture the thin veil of our reality. But as I passed, a flicker in the periphery caught my eye. The guard's leg, draped in heavy black fabric, twisted. For a heartbeat, the foot morphed into the jagged, keratinous point of a cloven hoof, clicking against the tile with a sound like a blade striking stone. Then, as if the reality of the room had been forced to autocorrect, it snapped back into the dull, mundane form of a boot. I didn't blink. I didn't breathe. I simply walked out into the cool night air, the surrealism of my existence settling over me like a familiar, suffocating shroud. Survival in Daydream Incorporated was a series of bizarre escalations, punctuated by the occasional payday. 2 days later, the anonymity of Gwangwaman Station felt like a sanctuary. I stood at the edge of the platform, a ghost waiting for a ghost. My counterpart, a collector of forbidden appetites, was already there. We were two specters in masks and hats, trading anomalies in the dim light of the underground. I handed over the box. Inside, 2 cookies from the Alice picnic set, their edges crumbling with the sweet, sickening promise of a shelf life nearing its end. They were delicacies of the damned, items that could twist perception or amplify intent, but they were wasted on me. I didn't want to play with my own mind when the world was already doing such an efficient job of shattering it. The buyer inspected the goods with a gloved hand, the movement slow and predatory. When the price was negotiated down, I felt no sting. Money in this world wasn't currency. It was a buffer against the inevitable day when I would no longer be able to afford my own life. These don't seem as dangerous as other foods, but I suggest conducting your research soon. I slid a few extra cookies into the bag, the generous move of a dealer ensuring their client keeps coming back for more. It was a dark, transactional intimacy. As I turned to leave, the buyer's voice cut through the hum of the station, a sound that felt less like a question and more like a probe. How do you acquire things? I didn't stop. I simply held up the notebook, the pages covered in my neat, evasive script. I'm afraid I can't tell you. My apologies. I prepared to vanish, to dissolve into the flow of the subway crowd. But the buyer reached out, taking the pen from my hand with a movement that was too graceful to be human. They scribbled a string of digits onto the paper, a mark of authority that felt like a brand. I looked down at the note as they faded into the dark. It was a direct line to the Disaster Management Bureau, the government, the sworn enemy of the conglomerate I worked for. I was now a double-edged sword, carrying the phone number of a law in the pocket of an outlaw. I returned to the dorms that evening, the weight of the paper burning a hole in my pocket. I poured a glass of water, the silence of the room pressing against the windows like a physical weight. I was officially an employee of a monster, a trader of curses, and a potential informant for the state. I laughed, a soft, dry sound that had no humor in it. I went to set the glass down, but my hand froze. The air in my room had changed. The atmosphere was heavy, saturated with the faint, metallic scent of ozone and something rotten. I hadn't left the window open, and yet the curtains were swaying in a wind that didn't exist. I turned around. The door to my bedroom, which I knew I had closed, was standing ajar, and sitting on the center of my bed, bathed in the moonlight, was an object that had definitely not been there when I left. It was a bag of churros, the ones I had sold to the museum, the ones that were supposed to be miles away. 40 million won in dirty cash was sitting in my jacket, a lucrative side hustle born from trading forbidden anomalies. I was already calculating how to spend it, how to leverage my new supervisory status to buy an extra layer of armor in this meat grinder of a corporation. In my pocket, Braun was already whining for a bloodbath to clean his matted, stitched fur. The domestic illusion shattered without a knock. Beck Sahian burst into my room, his eyes wide with a frantic, feral panic that immediately ruined the quiet evening. He thrust his phone at my face, the screen displaying the cold, prophetic text I'd sent him hours earlier, a simple warning to watch out for monsters. He demanded to know what kind of curse I had laid on him, but I hadn't laid a finger on him. He had simply made the wrong choice. From the shadows of my pocket, Braun whispered a cheerful, malicious eulogy, noting that my esteemed colleague had brought home a souvenir and was now scheduled for a very graphic demise. I moved toward the door, entirely uninterested in being a martyr for a roommate who couldn't handle his own business. But before I could cross the threshold, the air in the room curdled. A soft, Rhythmic humming began to vibrate through the walls. Mm, mm. It was a melody from a funeral, low and scraping. I looked at Sahin. His jaw was locked, his lips pressed tight, yet the sound was pouring from his very chest, a biological radio station broadcasting his own death sentence. With a trembling, pale hand, he pulled the source from his pocket. A cassette tape, grimy and aged, its white plastic yellowed like old teeth, with a label that had been violently clawed off by a fingernail. The humming was louder now, bleeding out of the plastic reels. I didn't argue. I bolted into the night. The problem with cowards is that they run in packs. Sahin trailed behind me, like a shadow, screaming that he had already thrown the tape out the window. It didn't matter. Braun's voice echoed in my head, mocking me, reminding me that once you look at the anomaly, you become part of the script. You are officially on the sacrifice selection list. I sprinted toward the nearest bus stop, desperate to put physical distance between myself and the curse. A city bus pulled up, hiss of brakes cutting through the dread. I swiped my card, stepped inside, and heard the immediate, mocking beep of Sahin's card right behind me. The doors folded shut, sealing us in the moving metal cage. The humming stopped, but the silence that replaced it was worse. We moved to the very back, sitting next to the red emergency hammer. I kept my hand near the glass breaker, just in case I needed to eject myself onto the asphalt. Sahin leaned in, his arrogance completely deflated, his voice a low, trembling whisper. He finally dropped the tough guy act, desperately asking how I had known the tape was coming for him. I told him the source of my knowledge wasn't his concern. The real question was why an employee of a paranormal conglomerate was carrying an unverified heirloom in his pocket like a lucky charm. He murmured some pathetic excuse about a relative passing it down, a secret weapon to reverse a desperate situation. He hadn't reported it to the company because he was greedy, terrified they would confiscate his little miracle. Braun chuckled in my mind, calling it a textbook cliché. I stared out the window, watching the streetlights blur past. The bus was nearly empty, just a couple of oblivious passengers near the front. I told Sahin we would ride this line to the terminal and call the security team to clean up his mess. But as I looked closer at the passing scenery, a cold sweat broke across my neck. City buses are supposed to stop every 3 minutes. We've been driving for 10. The neon signs outside were stretching into long, bleeding lines of red and white. The driver hadn't moved his head, his hands frozen on the wheel. Sahin noticed my stare, his breath hitching as he asked what was wrong. In my pocket, the plush doll sighed with a dark, sensual delight. It had caught up to us. We weren't on a route anymore. We were on a delivery schedule. The transition was seamless, a cruel trick of geometry. The clean, multi-lane geometry of urban soul began to blur, bleeding into winding, unpaved roads lined with skeletal trees. I stood up, the cold vinyl of the seat sticking to my clothes. The other passengers had vanished into the condensation on the windows, leaving only the driver, who now wore a faded, decades-old cap. With a slow, deliberate movement, his gloved hand reached for the radio knob. The speaker didn't static. It hummed. It was the same minor key, upbeat pop melody from the 80s, filtering through the dashboard like carbon monoxide. The modern transit bus had decayed around us, morphing into a rickety, vintage chassis with single-file seats that rattled against our bones. Outside, the fog parted to reveal our destination, a looming, timber-framed mountain villa with antique lettering etched into its face. Horizon Mountain Lodge. The pneumatic doors hissed open, inviting us into the damp, alpine air. Sahin followed me out, his lips moving in a silent, frantic string of profanities. He tried to console himself, whispering that the music had stopped, that the tape was gone. I told him to check his pocket. The look of absolute betrayal on his face when his fingers wrapped around that grimy, ivory plastic cassette again was almost comical. He raised his arm to hurl it into the brush, but I caught his wrist. The grip was tight. It was too late for theatrics. In this kind of narrative, running only meant you died tired, inevitably crawling back to the threshold of the entity's chosen domain. In my coat, Braun purred, noting how quickly I had decoded the rules of the game. I knew the script. It was listed under the government archives, a classic locked room disaster modeled after old slasher films. A closed-circle meat grinder designed to claim exactly one life per cycle. But this wasn't a corporate asset we could exploit for profit. This was a government-managed containment anomaly, an entity deemed so lethal that the Bureau simply threw bodies at it every 4 years to keep it asleep. There were no points to be farmed here, no corporate bonuses, only a guaranteed casualty list. I looked at Sahian, feeling a sudden, dark urge to ruin his remaining good eye, but violence was a luxury our stamina couldn't afford. I marched toward the heavy wooden door of the lodge, my boots crunching on the gravel. Before my knuckle could meet the wood, the crisp, silver chime of a bicycle bell echoed through the mist. We turned. A figure was coasting up the gravel path, cloaked entirely in dark, utilitarian fabric, a hat pulled low over a masked face. A human commentary would call this a small world, but in our line of work, it was just a tightly wound noose. Even without seeing the face, I recognized the posture, the clothes, the aura of desperate curiosity. It was my premium customer, the elite researcher from the government bureau who had bought my expiring Alice cookies just hours ago. He had wanted to study the paranormal. It seemed the universe had granted his wish, delivering him directly to the field research site, free of charge. The heavy, damp air of the forest seemed to swallow the ticking of my watch. 3 minutes of absolute stillness in front of the timber facade of Horizon Mountain Lodge. My high-paying second-hand customer, the masked buyer from Gwangwaman Station, paused as his boots hit the gravel, his eyes locking onto mine through the slit of his hood. He knew. I knew. But in this game, recognition is a currency you keep hidden close to your chest. Cyan, ever the predator trying to sniff out a weaker beast, immediately began his routine, turning on a false, desperate charm to ask for a landline, claiming we had taken a wrong turn from the city. The buyer played along with a chillingly polite nod, claiming he, too, had bled into this forest from the streets of Seoul. But Sahian's eyes were already drifting downward, tracking the lines of the bicycle park by the porch. His gaze snagged on the cold steel of the handlebars, where an official government registration serial code was stamped into the metal. The realization bloomed in his mind, a sudden, stupid urge to call the man out. I didn't let him. My elbow caught Sahian's ribs with a sharp, quiet impact, cutting off his breath. I didn't speak. I simply let my lips form the shape of the words. Disaster Management Bureau. Then, I let my index finger slide slowly across the skin of my throat. The message was clear. Daydream Incorporated didn't just dislike the government. They erased its agents. If this bureaucrat realized we were corporate asset harvesters, we wouldn't just be dealing with a slasher in the woods. We would be the first targets. Sahian's skin went gray, his mouth clamping shut into a hard, bloodless line. The civil servant reached for the brass handle, throwing the door wide. Midday sunlight cut into the stale, shadowed interior, revealing the rest of the pieces on the board. A middle-aged couple, bickering over a broken GPS and a ruined vacation to sock show. 3 college students from a hiking club, their faces twisted in youth's impatient irritation. And a weary, older man who had been working a late-night driving shift before the fog took his road. Including us, the count was precisely 9. In my pocket, the velvet skin of Braun shifted, his silent voice dripping into my mind like venom. 9 lambs, he whispered, and once the master of the house arrives, the slaughterhouse officially opens. I looked at the group with the dead, hollow eyes of a man who had left his best survival gear in a locker miles away. When the students asked who we were, Sahian immediately pointed at me, painting me as the supervisor, the shield to absorb the first blow. I didn't argue. I simply pulled the black notepad from my pocket, scribbling a quick lie about a ruined throat, an infectious cold. The couple immediately stepped back, their faces tightening with a modern sterile disgust, telling me to keep my distance. I offered a quiet, ink-written apology, promising to remain silent. Let them isolate me. In a closed-circle massacre, the loud ones are always the first to be carved. The buyer watched the theater play out with sharp, analytical eyes, finally introducing himself simply as a clerk from City Hall. He omitted the part about supernatural anomalies, and he omitted the fact that we were currently trapped inside a live countdown, where a blade was already being sharpened in the dark. The heavy oak door clicked shut behind us, the lock falling into place with a sound that felt entirely, horribly permanent. The fragile illusion of a simple detour was beginning to fray at the edges. 9 people, each stranded in broad daylight, don't just happen to converge on an isolated mountain villa by accident. The collective consciousness of the room began to sour with a creeping, superstitious dread. Yet, numbers breed a false sense of security. The initial panic softened into the vulgar curiosity of tourists stumbling into an antique showroom. They marveled at the heavy timber walls, comparing the architecture to the grandiose estates of the old money elite. Their eyes danced across the room, eventually snagging on a massive, ostentatious picture frame forged from solid gold. But it wasn't the precious metal that made the temperature in my chest drop. It was the text framed within it. A nursery rhyme written in a frantic, jagged hand. The rabbit bakes in the kitchen. The deer is caught in the backyard. The pigeon is fattened in the bedroom. The lamb is sliced in the living room. Boing, boing, the sound of hopping with laughter. The wooden floors beneath go bam, bam. The family gathers round. It was an open itinerary for a slaughter. In the dark of my pocket, Braun exhaled a warm, breathy sigh, murmuring that the script had just provided its menu. The university students, utterly blind to the teeth of the trap, chuckled and casually slipped a small ivory trinket from a side table into their pockets. They were already volunteering to be the first corpse discovered at dawn. A sharp click echoed from the rear of the villa. The heavy kitchen door swung inward, dragging a long, distorted shadow across the polished floor. A figure stepped through the threshold, hunched over, wrapped in a tattered, oversized hoodie that swallowed their features. When they spoke, the voice was deep, refined, delivering a perfectly manicured soul accent that mismatched their ragged attire. They introduced themselves as the caretaker, a humble servant bound to our comfort. It was the classic silhouette of the mansion's executioner. The hikers tried to stammer out a polite refusal, claiming they were merely lost and looking for a phone line, but the caretaker cut through the lie with a soft, sickening certainty. They told the room they were exactly where they were supposed to be, having arrived to trade the cassette tapes buried in their coats. As if pulled by invisible wires, every person in the room reached into their pockets. 9 hands emerged, each holding an identical, yellowed cassette tape with the titles violently scratched away. The caretaker explained the lore with a chilling, rhythmic cadence. The late master of the house had been a man of unfathomable wealth, distributing these plastic relics across the country with a singular, binding vow. Bring the tape to the lodge, and it could be traded for anything the master possessed. A legacy exchange, wrapped in the irresistible scent of unearned fortune. Human greed is a beautiful, predictable sickness. The lingering fear in the room dissolved instantly, replaced by the sharp, hungry stare of predators looking at a feast. The middle-aged man laughed, his hand already resting heavily on the golden frame, asking if he could simply claim whatever he pleased. The caretaker offered a polite, terrifying nod. Of course, but the transaction required a stay of exactly 3 days. A period of deliberation, the entity's way of allowing the prey to marinate in their own anticipation. When the caretaker produced a bundle of yellow documents, including a meticulously stamped last will and testament, the final defenses of the group crumbled. The bickering couple whispered about canceling their vacation entirely, reasoning that even if things turned strange, they could always summon the police. They actually believed the cellular network would let them go. The caretaker watched the frenzy with unblinking, hidden eyes before delivering the final rule of the game. When so many guests arrive at once, the order of the harvest becomes paramount. After all, If the first soul demands the entirety of the inheritance, the table is left bare for the rest. The room grew dead silent, everyone holding their breath as the hooded figure leaned in closer. Priority, the caretaker whispered, will be granted solely to the one who possesses the most tapes. The suggestion hung in the air, heavy and manipulative, a subtle poison that transformed the room into a marketplace of souls. The three university students huddled together, their whispers frantic as they realized their collective stash of yellowed tapes gave them the absolute right to the first harvest. The caretaker's polite, hollow smile didn't fade, noting that while cooperation wasn't mandatory, the order of the exchange would dictate who walked out rich and who was left with nothing. Sahian's voice suddenly sliced through the tension, sharp and unraveled. He didn't want the fortune anymore. He demanded the exit, inventing an urgent matter that required his immediate departure. But the universe had already closed the doors. Outside, a sudden, unnatural darkness swallowed the mountain. A torrential downpour began to assault the roof, the rhythmic thud of a massive landslide echoing through the valley, sealing the only road out under tons of suffocating mud. The electricity hummed, mockingly stable, ensuring our stage remained perfectly lit. Sahian turned to me, his face a bloodless mask of absolute despair. We were locked in, but as my mind raced through the protocols, like cold, clinical comfort settled over me. There are no spectral entities here, no shifting shadows or invisible claws, just a human shape, a serial killer. The narrative demanded a predator, one among us who would soon receive a grotesque mental invitation to inherit a legacy of slaughter. To survive, I had to identify the wolf before the first strike, or perhaps try a completely different approach. I watched the government agent slip away from the group, his dark form moving toward the veranda. I followed, stepping into the howling wind and biting rain. The storm was deafening, a perfect shield for secrets. Shielding my notepad from the spray, I thrust a message into his line of sight, asking if he was the buyer from the station, the consumer of my cursed cookies. He didn't play dumb. His sharp gaze tracked over me, validating my identity with a terse nod. I scribbled another note, my handwriting intentionally shaky, playing the part of a terrified civilian. I pointed out the impossible coincidence of the cassette tapes, asking if this place was haunted. I needed him to see me as a victim, an accidental tourist in this nightmare. He hesitated, his gloved hand moving to his chin before asking how I had acquired my tape. I wrote back instantly, shifting the blame entirely on Sahian, claiming I had warned my foolish colleague to discard the relic, only to be dragged into the abyss by association. The agent let out a long, weary breath, the weight of his real title finally breaking through his civic mask. He admitted his ties to the Bureau, warning me that we were trapped inside a live, supernatural phenomenon. He told me to stay close to him, to never wander in groups of less than 3. I offered a frantic, grateful script, then asked about the others in the living room. The agent leaned closer, his voice dropping to a gravelly whisper that barely carried over the roar of the rain. He told me to ignore them, because among the 9 of us, a murderer was already waiting. I feigned a violent shiver of shock, my pen scratching out a desperate question, asking how he could possibly know such a thing. He revealed that this lodge was a recurring slaughterhouse, a black site hidden from the public where history repeatedly cleansed itself in blood. He told me to trust no one, and under no circumstances should I unlock my bedroom door if I was alone. In my coat, Braun giggled, reminding me that the ones who barricade themselves inside always die first. I thanked the agent, giving him a polite, submissive nod before retreating back into the dry, stale air of the lodge. I climbed the stairs to my assigned room, the calm return of my pulse surprising even myself. I had confirmed the rules. I knew the agent would try to protect the flock, which meant the killer would have to work twice as hard. I closed my bedroom door and immediately began to dismantle the space. I didn't look for a place to hide. I searched the closets, the drawers, the heavy wooden furniture, until my hands found the interior of the wardrobe. Mounting brackets held 2 heavy, iron-headed decorative axes, their blades dull but heavy enough to fracture bone. Braun's voice purred in my skull, a warm, sensual wave of dark anticipation, celebrating the turn the evening was taking. I gripped the smooth ash handle of the weapon, my fingers locking around the wood with a rhythmic, steady pressure. If a serial killer wanted a legacy, they were going to have to bleed for it. I wasn't going to wait for the knock on the door. I was going to find them first. Sahian had not slept a wink. His single, hypervigilant eye tracking the heavy shadows that crept across the ceiling of his room. Survival in the proximity of someone like Kim Soleum required a delicate, almost exhausting diplomacy. He had convinced himself that Soleum's past mercies were born from a twisted desire for amusement, a madman keeping a pet around just to see how it reacts to the cruelty of the world. Desperate for a fragment of certainty, Sahian unlocked his door, stepping toward the threshold to seek out his unpredictable colleague. The corridor was a well of ink, but a silhouette stood directly in front of him, tall, familiar, and completely still. For a fleeting second, relief warmed Sahian's chest. It was just Soleum. He wouldn't strike. He was a familiar entity in an unfamiliar nightmare. Then his vision adjusted to the gloom, locking onto the heavy, cold edge of the iron axe resting in Soleum's grip. Sahian's breath hitched, a dry chuckle escaping his throat as he tried to frame it as a weapon for self-defense. He remembered the text messages from earlier that day, the warning to watch out for predators. It wasn't a warning. It was an appointment. The heavy wood of the handle sliced through the air, and the world went dark. Downstairs, the early morning air tasted of rot and wet earth. The middle-aged couple moved toward the kitchen, their fingers tightly clamping their ivory cassette tapes like holy relics. A faint, tinny melody drifted through the vents, a familiar, upbeat 80s tune that sounded hollow in the gray dawn. As they stepped into the kitchen, the smell of burnt hair and charred meat hit them like a physical blow. The grand brick hearth was blackened, choked with soot and the melted ruins of plastics that looked like exploded toys. Poking out from the dark red ash were two long, slender shapes bent at unnatural, agonized angles. At the ends of those scorched limbs, the rubber soles of recognizable sneakers were still smoldering, clinging to blackened bone. The woman's scream ripped through the structural beams of the villa, a jagged, desperate sound that brought the remaining guests tumbling down the stairs in a frenzy of panic. The college hikers and the driver crowded the kitchen, their faces draining of color as they looked at the furnace. Soleum collapsed to his knees near the back of the crowd, his hands shaking, his face a mask of pale, speechless horror. The couple pointed an accusing finger at the hearth, demanding to know if the incinerated remains belonged to the young man with the eye patch. With a trembling hand covering his mouth, Soleum offered a slow, devastated nod. The room exploded into a chorus of frantic denials. They screamed about calling for ambulances, trying to convince themselves that it was a freak chimney accident, a tragic defect in the lodge's old heating system. But the lie wouldn't stick. The fire had been too precise, consuming only the flesh and leaving the wooden mantle untouched. When they reached for their devices, the true isolation settled in. The screen showed 0 bars, the copper lines dead. The caretaker who had promised them an inheritance was gone, his room empty, his presence vanished into the mist. Outside, the rain continued its heavy, rhythmic assault, washing the mud down the slopes to swallow the final traces of the road. From the center of the kitchen, the music continued to play. A student, driven mad by the repetition, stepped over the ash and slapped the power button of a small, analog tape player hidden behind the kettle. The machine clicked open, releasing a worn, ivory cassette. Soleum, his fingers vibrating with a brilliant, theatrical terror, pulled his notepad from his pocket and scrawled a line of ink for the government agent to see. This looks like the cassette Beck Sahian had. The pieces had fallen perfectly into place. The first sacrifice had been made. The rules of the house were locked, and the predator was officially anonymous, hiding in plain sight behind a mask of paper and ink. The steaming bowls of soup and rice sat untouched on the long oak table, turning cold and film-skinned under the dull light. By a silent, collective pact, no one dared to taste the hospitality of an absent host. Instead, they tore into crinkling foil wrappers, chewing on dry energy bars while pacing the perimeter of the lodge like caged animals, thrusting their phones toward the rain-lashed windows. The screens remained stubbornly black, devoid of bars. The isolation was no longer just geographical, it was absolute. The three university hikers clung to each other in the corner, their bravado souring into something ugly. They took photos of the room, forcing nervous laughs, trying to transform a nightmare into a dark joke for social media feeds that would never update. They told themselves their numbers made them safe. A killer seeks out the solitary, the weak, the stragglers, not a pack. The pale office worker approached them, his frame slouched, his demeanor entirely ruined by the demise of his colleague. With trembling fingers, he offered a peanut-infused chocolate bar, his eyes downcast. A student snickered, swatting the offering away, reminding the room with a sharp, condescending bite that his friend was violently allergic to peanuts. The office worker retreated to the velvet sofa, shrinking in his coat like a man who would break under the weight of a whisper. Shortly after, two of the hikers stepped out into the gray mist for a cigarette. The office worker, trailing his hand along the wall, drifted upstairs, leaving the last student alone in the sudden, ringing silence of the parlor. The boy's foot tapped a frantic rhythm against the floorboards. The cheap jackknife in his pocket offered a pathetic illusion of security. Unable to endure the void, he gripped the steel blade and slipped out the back door to find his companions. The air in the backyard was heavy with the stench of wet loam and old cedar. He followed the covered walkway toward the equipment shed, assuming they had taken cover from the downpour. Then, a new scent cut through the rain. It was sharp, metallic, and so thick it tasted like copper on the back of his tongue. He rounded the corner, calling out a name that died in his throat. Inside the shed, a heavy, industrial-grade grinding machine was shuddering, its motor humming a low, wet song. But it hadn't been processing timber. The discharge chute was dripping, painted in a thick, crimson slurry. Shredded nylon jacket, pulverized bone, and mounds of minced, unidentifiable flesh were splattered across the concrete floor. His friends hadn't just been murdered, they had been processed. The boy fell to his knees, his stomach violently emptying onto the gravel as his screams dissolved into dry heaves. And right on cue, the tinny speakers of an old work radio in the shed began to broadcast that same, sickeningly cheerful 80s melody. He bolted. He ran until his lungs burned, bursting back into the parlor where the remaining survivors stared at his wild, bloodshot eyes. He didn't say a word. He violently reached into his coat, tore his ivory cassette tape from the fabric, and hurled it onto the floor like a piece of burning coal. He screamed that he was out, that he surrendered his share of the inheritance, and scrambled up the stairs to barricade himself in his room. With the deadbolt turned, he pressed his spine against the wall next to a heavy, lacquered wardrobe, his small knife extended toward the empty air. He told himself if the door moved, he would scream until the house shook. Slowly, behind him, the wardrobe door began to creak. By sunrise, the room was perfectly silent, the door thrown wide to invite the morning light. The boy was still there, but his flesh had swelled into a grotesque, shiny mass, his throat closed tight by a massive, systemic allergic reaction to the peanut oils that had been introduced to his skin while he slept. The hikers were gone, for survivors remained, and the fragile sanity of the group was completely unraveled. A middle-aged man began to screech about the caretaker, screaming that the inheritance was a trick to make them slaughter each other. Driven mad by the pressure, he threw open the front doors and sprinted blindly into the storm. A deafening roar shook the foundation of the lodge. It wasn't thunder. The mountainside groaned as a second landslide broke loose, a wall of liquid mud and rocks swallowing the screaming man, burying him beneath the earth before his voice could carry down the slope. The silence that followed was suffocating. 3 people remained inside the main hall. The husband, his eyes injected with blood, grabbed the gold-framed nursery rhyme from the parlor wall and dragged his wife up the stairs, cornering the mute office worker in the corridor. He slammed his hand against the glass, pointing frantically at the text. The rabbit in the kitchen, roasted. The deer in the yard, ground to pieces. The pigeon in the bedroom, bloated to death. The man screamed that it was a script, a sick broadcast, and that the next line demanded a sacrifice in the living room. He vowed to break the cycle, to expose the architect before the blade fell on them. The office worker stared at him, his pale, helpless expression vanishing in an instant. His lips curved into a smooth, terrifyingly calm smile as he uttered a single, cryptic name. Braun. The world went black for the husband. When consciousness crawled back, it brought a throbbing, blinding pain. A thick cloth gag was tied tight between his teeth, stifling his voice into a pathetic, muffled whine. He tried to move, but heavy cords bound his wrists and ankles to the cold, damp concrete of the cellar. He rolled his eyes in the pitch darkness, trying to orient himself, until his nose brushed against something cold, metallic, and wet. A silver serving tray sat on the floor inches from his face. Resting upon it, its eyes glassy and fixed on nothing, was the severed head of his wife. The man's sanity fractured, tears and mucus soaking through the fabric of his gag as he thrashed against his bonds. A match flared, revealing the office worker standing over him in clean, dark athletic wear. He sighed, inspecting a pair of heavy work gloves with the analytical boredom of a surgeon before slipping them back over his fingers. He reached into the shadows and lifted the iron axe. The monster complained that the screaming was tedious, a useless waste of energy when the conclusion had already been written. He adjusted his stance, his grip sliding down the ashwood with a heavy, sensual familiarity. The blade caught the faint candlelight, tracing a perfect, gleaming arc through the dark. The cellar fell silent once more. Kim Soleum lowered the weapon, his tone turning remarkably bright as he noted the new count. 2 people remained. The final morning at Horizon Mountain Lodge arrived with a cold, pale clarity, the promised 3 days dissolving like salt in the endless rain. The government agent woke in his quarters, the heavy, sickening realization of an unraveled plan settling into his bones. This assignment had been a bureaucratic nightmare from the start, an operational necessity he had dreaded, but the state demanded precision. He buckled his tactical gear, slid his tools into place, and stepped into the corridor. The sight awaiting him on the ground floor was a masterclass in psychological warfare. The parlor floor was drenched in deep, oxidation-red blood, trailing outward into a meticulous pentagram of severed anatomy. On the single, untouched velvet sofa lay the wife, her breathing shallow, entirely unconscious. The agent hesitated, a cold, internal calculation passing through his mind. The Bureau's data was absolute. The people drafted into these zones were never innocent lambs. They were garbage disguised as citizens, and personal sympathy was a liability. The woman's eyelids fluttered open, her vision instantly locking onto the towering silhouette in a slick, black waterproof raincoat, a gleaming 35-centimeter butcher knife hanging from his gloved hand. Her scream tore through the rafters. The agent let out a heavy, exhausted sigh under his breath. He was tired, far more tired than the protocol allowed. His mind drifted back to the opening hours of the cycle. His strategy, calculated by the Bureau's analytics, had been to strike the couple first. Splitting a pair always sowed the quickest panic, rendering the remaining prey pliable. He had prepared to lead his first target to the brick hearth, fulfilling the golden frame's prophecy by roasting them alive. But when he had approached the kitchen on night 1, the oven was already smoking. A pair of charred limbs were already sticking out of the ashes. Confusion had turned to genuine alarm by noon the next day, when he slipped into the backyard storage area with a heavy mallet, only to find the industrial grinder already spewing a fresh, dripping slurry of bone and nylon jacket. Someone had beaten him to the harvest, forcing him to quietly hide his weapons back in the wardrobe. And now, on the dawn of the final day, this elaborate, Theatrical butchery in the parlor had been executed without his touch. The script had been hijacked. He raised the massive blade, determined to salvage the containment protocol by taking the woman's life, when a smooth, casual voice drifted down from the upper balcony. Leaning over the polished mahogany railing was the mysterious office worker, the enigmatic merchant from the subway station. He looked down at the blood-spattered stage with complete, unnerving boredom, telling the agent that the blade was no longer necessary. The silhouette in the raincoat fit every parameter of the narrative's chosen monster, but Soleum saw past the theater. He noticed the slight, rigid bulk beneath the waterproof fabric, the telltale contour of a specialized black holster. The Bureau would never send an operative into a reality-warping meat grinder without psychological armor. That holster was a high-grade artifact, providing absolute immunity against the entity's brainwashing signals. The man in the coat wasn't a psychotic butcher. He was a civil servant executing a checklist with a perfectly clear, sober mind. Soleum explained that the necessary body count had already been recorded. The narrative was satisfied. The agent's voice was steady, asking if the merchant had committed the slaughter. The containment rules were absolute. If the participants didn't bleed, the anomaly would collapse into a chaotic, mutual frenzy until everyone was dead. The agent had to kill, unless an alternative script was presented. Soleum offered a small, almost apologetic smile, admitting he hadn't taken a single life. He had simply staged the performance. He reminded the agent of the nursery rhyme's hidden stanza, the rhythmic thud beneath the floorboards that pointed directly to the hollow space beneath the lodge. The basement wasn't empty. It was a historic preservation room, an archive of preserved organs and skeletal remnants from the lodge's previous, authentic massacres. Soleum had simply gone shopping in the dark. Recreating the gruesome tableaus with centuries-old specimens was an agonizing, stomach-churning chore, but Sahian had proven to be an exceptionally motivated assistant once given the choice between prop styling or becoming a genuine corpse. Together, they had arranged the ancient, charred limbs in the hearth, dressing them in Sahian's own sneakers to seal the illusion. The backyard slurry was nothing more than thawed meat from a freezer behind the shed, mixed with shredded laundry. The guests weren't dead. They were simply bound and gagged in the deep dark below, hidden away while the house drank the illusion of their demise. But Soleum's eyes narrowed as he looked at the agent. Two variables hadn't been staged: the fatal allergic reaction in the bedroom and the sudden, convenient landslide that swallowed the driver. A detective couldn't deduce a lethal peanut allergy in 24 hours without prior data. The Bureau had pre-screened every single participant, mapping their vulnerabilities before delivering the ivory cassettes to their doorsteps. The agent didn't flinch, tacitly confirming the deduction. The state didn't play Russian roulette with innocence. They used a metric called the scales of malice to draft their sacrifices. The bickering couple were adulterers whose actions had driven a real spouse and child to a desperate, tragic end. The hiking students were unpunished predators from a fatal university hazing scandal. The driver was a fugitive monster who targeted the vulnerable. It was a dream lineup of the condemned, a bureaucratic attempt at an ethical harvest. The agent defended the methodology, stating that under a strict, uncompromising law, every soul in the room deserved the sentence they were receiving, save for the merchant who carried no tape. Soleum simply nodded, acknowledging that even when dealing with monsters, the act of execution leaves a greasy stain on the hands. Keeping them breathing was simply a cleaner resolution for everyone involved. The agent, his professional mask finally cracking under the weight of Soleum's composure, asked who he was truly dealing with. An ordinary civilian doesn't decorate a parlor with ancient limbs just to save a few criminals. Soleum let out a long, dry sigh, defining himself merely as a man with an unfortunate habit of being swept into the tide of these anomalies. Before the bureaucrat could press for details, a heavy metallic click echoed from the rear of the house. The kitchen door was groaning inward, the cold wind dragging the tattered hem of a familiar, oversized hoodie across the threshold. The master of the house had returned for the final exchange, and the curtain was about to rise on the final act. The horrific design in the parlor, the crimson lines of the pentagram stretching across the wooden floor and the dismembered remains scattered like macabre confetti, would have driven a lesser mind to madness. But from my vantage point at the second-floor banister, the view was merely a testament to a very exhausting stage production. Standing over the fainted woman with a massive butcher blade, the government agent looked up at me, his silent, dark raincoat casting a long shadow, but the stillness was shattered by a polite, jarringly formal voice from the rear entrance. The lodge caretaker had returned, stepping through the back door with the smooth, impeccable grace of an old-money aristocrat, completely unbothered by the slaughterhouse atmosphere of the living room. He asked if our stay had been comfortable, a piece of dark, unintentional sarcasm that didn't even warrant a response. The 3 days had dissolved, and the entity demanded its final transaction, the moment where the survivors were meant to trade their ivory cassette tapes for the inheritance of this cursed terrain. The narrative required a crescendo of pure, unadulterated trauma to crack the psyches of the participants, a rule I had spent 72 grueling hours satisfying by faking their deaths, driving their terror to the absolute limit without spilling a single drop of genuine blood. The caretaker approached the unconscious woman on the velvet sofa, offering her the exchange, but the moment her eyes fluttered open to face the reality of the butcher knife and the bloody geometry on the floor, her primal scream echoed through the rafters as she scrambled up and bolted blindly into the morning mist. Unfazed by her flight, the aristocratic phantom turned his gaze toward the civil servant, who calmly stated he would deliver his choice last. That left me. I had worked like a desperate deckhand on a freezing shrimp boat to reach this climax, risking everything to play the phantom killer just to secure a corporate exit. I pulled the 6 stolen cassette tapes from the dead student's knapsack, their plastic shells clinking in the quiet room. The caretaker's polite veneer flickered with a brief, hungry excitement as he offered me total ownership of the Horizon Mountain Lodge, a permanent crown that would anchor my soul to this anomaly forever. But accepting the physical inheritance meant accepting the curse, restarting the endless cycle of drawing fresh meat to these mountains. And worse, the hidden survivors in the basement would likely choke on their own reality the moment the domain transformed. My fragile, lingering humanity demanded a more creative loophole, a definitive end to the story. I looked the refined specter in the eye and demanded to exchange the 6 tapes for his own personal employment contract, a tactical move inspired by buried government records where a similar anomaly had vanished into a vacant lot by breaking the chain of command. The caretaker froze, a fleeting, arrogant smirk crossing his pale features as he murmured that such a transfer required a quality of inherent, existential nobility, a laughable standard for a creature overseeing a supernatural slaughterhouse. My stuffed companion, Braun, scoffed silently in my mind, comparing the entity to an 18th century butler mistaking his master's authority for his own. But I chose a more subtle weapon, slipping my fingers into my coat pocket to adjust a small silver heart badge, a corporate trinket designed to project unearned reverence based on past altruism. Faking a deep, dramatic sigh of a weary customer facing a bait-and-switch tactic, I pressed him on the absolute promise of the tapes, accusing him of rewriting the rules after I had spent 3 days drowning in this theater. The psychological pressure cracked his aristocratic composure, forcing him to clarify that while the contract transfer was valid, it would remain a symbolic, powerless title, an arrangement where he would technically belong to me but would never take my operational orders. I smiled, assuring him that a symbolic victory was perfectly acceptable, and placed the 6 cassettes in his rough, waiting palms. The plastic disappeared into the folds of his ancient garments, and in return, he produced a single sheet of ancient, wax-sealed paper, a curious blend of Eastern Hanji and Western geometry. The moment my fingers brushed the parchment, it erupted into a bright, silent orange flame, the glowing embers swirling upward to coil tightly around my wrist. The burning ashes wrestled violently with the theme park mascot tattoo already branded into my skin, before yielding and settling higher up my forearm, forming a second, vertical mark of ownership. The transaction was absolute, and within the blink of an eye, the caretaker vanished into thin air, leaving the lodge silent, empty and dripping with stage blood. The heavy mountain storms finally broke, allowing a soft, golden sunlight to pierce the dusty windows, illuminating the aftermath of the weekend. The anomaly was dead, the loop broken, and the government could easily clean up the sedated criminals hidden safely in the hollow dark below, without writing my name into their permanent archives. I turned to slip away into the morning, completely satisfied with my clean escape, when heavy, deliberate footsteps clicked against the wooden stairs. The government agent ascended to the landing, his gloved hand reaching out to firmly grip my arm. He looked straight through my mask with a terrifyingly serious, unblinking intensity, and asked if I had ever considered a stable career in civil service. The final embers of the anomaly had barely turned to ash before the bureaucratic machinery began its relentless grind, and the civil servant, still clad in the ominous, ink-black garb of a textbook executioner, leaned in with a pitch that belonged at a corporate career fair rather than a blood-soaked parlor. His voice was flat, precise, tracing the sterile geometry of government benefits, standard grade-based salary scales, specialized field allowances, and guaranteed institutional protection until the mandatory retirement age of 65. It was a bizarre, surreal juxtaposition, listening to a pitch for financial stability while the copper scent of old blood still hung heavy in the air. The temptation to scoff out loud was immense, because by any logical metric, an entry-level government handler couldn't begin to match the deep, terrifyingly black checkbook of a multi-billion-dollar pharmaceutical titan like Daydream Incorporated. But survival in this line of work required absolute discretion, and transforming into a permanent person of interest under the watchful eye of the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau was a quick way to ensure a short lifespan. Regret pricked at my mind for ever speaking aloud, realizing too late that my efforts to project command had only drawn the state's attention. Forcing a cold, subtle bead of sweat to remain hidden beneath my collar, I carefully adopted the meek, fragile persona of an ordinary citizen, a fragile leaf swept away by a sudden hurricane. I murmured softly that the weekend had been an absolute nightmare, that my desperate intervention had been fueled purely by panic rather than any grand, inherent heroism, and that taking up the mantle of a federal agent was simply beyond my meager capacity. The agent's eyes narrowed, his expression a mixture of profound skepticism and rigid calculation as he dismantled my defense. He pointed out the cold logic of my actions, noting that I had independently deduced the nature of the caretaker's tether, terminated the contract with perfect precision, and single-handedly dissolved a localized catastrophe without standard backup. In the lexicon of the Bureau, that wasn't a lucky accident. It was an innate, terrifyingly rare talent. I swallowed hard, cursing the hidden wikis and classified corporate files that had given me that unearned edge, and pushed the blame onto my missing colleague, claiming I only endured the horror to prevent a friend from becoming an obituary. A ghost of a smile flickered across the agent's lips, a chillingly confident expression as he countered that combat skills and occult manipulation could easily be beaten into a recruit post-appointment. When pressed on how he could be so utterly certain of my potential, his gaze dropped significant weight onto my pocket, revealing that he had recognized the tiny silver shield badge hidden beneath the fabric. The item was a relic of the Bureau itself, a rare piece of persuasive equipment once gifted to civilian icons who had performed monumental deeds of selflessness. It carried a silent, absolute enchantment. It would only activate its subtle, hypnotic charm if the wearer possessed a baseline of genuine, verifiable goodness, making the trinket a literal certification of moral purity. Realizing that playing entirely dumb would only trigger his professional suspicion, my mind spun a seamless, Bittersweet fiction on the fly, treating the black market corporate supply boxes of my employer like a sacred, generational heirloom. I pulled the small silver heart from my coat, cradling it with a carefully manufactured reverence, whispering that it had been passed down through my family with a solemn, dying wish to only speak through its power during a lethal emergency. The agent's posture softened, replacing his predatory sharpness with a sudden, heavy layer of respect and pity, clearly assuming my ancestors were watching my exploits from some peaceful, celestial realm. I leaned heavily into the misunderstanding, adding that the dead had strictly forbidden me from volunteering for the state's dangerous games. A beautiful, poetic truth considering my real parents had begged me to stay away from the brutal volatility of high finance. Disappointment clouded the civil servant's eyes, but the unyielding boundary of a familial vow was a currency even the state respected, and he finally relented. As a parting gift, a consolation prize for the recruit that slipped through his fingers, he pressed a small, heavy card in my palm, its texture entirely different from the sterile corporate cards he had offered before. This was a direct line, a backdoor channel that bypassed the agonizingly slow dispatch queues of the Central Bureau, essentially granting me a personalized safety valve if another localized creepypasta decided to swallow my morning commute. Exchanging the old contact details for the new felt remarkably like swapping out the plastic cassette tapes from the lodge. A bizarre, modern ritual to close a chapter of supernatural horror, before the silence could stretch into awkward, dangerous small talk. I scratched the back of my neck with a sheepish, embarrassed grin, murmuring that my reliance on written notes during our initial market transactions had been born of pure, unadulterated terror. I offered a quiet, hopeful promise that our next encounter would be graced by actual conversation, provided my file remained entirely anonymous, hidden away from the prying eyes of the federal cleanup crews. The agent remained silent for a long beat, a tacit agreement settling between us before he mounted a simple, unassuming bicycle and pedaled down the newly cleared asphalt. The supernatural fog had completely retreated, taking the artificial landslide and the phantom bus stop with it, leaving only an empty, sunlit mountain trail that looked entirely ordinary to the casual eye. Only then did the invisible, suffocating weight lift from my chest, my spectral companion Braun letting out a soft, appreciative sigh within the chambers of my mind, praising the sheer, artistic brilliance of the fake massacre I had spent sleepless nights staging just to keep everyone breathing. It had been an exhausting, grotesque piece of theater, confirming every inkling I had that government work was a thankless, underpaid hellscape compared to the dark, cash-heavy paradise of Daydream Incorporated. I glanced back at the sullen, brooding figure trailing several paces behind me, his clothing tattered and his expression deeply defensive. Bek Sahian had remained stubbornly silent, his jaw clamped shut until the tension became unbearable, finally blurting out a sharp, toxic denial of debt, insisting he had never begged for his salvation and that the rewards of the tape exchange should be payment enough for my troubles. I let out a dry, mocking laugh, reminding him that giving up an entire weekend and playing a psychotic butcher just to drag his ungrateful soul out of a meat grinder usually commanded a premium rate. His face flushed a pale, humiliated white before he grumbled in angry, reluctant promise to wire 3 days' worth of a supervisor's salary the moment his phone reconnected to the grid. The second the cellular signals pierced the mountain air, his device erupted with a frantic string of alerts, causing him to let out a stunned, bewildered shout as he realized the calendar date hadn't shifted by a single hour. The temporal distortions of the curse had kept the outer world frozen, turning our 3-day ordeal into a mere blip in the corporate timeline, though the cold hard currency that hit my account moments later was beautifully, tangibly real. But beneath the petty bickering, a darker, colder thought lingered from my final conversation with the civil servant, a warning given after a brief, clinical glance at Sahian's bound form in the basement. The government selection criteria for the cassette tapes wasn't random. It was a precise, merciless sorting mechanism that targeted individuals whose hands were already stained with unpunished, undeniable malice. The fact that Sahian had been drawn into the loop as a designated target meant his past was far from clean, a reality he tried to brush off as an accidental inheritance from a distant relative. I chose to lock that door in my mind, refusing to spend my limited energy dissecting the tragic, bloody backstories of the company's human assets when my own survival was still hanging by a thread. The return to the corporate headquarters of Daydream Incorporated was a swift descent back into the mundane absurdity of office politics, starting with a loud, overly enthusiastic greeting from Lee Byongjin in the corridor. The section chief, who had only recently returned from his own mysterious disappearance, showered me with dramatic, heavy-handed congratulations on my rapid rise to the elite ranks. He lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper, warning me that Director Ho had set his sights on my file, an omen that usually preceded a transfer to some highly classified, deep-cover project team. In the fragile ecosystem of supernatural containment, the word confidential was synonymous with a 50% drop in life expectancy, forcing me to offer a modest, defensive shield of humility, claiming I was far too green for such lofty ambitions. The chief simply laughed it off, patting my shoulder with a proud, knowing look that felt far too heavy with unspoken assumptions. The true nature of the corporate tide revealed itself later that afternoon, when a dejected, melancholy sigh drifted from the desk across from mine, my coworker offering a sudden, bittersweet farewell about catching up for drinks before I was permanently reassigned. A sudden spike of panic flared in my throat, wondering if the director's interest was merely a pleasant mask worn right before delivering a professional execution. Before I could spiral into a dark labyrinth of paranoia, Assistant Manager Un leaned over with a sharp, knowing smirk, explaining that our specialized field exploration squads were strictly bound to a rigid three-person quota, with extra bodies only tolerated for short-term training. My sudden, unexpected promotion to supervisor meant the ledger had to be balanced, and the squad would be returning to its pristine, numerical symmetry very soon. She told me to keep the secret close, her eyes twinkling with the unmistakable, intoxicating joy of an employee who had finally secured an escape hatch from the company's payroll. The invisible resignation letter, a crisp, heavy piece of paper that every corporate wage slave carries folded tightly over their heart, is a quiet, desperate secret most people hide until the final hour. But in the dimly lit corridors of Daydream Incorporated, where every shift is a round of Russian roulette played against cosmic horrors, the rules of corporate etiquette dissolve. Assistant Manager Un Hage cracked her immaculate poker face to drop a quiet bombshell, confessing she had almost gathered enough currency to secure her freedom. Supervisor Park Min-seong immediately sidled up with a dramatic sniffle, playing the role of the weeping, adoring subordinate to perfection. In a world where employees routinely trade their sanity to fulfill impossible, desperate wishes, celebrating an escape hatch isn't bragging. It's a mutual acknowledgement of survival. Yet, a curious detail snagged my attention, because the legendary price of a total wish ticket stood at an astronomical 500,000 points. Un Hage offered a rare, playful wink, shattering my assumption by revealing she wasn't aiming for a grand miracle, but rather a high-tier magical potion from the employee mall priced at a mere 170,000 points. With less than 5,000 points left to hoard, she promised to pull the right strings with our enigmatic squad leader, ensuring I wouldn't be shuffled into some lethal, classified department until the next regular personnel alignment. Her confidence was a comforting, steady anchor, allowing the dark anxiety of my future to temporarily recede while Supervisor Park babbled happily about organizing a massive, celebratory squad dinner and watching baseball games in the outer world. The squad leader's return from the executive chambers brought a wave of cold, probabilistic reality, confirming my extension on the D squad was a game of numbers rather than a guarantee. But as he stepped outside for a solitary smoke, Un Hage's back looked visibly lighter, as if an ancient, crushing mountain had been lifted from her shoulders. The archives never spoke of retiring staff being dissolved in secret labs, implying the universally loved characters of this twisted wiki actually earned their peaceful, narrative sunset. Turning back to the glowing screen of my tablet, I focused on our next assignment, a standard C-class entity categorized as a localized spider from a known, thoroughly documented source. The golden era of the D-Squad being bombarded with raw, unverified anomalies was finally slowing down, the frantic seasonal rush of the research division settling into a predictable corporate rhythm. Supervisor Park laughed heartily at my forced optimism, handing over a PDF file that detailed a spatial distortion inside a vacant, rotting commercial building in the suburbs of Seoul, what the internet forums labeled a backroom. As my eyes scanned the calm, sterile language of the official manual, a sudden electric jolt hit my chest, not of terror, but of pure, intoxicating relief. For months, I had used my hidden knowledge to navigate absolute bloodbaths, but this specific anomaly was a magnificent, beautiful anomaly, a wholesome ghost story where the actual fear factor was a flat zero. Daydream Incorporated had completely butchered the classification due to their own rigid, paranoid biases, misinterpreting a warm, nostalgic echo of the past as a lethal threat. This wasn't a nightmare. It was a piece of wandering magic that could actively improve my existence, provided I brought the right tool to the party. With tomorrow afternoon set as our insertion window, I casually requested a brief extension on my lunch break, my mind furiously calculating the contents of my bank account against a very specific, extraordinarily expensive luxury item. The following afternoon found us cruising toward the desolate outskirts, the briefcase on my lap holding the precious, costly treasure I had sprinted across the city to procure. Eunhage kept her eyes on the road, chatting warmly about how this was my first time entering an urban legend through a physical front door rather than touching a cursed, blood-soaked relic, blissfully unaware that my last weekend was spent playing a serial killer in a meat locker. She casually shared office gossip about her squad leader once breaking 3 steering wheels during a catastrophic deployment, swearing off the driver's seat forever unless a literal zombie apocalypse demanded it. 40 minutes later, the vehicle glided into a ghost town of abandoned real estate signs and cracked glass, an old new town forgotten by the march of modern development. The building in question required a specific, golden hour sunlight to unlock its spatial seams, the civilian barriers yielding instantly to the magnetic resonance of our corporate badges. Supervisor Park lowered his voice to a serious, trembling whisper, pointing to exploration record number 12 as a warning of the building's hidden malice. The file detailed an employee who stumbled upon a phantom establishment called Room 404, only to be assaulted by a terrifying cacophony of barking, howling, and roaring beasts that seemed ready to burst through the wood. The panicked explorer had fled down the emergency stairs, tripping over his own terror, ending up with compound fractures, a ruined spine, and permanent psychological trauma. I bit my tongue to keep from laughing out loud, because a cold, objective reading of the data revealed the horrific entity was nothing more than a friendly, pet-accessible cafe. The entity hadn't attacked him. The employee had simply scared himself down a flight of stairs, and the space had politely deposited his broken, unconscious body outside after closing hours like a gentle, supernatural bouncer. It was a brilliant, comedic display of overzealous agents creating their own monsters, but I kept my mouth shut, nodding solemnly as they suggested we split up to cover the warped geometry more efficiently. Equipped with a bulky, plastic walkie-talkie that looked straight out of a retro sci-fi movie, I stepped into the shifting labyrinth, my eyes scanning for a very specific, hidden shortcut. The space was a jumble of fractured architecture, but by riding the rusted elevator to the 7th floor, a secret, glitching button for the basement suddenly materialized under my finger. Shaking off the dark, bleeding memories of a previous mechanical exhibition, I pressed the panel, the doors sliding open to reveal a silent, concrete parking garage, following the precise, cryptic rules buried deep in my memory. I executed exactly 3 deliberate left turns around the concrete pillars, watching as the reality shifted to reveal a hidden section number. My pulse quickened with genuine excitement as I bypassed the standard exits, approaching a small, unassuming glass storefront tucked away into the dark hollows of the concrete layout. The neon sign flickered with a quiet, steady hum, spelling out the words Moonlight Tattoo Shop. Nestled in a cramped, forgotten pocket beside the concrete expanse of the subterranean parking garage, the tiny storefront felt like a landlord's desperate, final afterthought to squeeze an extra drop of rent from a dying building. This modest alcove housed the very destination I had meticulously tracked through rumor and myth, the Moonlight Tattoo Shop. Daydream Incorporated's official archives dismissed the entire coordinates under a dry, dismissive code, stating simply that the location was empty, a cynical testament to humanity's tragic habit of twisting genuine supernatural benevolence into a terrifying omen. Pushing past the frosted glass door, the interior revealed a clean, albeit slightly weathered sanctuary, entirely devoid of the standard, suffocating dread that usually accompanies an anomaly. A stark notice on the counter established a strict, intimate rule of one-on-one appointments. But the true centerpiece was a massive, central reclining chair bathed in a focused, brilliant shaft of pristine illumination. Looking upward, a clever, transparent ceiling panel allowed the natural night sky to filter through, washing the leather seat in a simulated, ethereal glow. The artisan emerged from the shadows of the back room, a striking, confident woman whose rolled sleeves revealed dense, elegant calligraphy curling across her skin like protective armor. Her quiet, unbothered demeanor carried the sharp, steady poise of a master technician, her eyes drifting to a handwritten sign on the wall behind her that carried a cryptic, absolute rule. Payment was accepted strictly in kind, with a deep, archaic preference for treasures harvested from the depths of the ocean. This bizarre condition was the precise reason random travelers occasionally stumbled out of this basement carrying miraculous, inexplicable changes to their very baseline of existence. Reaching into my briefcase, I presented a heavy, velvet-lined box, lifting the lid to reveal a shimmering cluster of pristine, top-tier Akoya pearls procured during a frantic dash through the wholesale districts of the city. Each 10mm orb possessed a mesmerizing, near-holographic aurora sheen, an organic creation born of living tissue and the slow, agonizing passage of time, which the shop's hidden logic craved above all else. The artist's eyes flared with a sudden, breathless awe, her modest facade cracking for a fraction of a second as she swept the priceless offering behind the counter with dazzling speed. Gently, she gestured for me to take my place in the glowing central chair, returning moments later with a tall, bittersweet lemon infusion and a heavy, leather-bound catalog that felt thick with untold potential. While the meager offerings of past travelers had unlocked basic, simple templates, the sheer material wealth of my flawless pearls had unlocked the topmost tier of the ledger, a gilded page marked as the Royal Special Premium. Turning the heavy sheets, I marveled at the breathtaking artistry, delicate constellations traced in shimmering water droplets, sharp tribal patterns blending with polar bear motifs, and melancholy pastels capturing a perpetual sunset over an infinite sea. The true wonder of these markings lay in their impermanence, the ink destined to vanish from the skin by the very next morning, leaving the client feeling as though they had merely drifted through a beautiful, vivid dream. Yet, the true miracle occurred beneath the surface, as the vanishing ink was entirely absorbed into the soul, granting the wearer permanent, profound talents mimicking the design, like an ordinary civilian suddenly swimming with the effortless, fluid grace of a deep-sea predator. In a terrifying world where obtaining power usually requires trading away your sanity, your blood, or your very conscience, this sanctuary was a rare, magnificent anomaly. Desperate to maximize the opportunity, I pulled brawn from my coat, setting the plush companion on the table to help decode the hidden properties of the illustrations. The tattooist's eyes instantly sparked with a strange, professional fascination, and before a word could be uttered, she lifted the cotton doll, placing him into a shallow porcelain basin filled with aromatic, heated oils. With practiced, expert movements, she began a methodical, luxurious fabric massage, causing a soft, euphoric sigh to echo within my mind as Braun murmured about the crushing exhaustion of our weekend filming schedule melting away into the linen. Once the thoroughly revitalized, gleaming plush was returned to my hands, I focused my attention back on the catalog, looking for a specific cure to my own crippling weakness. I asked the silent artist for a symbol that embodied absolute, unyielding courage, a marker that could steel a cowardly, panicking heart against the madness of our corporate assignments. My greatest asset was the classified knowledge of the anomalies, but that data was utterly useless if my pulse kept threatening to stop from sheer, primitive terror every time a shadow lengthened. The woman flipped the pages with a solemn, deliberate nod, her finger coming to rest on a surprisingly rustic, melancholy illustration of a tomato tree. The design was rendered in stark, rustic strokes resembling an ink nib, entirely colorless save for the deep, vibrant crimson of the hanging fruit. A poetic, slightly cryptic answer to a request for fearlessness. Accepting her professional wisdom, I rolled up my left sleeve to designate the patch of skin, only for the artist to freeze, her expression sharpening as she stepped back and pointed directly to a strict warning on the wall stating services could be refused due to pre-existing conditions. Her eyes locked onto the glowing, indelible brands already carved into my forearm, the chaotic marks of the theme park mascot and the burning, orange seal of the lodge caretaker. A cold weight dropped into my stomach as I realized these supernatural scars were actively blocking the introduction of fresh ink, rendering my arms and back completely ineligible for a standard canvas. Sensing my genuine, heavy disappointment, the artisan hesitated before producing a small promotional pamphlet from beneath the wood, her finger tapping a beautifully hidden clause detailing their cover-up services. The text explained that the shop's unique methodology never truly erased an old mark, but rather amplified its core essence, discovering a new, breathtaking beauty within the existing narrative. Braun chimed in with an excited, telepathic whisper, suggesting that wrapping those garish, chaotic entity marks into something deeply artistic was a massive upgrade anyway. Knowing that attempting to split the premium value of my pearls between two separate enhancements would only dilute the final potency, I traced my finger over my arm, making a silent, defining choice to offer just one of the ancient brands to her needle. The scars left behind by cosmic horrors are never merely skin-deep. They are written in a languages that the soul remembers. On my left arm, two distinct, text-based brands remained burned into the flesh. One was an inscription left behind when the Blue Dragon membership from that twisted theme park dissolved, a mark Braun defined as a form of high-level authorization. The other was written in sharp, heavy Chinese characters, a remnant of the contract forced upon me by the murderous lodge caretaker, an empty symbol that lay dormant simply because I lacked the terrifying qualifications to wield it. Faced with the artist's offer to alter my canvas, the choice became a cold, strategic calculation. In a profession where tomorrow is a luxury and survival demands versatility, stacking multiple, separate abilities is far more practical than over-relying on a single, half-polished trait. Even the strongest veterans in the company, monsters of raw physical power, routinely found themselves staring into the jaws of death, proving that brute force alone is a failing currency against the supernatural. By choosing to awaken the dormant, useless mark of the lodge, I was exploiting a rare, benevolent loophole in a world that usually offers nothing but landmines. With a quiet, respectful murmur, I surrendered my arm to the artist, trusting her professional instinct entirely as she confidently gestured for me to recline back into the moonlit leather. She gently tucked Braun back into my arms, a gesture the plush companion met with a telepathic, deeply offended huff, wondering if he had suddenly been demoted to a mere stress relief toy. The woman adjusted a pair of intricate, steampunk-inspired goggles over her eyes, activating a massive, specialized tattooing apparatus that looked less like an artist's tool and more like a terrifying surgical instrument. Suddenly, the focused beam of artificial moonlight pouring from the ceiling panel seemed to liquefy, flowing directly into the metallic chamber of the machine and concentrating at the very tip of the needle until it glowed like a raw, radiant jewel. Closing my eyes as instructed, a bizarre, inexplicable sensation began to ripple through my skin. It wasn't the sharp prick of pain or the irritating tickle of a standard needle, but a deep, profoundly refreshing shedding of weight, as if centuries of microscopic grime were being peeled away from my cells while my tissue rearranged itself into perfect, flawless alignment. When the light finally receded and I opened my eyes, the empty Chinese characters had been given a breathtaking, celestial backdrop. A deep, infinite night sky had been painted across my flesh in a single, bold stroke, framing a radiant full moon where the ancient text now sat embedded in shadow, surrounded by a scattered constellation of shimmering, pearl-like stars. The tattooist stood with her hands on her hips, a proud, satisfied smile gracing her features before she darted back to the counter and returned with a single, luminous orb extracted from my expensive Akoya collection. Without a word, she pressed the heavy pearl directly against the fresh ink on my wrist, and with a soft, liquid ripple, the gem sank straight into my flesh, vanishing entirely beneath the skin. Braun let out a fascinated, low murmur within my thoughts, realizing that a profound, spatial pathway had just been carved open. The artist had discovered a magnificent loophole in the murderous lodge caretaker's original contract, transforming the servant's fundamental duty of providing rooms for guests into a personalized, shifting subspace tied directly to my soul. Following Braun's instructions, I lightly rubbed the smooth, unswollen skin, feeling a distinct, invisible gap between the layers of my flesh. Reaching my fingers into my own arm, I pull my hand back out, safely holding the identical, cold pearl I had just watched disappear. I had officially been gifted my own private inventory, a 2-foot dimensional cube connected directly to my person, an impossibly convenient, webtoon-like asset born from the remnants of a nightmare. Whether the pocket dimension was still anchored to the physical ruins of that blood-soaked lodge remained an unsettling, cryptic mystery, but given the shop's unwavering benevolence, I pushed the paranoia aside, realizing I would never have to worry about smuggling contraband past corporate security again. Mouth open in genuine wonder, I returned the pearl and offered a deep, heartfelt thank you to the artisan, whose face lit up with an expression of pure, creative fulfillment. As I turned to make my exit, the woman suddenly gestured for me to halt, rummaging beneath the counter with intense, frantic focus before producing a small, neatly wrapped piece of paper. Slipping it into my palm, I realized she had gifted me a set of 3 temporary tattoo stickers bearing the exact, rustic design of the tomato tree I had admired in the catalog. The implication was beautiful and immediate. Applying one of these markers would grant me a temporary, artificial infusion of absolute, fearless bravery when the world inevitably dissolved into madness. Tucking the precious talismans into my newly acquired subspace, I stepped through the frosted glass door and offered a final, polite farewell. The moment the lock clicked shut and I turned around, the magic evaporated, the vibrant sanctuary instantly reverting into a hollow, desolate vacant property hidden behind a cracked real estate sign, completely devoid of life. The rules of the anomaly were absolute. The Moonlight Tattoo Shop was a fleeting, one-time sanctuary that could never be accessed again, leaving only the lingering, aromatic scent of aromatic oils on bronze fabric as proof of its existence. The next morning, the brilliant, celestial ink had vanished from my wrist, leaving only the original, flat text behind, though the invisible, vacuum-sealed void beneath my skin remained perfectly intact. Over the quiet weeks that followed, I conducted a series of mundane, slightly absurd experiments on my new inventory, discovering that while the temporal rules were erratic, freezing the hands of an analog clock while completely draining a digital battery, it kept food perfectly preserved without a single trace of spoilage. Unfortunately, the utility of a hidden pocket dimension is remarkably limited when Daydream Incorporated provides every necessary tool for manual guided expeditions, and our deployments into unmapped territories had dropped to a peaceful, comforting crawl. The burning topic among the D Squad remained the upcoming regular personnel announcement scheduled in 3 weeks. My squad mates openly hoping I would survive the corporate ledger and remain anchored to their eccentric, protective little family. I was actually growing comfortable, settling into a rhythm, using the hidden bravery stickers in my coat like quiet, reassuring talismans against the dark. But in our line of work, a sense of security is merely a cruel, mocking illusion, a brief pause before the pendulum swings back toward horror. 3 weeks and 2 days later, the air inside the office changed, thickening with a heavy, suffocating stillness that resembled the quiet desperation of a soldier writing their final letters home before a massacre. Supervisor Park's usual, boisterous attempts at forced optimism died on his lips, met only by a cold, hollow silence from assistant manager Unhage. Instead of leaving me at my desk, I was quietly directed to the plush, clinical sofa across from her, where she laid a tablet PC onto the glass table with an expression of profound, bitter gravity. The assignment wasn't a sudden emergency. It was scheduled a terrifying 3 days in advance, a rare, ominous grace period reserved only for missions where preparation is entirely futile. 12 employees were being sent into the abyss, a massive, high-tier B-class anomaly carrying an astronomical 2,000-point bounty per person. Unhage crossed her arms, her eyes reflecting a grim, dark amusement as she watched me process the data, her voice dropping into a flat, clinical register to deliver the true nature of the assignment. This wasn't an anomaly you could outsmart with a manual or survive through raw, tactical brilliance. It was a cold, unyielding, luck-based death game. A cosmic lottery where the moment the thresholds are crossed, a completely random soul is guaranteed to be instantly torn apart. The core of every true horror story is the agonizing, suffocating anticipation of death, an absolute certainty that someone must be erased for the curtain to fall. Having recently danced with a government-sanctioned catastrophe where a blood sacrifice was the only exit strategy, I had grown chillingly desensitized to the concept. Survival, in this line of work, meant learning how to squeeze through the eye of a needle while the world collapsed around you. My default psychological armor had become a relentless, obsessive search for an escape route, no matter how structurally impossible it seemed. Assistant manager Unhage cracked a cynical, bitter smile as she laid out the historical parameters of our upcoming destination. In the beginning, the anomaly had swallowed every single explorer whole, returning nothing but a solitary, headless corpse. It took dozens of iterations, fueled by the blind luck of a few traumatized survivors, to compile the sterile manual currently glowing on my tablet screen. But despite 37 successful expeditions, one terrifying rule remained entirely immutable. The entity demanded a life upon entry. There was no logic to its selection, no pattern, no warning, and absolutely no time to deploy protective gear before the hidden ledger claimed its prize. Entering this high-tier B-class backroom meant stepping directly into a literal roulette wheel, facing an immediate 1 in 12 chance of instantaneous annihilation. Sacrificing an expendable pawn wasn't an option either. The anomaly possessed a cruel intellect, demanding a sharp, capable mind to even trigger a solvable scenario. Unhage crossed her arms, murmuring with a hollow, dark humor that an 8.3% mortality rate was practically a generous corporate benefit compared to unmapped anomalies. Sliding her company card across the desk, she suggested I go grab us some coffee. A transparent, merciful excuse to let me process the psychological weight of my impending execution. Leaning back against the plush sofa of a nearby cafe, staring into the dark depths of an Americano, it wasn't fear that clawed at my chest, but a profound, sickening unease. For the first time since my descent into this corporate hellscape, my greatest asset, the classified information from the wiki, was completely useless against a mechanic governed by pure, chaotic probability. The temptation to hand in my mental resignation letter flared like a fever, a desperate urge to investigate anomalies independently, free from Daydream Incorporated's meat grinder. But the moment Braun's vibrant, theatrical voice echoed in my thoughts, playfully inviting me to abandon reality for a permanent spot in his bizarre, supernatural theater, the delusion shattered. Wandering into the dark alone as a certified coward was a guaranteed ticket to a fate far worse than a quick, randomized death. Returning to the office with the takeout cups, I bury myself back in the glowing tablet, desperately scanning the lines for a hidden gap, a single, beautiful loophole. The company had intentionally excluded all high-ranking squad leaders and elite personnel from the roster, a rigid policy enacted after a previous deployment where an elite agent's desperate, frantic struggle to dodge the sacrifice resulted in a chaotic mass slaughter of their own team. Outside, the faint scent of cigarette smoke drifted in as Supervisor Park and Unhage muttered bitterly about the low-tier roster, joking darkly that they wouldn't even bother attending the funerals of some of the unlikable colleagues assigned to our squad. The first true ripple of temptation arrived that afternoon in the form of Section Chief Lee Byongjan, who slunk into my cubicle with an irritating, wide-eyed look of false concern. Lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper, he urged me to leverage Director Ho's growing fascination with my flawless track record to quietly secure an executive exemption from the roulette. It was a legitimate golden lifeline, and I knew instantly that I couldn't touch it. In a cutthroat corporate ecosystem driven by mutual survival, pulling strings to save my own skin would instantly brand me as a selfish parasite, utterly destroying the fragile workplace dynamics of my three-person squad. The field team operated on the unspoken law that luck itself was a professional skill, and ostracization in a place like Daydream Incorporated was a slow, agonizing death sentence. Forcing a mask of rigid, principled humility, I feigned a deep devotion to company policy, claiming I would take full responsibility and see the assignment through to the end. Lee Byongjan stammered in disbelief before finally retreating, leaving me biting my inner lip to keep from screaming at his retreating back to drag me out by my hair. Turning back to the monitor with a bitter, strained smile, my mind frantically shifted gears, abandoning the rules of the manual to focus on creating an entirely new exception. Every single recorded victim of the anomaly shared one universal, unchanging characteristic. They were entirely, undeniably human. The official logs had never accounted for a non-human entity attempting to clear the entry threshold, opening a fascinating, volatile possibility. If a participant could somehow mask their fundamental humanity during the initial transit, shedding their mortal identity like a stage costume, they might completely bypass the entity's randomized judgment. Braun's mental voice sparked with a sudden, intoxicating enthusiasm at the proposition, boasting that a true entertainer possesses 1,000 distinct masks, offering to extend a specialized illusion over my entire squad if only he could reclaim a fraction of his former star-studded glory. But the price of a miracle from a supernatural entity is always paid in currency that runs warm. To fuel the enchantment, Braun required a pristine, specialized bath, and since relying on stale hospital blood packs or fleeting, supernatural artifacts was out of the question, the source had to be my own. Preparing the small, checkered bathtub I had procured from the alien shop, I carefully gripped a sharp kitchen knife, repeating a frantic, soothing mantra that I was terrified of cosmic horrors, not my own biology. I pricked the flesh of my left arm, a steady, dark crimson stream flowing directly into the basin while I quietly managed the lightheadedness with a magical recovery potion from the company clinic. To give my erratic, plush companion a genuine shock, ensuring he would never view my veins as a casual bath additive in the future, I intentionally let the blade sink deeper than planned, filling the tub with nearly half a liter of vibrant fluid. The mixture instantly reacted with the basin's properties, transforming into a thick, fragrant solution that smelled intensely of old, aromatic cedar wood, a haunting echo of a cursed forest anomaly. Sealing my wound with a magical tincture, I watched with a pale, satisfied smirk as Braun proudly marched into the crimson waters on his own 2 feet. For a few moments, the room fell into a heavy, suspended silence, broken only by the faint, rhythmic splashing of the plush doll settling into the rich fluid. Then, the smooth, theatrical cadence of the former talk show host faltered, a strange, cryptic note of bewilderment bleeding into his thoughts as he whispered that the solution I had brewed was shifting into something altogether peculiar. Receiving a sophisticated, highly specific critique of a bath solution brewed from nearly half a liter of my own life force was not on my corporate itinerary. I kept my gaze fixed straight ahead, refusing to look back at the shifting, iridescent waters of the basin as Braun let out a slow, appreciative sound, comparing the vintage of my blood to a complex, deeply layered blend. It carried a hauntingly familiar note, a microscopic echo of the contaminated ginseng we had encountered weeks prior. The realization sent a sudden, icy shiver down my spine, a quiet warning of paranormal encroachment, the inevitable slow burn rot that infests every long-term employee of Daydream Incorporated. In this meat grinder, growing stronger always means surrendering a piece of your humanity, a dark transaction where you must constantly balance your new, stolen gifts against the risk of being entirely consumed by them. Fortunately, the plush entity let out a long, euphoric sigh as the crimson solution dissolved completely into his fabric, his tiny, stuffed form radiating a sharper, far more vibrant aura than before. As I lifted him from the basin and wrapped him in a fresh towel, a small, previously hidden detail caught my eye, a jagged remnant of the manufacturer's tag at the base of his neck, a piece of his lost, corporate history clawing its way back to the surface. With his theatrical powers fully rejuvenated, Braun was more than ready to return a favor, eagerly preparing to weave a grand, protective illusion over the final, desperate countermeasure I had planned. The designated insertion point was a rotting, long-abandoned private kindergarten on the outskirts of the city, its peeling walls and broken windows practically bleeding an aura of old, forgotten architecture. The rest of the 12-man roster had already gathered near the poorly cleaned entrance, their faces pale, drawn, and tightly locked in the agonizing, suffocating grip of impending execution. Supervisor Park and assistant manager Un stood near the threshold, watching their frantic colleagues cling to useless, superstitious Lucky Charms like rabbit feet. Both of them well aware that the company's manual explicitly stated the anomaly selection process was absolute, inescapable, and entirely fair. Feigning a moment of standard, workplace anxiety, I pulled the revitalized Braun from my pocket, casually offering to share my lucky companion's eccentric, protective blessings with them as a small, private secret. They offered tired, deeply skeptical smiles but accepted the gesture, entirely unaware that this brief, shared ritual was the anchor needed to pull them out of the human ledger. The ancient grandfather clock in the foyer struck the final, defining second of the hour, its loud, echoing chime signaling the immediate, violent transformation of reality. Suddenly, Braun's voice boomed inside my consciousness like a director commanding a live television studio, urging us to treat the looming, invisible cameras as starlight while profound, heavy certainty locked over my identity. My skull flared with an intense, itching heat as thick, wooden horns seemed to erupt from my crown, my human posture shifting into something ancient, primal, and completely foreign to the anomaly scanners. Looking to my left and right through a new, hypersensitive spectrum of heat signatures. I saw a thick-furred badger and a sharp-eyed falcon observing the terrified, trembling humans around us. The illusion held for only a few breathless seconds before the crushing weight of the transformation evaporated, dropping us back into a pristine, terrifyingly modern playroom that smelled strongly of fresh paint and toxic construction materials. The mask had successfully shielded our humanity from the initial, sweeping scan of the back room. But as I reached into my coat to comfort my drained, exhausted companion, a jolt of pure horror stopped my heart. Dangling around the plush doll's soft, cotton neck was a flickering, pitch-black holographic noose, the unmistakable, lethal brand of the designated sacrifice. The entity had accidentally selected a resident of its own supernatural ecosystem, a bizarre, catastrophic glitch in the game's rigid logic. Yet, before panic could truly set in, Braun let out a deeply offended aristocratic scoff, mapping his telepathic voice onto a flat refusal to participate in an unprofessional, unscripted teaching demonstration before snapping his tiny, fabric fingers. With a silent, beautiful ripple of logic, the spectral noose vanished from his neck, the entity's automated programming desperately searching for a valid, compliant target to absorb the rejected curse. Relief flared in my chest for a fraction of a second, until I turned my head toward the window and my vision locked onto assistant manager Unhage. Her usual, unbothered composure had transformed into a grim, heartbreakingly hollow smile as she gently patted her own limbs, where the heavy, pitch-black noose had just rematerialized, locking her into the center of the room. The Moonlight Tattoo Shop's manual had warned us that this specific B-class darkness allowed absolutely no exceptions to its rules, a twisted, word-guessing nightmare where the chosen hangman slowly ascends the gallows while the remaining participants scramble to solve the puzzle. She had already fully accepted her fate, quietly instructing me to ensure our scatterbrained squad leader handled her automated post-mortem point distribution properly once the curtain fell. There was no time for a desperate, frantic intervention. No loophole left to exploit as the ancient, boxy television set in the corner of the playroom crackled to life with a cheerful, high-pitched chime. An automated, monstrously upbeat voice filled the sterile space, welcoming the new teachers to a fun, interactive game to play with the children before officially announcing Unhage as today's guest host. The phantom rope suddenly jerked taut with an immense, bone-crushing force, wrapping tightly around her limbs and hoisting her helpless, suspended form into the empty air beneath the ceiling. On the glowing screen, a series of massive, terrifyingly empty blank spaces materialized, inviting the silent, horrified audience to begin guessing the letters before the trapdoor inevitably drops. The cheerful, synthetic chime of a vintage television set sliced through the heavy, suffocating silence of the pristine playroom, a jarring contrast to the nightmare unfolding beneath the ceiling. On the screen, a grotesque caricature of a children's show host welcomed the captive audience to a special, interactive lesson. The game was Hangman, an innocent childhood pastime twisted into an absolute, inescapable B-class execution protocol. Suspended in midair by an invisible, crushing force was assistant manager Unhage. She didn't panic. Instead, her lips curled into a dry, mocking smile as cold sweat traced a slow line down her neck. She knew the nature of the entity they were dealing with. This anomaly fed on psychological ruin, dragging its victims to the absolute precipice of despair while keeping them just alive enough to participate in their own undoing. The television screen flickered, revealing 8 empty, mocking blanks. In this twisted theater, the hidden word wasn't random. It was a structural dissection of the victim's soul, a literal decoding of her identity. Every letter was bound to a specific, hidden truth from her past, and the rules demanded absolute accuracy. To play incorrectly was to invite immediate, permanent corruption. Seeking a desperate loophole, the protagonist considered a violent disruption of the environment, perhaps targeting the unseen mechanisms of the gallows itself. But Unhage's gaze was a quiet, chilling reprimand. The environment was watching, every corner monitored by sterile CCTV lenses looking for the slightest deviation from standard, teacher-like decorum. Any erratic movement, any outburst of human panic, would only trigger immediate penalties. The heavy atmosphere fractured as another staff member burst through the door, breathing heavily but careful not to exceed the strict, metered walking pace enforced by the kindergarten's rules. Frustrated, terrified, and entirely self-serving, he demanded information, screaming for a clue to fill the empty slots. He was a liability, a man who had already inadvertently caused the demise of 3 newcomers through his sheer, reckless incompetence. Unhage merely looked down at him with an expression of lazy, aristocratic boredom, using her final moments to openly mock his desperation. Then, leaning slightly toward the protagonist, she breathed a quiet, confidential hint. For years ago, her life belonged to the ruthless world of investigative journalism. Stepping toward the glowing monitor, the protagonist uttered the corresponding letter, R. A cheerful, celebratory melody erupted from the speakers, but the reward was horrifying. With a silent, instantaneous ripple in reality, Unhage's left foot simply ceased to exist. There was no blood, no agonizing scream, just a clean, terrifying erasure of matter. The gallows was claiming its prize, inch by inch, letter by letter. The television didn't pause, immediately shifting to the next riddle, demanding to know her final mode of transportation during her reporting days. Driven by blind panic and basic probability, the aggressive staff member shoved his way forward and shouted a careless guess. S for subway. The response was a harsh, buzzing error. A shimmering, pitch-black holographic booklet materialized in the air, slamming violently against the man's face. It didn't just cover his skin, it began to melt, dissolving into his features like hot wax, swallowing his identity whole. As he thrashed frantically on the floor, a dark, indelible brand seared itself into his forehead. A silent warning echoed through the room. 3 such infractions, and a human would be permanently re-educated, transformed into a mindless, eternal resident of the kindergarten's faculty. The protagonist fell to cold, heavy dread settling deep into his bones. The sheer weight of helplessness in this space was absolute. The anomaly didn't just threaten life. It forced its victims to self-censor, to willingly participate in the ritualistic execution of their peers just to maintain a fragile, fleeting hold on their own humanity. In the dark recesses of his mind, he recalled his enigmatic plush companion, Braun. The entity had effortlessly bypassed the game's logic earlier through sheer, arrogant refusal, completely indifferent to the fact that his escape would merely shift the noose to a vulnerable human neck. The internal conflict within the doll, the strange friction between acting as a faithful protector and possessing the cold, alien logic of a supernatural resident, was a riddle for another time. Right now, the clock was ticking. Just as the suffocating weight of the room threatened to crush all hope, a familiar figure stepped through the threshold. Supervisor Park Min-seong entered, his face a complex mask of grim resignation and hidden trauma. Looking at the suspended manager, he quietly urged the protagonist to keep guessing, revealing a chilling, unexpected secret. This wasn't his first time inside this specific B-class nightmare. 2 years prior, he had stood in this exact playroom, attempting a reckless, heroic rescue that had left his soul permanently scarred with lingering contamination. A sudden, sharp spark of realization flared in the protagonist's chest. He didn't have a loophole, but he now had something far more valuable, a living, breathing survivor who possessed the forbidden chronology of the game. Grabbing the supervisor's shoulders, he prepared to extract every piece of hidden data before the television chimed again. The calculations of a desperate man are often indistinguishable from madness, but in the suffocating trap of a B-class anomaly, madness is the only currency that buys time. Kim Soleum pressed his advantage, extracting the forbidden chronology of the 35th round from Supervisor Park Min-seon. The historical fragments were gruesome, tales of panic-stricken new hires, penalties triggered by frantic curses, a violent brawl over calming pills that doomed both participants, and a tragic rookie crushed beneath a falling, headless torso before resigning from the company entirely. But within that grisly history, a pattern emerged, a beautiful, chilling loophole hidden inside the strict architecture of the rules. The severed limbs of the condemned did not simply vanish into nothingness. They materialized elsewhere within the kindergarten's colorful prison. Soleum's mind raced, stitching together a sequence so high stakes it made his skin prickle with cold sweat. It was barely feasible, a microscopic sliver of hope, but it required a catalyst. It required brawn. How much longer until your transformation is ready? Soleum projected the thought inward, demanding an answer from the entity sharing his shadow. The response was a lethargic, privileged drawl. Even an artist needs half a day of rest. Wouldn't you agree? What if we alter the parameters? Soleum countered, mentally rewriting the terms of the engagement. The entity paused, a subtle shift occurring in its alien logic. An hour, then. It is a grueling schedule, but I suppose a true professional must endure for his audience. An hour. 60 minutes of agonizing tension. Soleum had to ensure assistant manager Eun-hage didn't ascend the gallows completely before the clock ran out. To do that, he needed to manipulate the worst aspects of human nature. He needed a distraction. Reaching into his pocket, his fingers brushed against the cool, metallic edge of the silver heart badge, an item capable of subtly altering the perceptions of those around him. He stepped back into the playroom, where 9 pairs of eyes, glittering with the predatory curiosity of spectators at a coliseum, turned toward him. Suspended above them, Eun-hage remained unervingly composed. She had already accepted her fate, reasoning that a clean erasure was far superior to the bloody, violent end she had witnessed her former comrades endure. She was ready to die, choosing to remain uncooperative rather than provide entertainment for the surrounding trolls who treated her execution like a spectator sport. If you could double your clear points. Soleum's voice cut through the synthetic cheer of the television. Would you do it? The room fell into an expectant, greedy silence. He wore the antlered mask of a deer, the iconic symbol of a rookie who had shattered company records to become a supervisor in a mere 60 days. His presence carried an innate, hypnotic weight, amplified by the hidden artifact in his coat. A bet, Soleum proposed, crossing his arms with an air of absolute certainty. Whoever correctly guesses more letters than me wins. If you succeed, I will surrender all 2,000 of my points, converting them into whatever custom equipment or company store luxury you desire. Greed conflicted with caution. Points were the lifeblood of the field exploration team, and 2,000 was an astronomical fortune. Is this a joke? A sarcastic voice sneered from the crowd. A noble sacrifice just to update the safety manual for future rookies? Exactly, Soleum replied without a trace of hesitation. A heavy, inexplicable shift occurred in the room. The metallic resonance of the silver heart expanded, sharpening the thoughts of the cynical veterans. Suddenly, the rookie's history flashed through their minds. The memory of him risking his life in a high-grade darkness to rescue an unpopular, forgotten desk worker without pay. Normally, they would laugh at such naive sentimentality. But under the influence of the badge, his foolish idealism felt magnificent. It felt objective. The bet was accepted. The trolls began to bicker among themselves, each attempting to sabotage the other's guesses to claim the ultimate prize. Solemnly, Soleum walked over to the dangling assistant manager, whose jaw had dropped in sheer disbelief. "You idiot," she hissed in a frantic whisper. "Your flaw is that you're too decent. You're going to break yourself under the weight of your own ideals." "I am buying time," Soleum murmured, his eyes glinting with a sharp, calculating focus. "We're going to pull you down from there, but I need you to cooperate." Eun-hage's breath hitched. She realized, with a surge of adrenaline, that he wasn't just comforting her. He was serious. The hangman, she whispered, revealing the one secret she had kept to protect her juniors, is the only entity exempt from the kindergarten's rules. I cannot be penalized for cursing or smashing my head, but moving my lower body is impossible. Then we utilize the upper body, Soleum interrupted, explaining her role in the upcoming extraction with terrifying, concise clarity. Unhage felt as though ice water had been poured down her spine. It was insane. It was brilliant. Before she could shout at them to return, Soleum and Supervisor Park were already moving down the unervingly pristine pastel hallway. The corridor was quiet, the distant sounds of the arguing employees confirming that Soleum's psychological trap was working perfectly. Human selfishness would ensure that the 9 veterans would constantly hinder one another, dragging out each 10-minute question to its absolute limit. They would hesitate, fear the black booklets of corruption, and consume the entire hour just trying to outmaneuver their peers. Are you certain they won't win the points? Park whispered, his voice trembling beneath his mask. Never, Soleum replied, his tone detached and certain. They cannot form a trust, and they cannot divide the prize. They will tear each other apart while we do the real work. They reach their destination, the largest communal space in the kindergarten. It was a surreal, horrifying stage decorated with plastic butterflies, artificial flowers, and a colorful ball pit. But atop that cheerful platform, 2 grotesque, isolated chunks of human anatomy stood awkwardly in the light. A left leg, a right foot, the severed pieces of Unhage, preserved, awaiting the final assembly of her execution. A primal chill crawled up Soleum's spine, the hairs on his neck standing on end as the eerie reality of the anomaly pressed against his consciousness. There was only one chance to execute the extraction, and the clock was already ticking. The psychological warfare inside the playroom had degenerated into something utterly unseemly, a cacophony of greed and sabotage that resembled a heavy wagon while stuck in the mud, spinning uselessly and generating nothing but friction and suffocating heat. Suspended in the stale air, Assistant Manager Unhage watched the spectacle with a detached, bitter exhaustion. She had wanted to exit this life in peace, a quiet surrender to the inevitable, but the universe was denying her even that small dignity. 40 minutes bled into an hour, a slow, agonizing drip of time that felt less like a rescue and more like a public dissection. Her deep-seated secrets, the dark contours of her past as an investigative journalist, were being systematically unraveled for the amusement of the room. When the final letter snapped into place, the synthetic voice of the television chimed with an eerie, triumphant malice. The hidden word was betrayer. The entity took a sadistic pleasure in broadcasting her shame, painting her as a ruthless reporter who had crossed lines, compromised sources, and left a trail of emotional ruin in her wake. It was the classic architecture of a B-class nightmare, isolating the victim, tearing down their psychological defenses, and forcing the survivors into terrifying compliance through the illusion of a moral lesson. But to Kim Soleum, the judgment was irrelevant. The true nature of a person is never dictated by the monsters trying to consume them. The heavy air fractured further as the door clicked open. A synchronized, fluid thudding echoed down the hallway as the faculty of the kindergarten arrived to claim their prize. They did not arrive with screams or melting flesh, which made their presence infinitely more terrifying. They wore pristine pastel aprons and innocent name tags, but their faces were locked into frozen, unblinking smiles, their foreheads seared with a permanent brand of absolute contamination. To look them in the eye was to invite the madness into your own soul. In the shadow of the stage, Supervisor Park Min-seong prepared his countermove. He clutched his custom equipment. The mimic scarf, now heavily saturated and dripping with a concentrated chemical enhancer. To avoid a penalty for defacing the pristine environment, Soleum had sacrificed his own suit jacket, spreading on the floor to catch the chemical runoff. The plan was a desperate gamble. If the enhancer held, The camouflage would be absolute, a flawless mimicry that would allow Park to walk among the monsters undetected, at least until the fabric dried. Park pulled the fabric over his features, his identity dissolving into the pastel crowd as a familiar, aristocratic voice purred in Soleum's mind. A convincing disguise, though it won't hold forever. A true artist knows when to strike. Soleum moved next, intentionally staggering his timing to draw the collective gaze of the faculty away from the supervisor. But as he approached the platform, a sudden, freezing dread paralyzed his limbs. The psychological weight of the kindergarten's handbook flooded his consciousness like a parasitic infection, whispering seductively of an eternal, perfect haven where rules were absolute and accidents never happened. The smiling, unhuman faces of the teachers turned in unison, their gazes locking onto his position with a predatory, deafening roar. New teacher. The urge to scream, to tear at his own skin, was overwhelming. His chin dripped with cold sweat as he struggled to drag his left foot forward. Panic wasn't an option. He needed a tether to reality. He needed something profoundly mundane to anchor his drifting mind. Right on cue, Braun's cheerful, theatrical voice drifted through his thoughts, entirely unfazed by the surrounding horror. Tell me, Mr. Roe Deer, what is your favorite fruit? A symbol of abundance, perhaps? Or shall we discuss the evolution of fine wine, refined over millennia by human desire and determination? The bizarre, academic lecture was a brilliant psychological shield. With every absurd detail about harvest cycles and ancient civilizations, the suffocating whispers of the anomaly faded. Soleum took another step, then another, until the edge of the stage was within arm's reach. In this theater, boldness is essential, Braun murmured, his tone shifting to something warm, almost proud. You are an MVP, a participant who refuses to vanish. Now, let's play our assigned roles to perfection. Soleum inhaled deeply, steadying his racing pulse. The frozen smiles of the entity's faculty looked down at him from the platform, but the fear no longer possessed the power to contaminate his mind. He had drawn the spotlight. The stage was set, and the final movement of the execution was about to begin. The vibrant, candy-colored stage of the kindergarten was now a grotesque theater of execution. Surrounded by a sea of frozen, pastel-clad monstrosities, a pitch-black scaffold loomed. Beneath its shadow, a dark line extended straight into the air, a supernatural conduit anchoring the severed remnants of assistant manager Unhage. Thighs, torso, limbs, and finally, her head materialized on the stage, merging into a single pale, living form. Bound by holographic black ropes that hijacked her nervous system, she clenched her teeth, swallowing a torrent of profanities as she was forced to march toward the noose. This was the razor-thin window. The rules explicitly forbade any physical contact, any rescue, any final handshake. The anomaly would violently repel any direct intervention. But as Unhage brushed past the silent line of teachers, a hidden hand moved. Supervisor Park Minseong, seamlessly cloaked in his damp, chemically enhanced camouflage, slipped something tiny into her mouth. She couldn't use her bound arms, but her jaw obeyed. In a fraction of a second, the object vanished past her lips. She kept her face expressionless, stepping onto the trapdoor. Then, the executioner's rope snapped taut. The holographic fibers gained a sudden, terrifying density, wrenching upward with a sickening, immense force. A headless body tumbled off the platform, landing with a limp, hollow thud directly at Kim Soleum's feet. He forced himself to catch it, pretending to be an unbothered spectator as the form dissolved into the air like smoke. Ah, it's finally over, a veteran sighed behind him, patting Soleum's shoulder with a casual, cynical indifference. Don't take it too hard, kid. She was never going to survive this place anyway. Why are you smiling? The veteran froze, following Soleum's gaze back to the blood-stained stage. A collective shriek pierced the playroom. It wasn't a head resting on the platform. It was a severed left hand. In the dark, chaotic theater of a mind. Braun chuckled, thoroughly amused by his own genius. A classic stage illusion, switching the head for the hand. A masterful performance, if I do say so myself. The trick had worked, but the trap was double-layered. To escape the simulation, the system required a corpse. If the anomaly detected a heartbeat, it would reset the loop. That was where the snow-white mountain mini-apple came in. The fruit, smuggled in Soleum's upgraded wrist storage, induced a state indistinguishable from biological death. The moment the blade struck her wrist, Unhage had swallowed the final fragment of the fruit, sending her vital signs to absolute zero. The system, reading her as a successful execution, ejected her body safely into the waking world. But the celebration was cut short. The television screen flashed a vibrant, mocking red. Evaluation time. Supervisor Park Min-seong stepped down from the stage, shedding his camouflage gear with a pale, trembling grin. We did it, right? I can handle a minor penalty for not guessing a letter. It's better than letting her die. But the kindergarten was a bureaucracy of malice. A synthetic tone chimed. Stepping onto the stage was a forbidden infraction. Park had not guessed a letter, violating the participation quota. 3 penalties accumulated. The television announced his new designation with terrifying cheer. Permanent trainee. Before Soleum could reach him, a black, tar-like holographic book materialized over Park's head, seeping into his skin like liquid pitch. His body slammed into the floor, twisting in a series of horrific, unnatural contortions as his screams began to warp, blending with the robotic recitation of the kindergarten handbook. The game was over. The exit door clicked open, a 30-minute countdown beginning before permanent sealing. The remaining employees, terrified of the lingering tar, scrambled over each other to escape, abandoning the writhing supervisor on the floor. Solemnly, Soleum stood alone in the colorful wasteland. He refused to let this end as a footnote on a company wiki, a casual line stating that a rescuer had been lost to the dark. He accessed the burning tattoo on his wrist, dumping his entire inventory into his briefcase, the candle-making kit, the vampire's blade, the coins. Every ounce of matter was cleared, leaving the irregular 60-centimeter subspace entirely vacant. He waited out the agonizing 7 minutes of Park's penalty, knowing that stepping in now would only bind him to the same fate. When the red tar finally dissolved, Supervisor Park stood up. His black suit was gone, replaced by soft beige pants, a crisp white shirt, and a light green apron. His mask had melted entirely, revealing a placid, terrifyingly serene smile. On his forehead, the brand of the Sprout class burned bright. "Did you wait for me to finish reading?" Park asked, his voice dripping with an unnatural, hollow sweetness. "I don't have a quitting time anymore. I'm a perfect teacher now. Shall we head out?" Soleum asked, keeping his voice flat, betraying no horror. "Leave? Oh, I can't do that." Park chuckled, stepping closer, extending a pale, manicured hand. "But Teacher Soleum, you haven't been assigned a class yet. Why don't you read the handbook with me? We could be in the Sprout class, together." The hand swiped through the cold air as Soleum subtly stepped back, lifting the heavy, empty briefcase between them. "I'd love to," Soleum murmured, his eyes locked onto the empty, irregular void waiting inside his wrist. "But I have to drop this off at the exit first." Trigger warning, self-harm. The entity that had stolen Supervisor Park's flesh still spoke with a terrifying, honeyed gentleness, offering to summon the other corrupted faculty to help move the weight. It was a subtle, parasitic trap, inviting the entire nightmare to converge on the exit. But Soleum countered with a name, a ghost, invoking Supervisor Badger's fictional authority to lure the creature toward the threshold. The name acted like a brief glitch in the monster's borrowed psychology. It agreed, trailing Soleum with the soft, whispering scuff of indoor slippers rather than the heavy click of dress shoes. As they neared the exit, the creature's hand latched onto the briefcase. The manual in its grip brushed Soleum's skin, and with that touch, the insidious infection of the kindergarten blossomed in his mind. The frantic, Mind-shattering sirens of the anomaly were absent, replaced by a far more dangerous weapon, validation. An intrusive warmth seeped into his thoughts. Why was he running from his place? The kindergarten was a flawless, harmonious haven. The colleagues were polite. The discipline was a gift disguised as a penalty, and he had the potential to be the perfect teacher. Why not surrender? Why not turn back, borrow the handbook, and read the rules aloud alongside Park? Soleum forced a bitter, internal scoff, fighting the creeping euphoria of absolute submission. It was a delusion. He dragged his feet forward, forcing his focus onto the physical world as the pristine, unnaturally clean exit crystallized in his vision. "Shall we cast the bag out together?" the smiling thing asked, leaning its torso forward exactly as Soleum had engineered. Without an instant of hesitation, Soleum bypassed the briefcase and clamped his fingers around Supervisor Park's head, shoving it violently into his forearm. The subspace within his tattooed wrist was not a rigid, geometric container, but a fluid, shifting void. It twisted around the adult human form, swallowing flesh and bone with a sickening, wet resistance. Soleum pressed down with everything he had, intentionally blinding and silencing the head first to sever the psychological contamination. Yet, as the final limbs were forced into the vacuum, a pale, deathly hand erupted from the threshold, its fingers locking onto Soleum's left forearm with unnatural, bone-crushing strength. The grip was unbreakable. He couldn't risk tearing the creature's flesh, lest the anomaly trigger a fatal penalty for harming a teacher. Left with only one horrific alternative, Soleum drew the blood-sucking knife with his free hand and buried the blade into his own arm. The cold steel sheared through his own muscles, ripping away chunks of his own flesh to sever the monster's hold. The blinding, white-hot agony should have torn a scream from his throat, but the sheer torrent of adrenaline kept him dead silent. He rammed the final, severed fingers into the void and plunged through the threshold. The blinding, unmerciful glare of the real world hid his eyes. The pastel paradise vanished, replaced by the rotting, skeletal ruins of an abandoned suburban kindergarten. Out in the wild grass, the unconscious, mutilated form of assistant manager Unhage lay still, missing a hand but breathing. The others had already fled. With trembling, blood-slicked fingers, Soleum retrieved his phone and dialed the bureau's secure line. "I need containment equipment." He rasped into the receiver, his vision blurring as the grass rushed up to meet him. "I brought back a contaminated asset." When Soleum's eyes snapped open, the pastel sky was gone, replaced by the sterile, seamless gray walls of an isolation facility. Hovering over him was a slender security officer with light hair and a familiar, slightly weary expression. The name tag read J3, J, the same stoic survivor from the Changwei incident. Soleum looked down, noticing his hands were tightly bound with a strange, crimson yarn adorned with tiny, delicate silver bells. The supernatural threads hummed with an esoteric energy, a standard security team tool designed to temporarily force a victim's mind and body back to their healthiest state from the past decade. The more advanced the mutation, the faster the thread would snap. "Are you saying?" Soleum's voice was dry, cracked. "The Bureau thinks I'm a monster?" "Looks like it," Jay replied with a faint, half-amused wave of his hand. "There's no one else in the room. So, welcome to the security team, I guess." The dark irony wasn't lost on Soleum, but his focus remained on the ticking clock. The fully corrupted Supervisor Park was still curled inside the malleable dark of his wrist. If he confessed its existence, the Bureau would permanently log his subspace ability, stripping him of his greatest secret. "Is there a live feed in here?" Soleum asked, testing the boundaries of the room. Jay assured him the room was dark. Psychological anomalies like the hangman could corrupt digital footage, turning standard cameras into vectors for infection. "Can you keep a secret?" Soleum pressed, his eyes locking onto the officer. "It's not about destroying the building. I've successfully contained the target within myself, and I'm going to pull him out now." Jay stared at him, skeptical but entirely unfazed, tapping his chest where a single-use, high-grade suppression artifact rested. I've got one shot to freeze whatever comes out of there. Don't make me waste it. Soleum took a long, agonizing breath and plunged his hand back into the tattoo. The moment his fingers locked onto the hidden entity, the rules of reality fractured inside the room. Keeping colleagues locked away is a violation. With a chorus of wet, popping joints, the corrupted teacher was dragged back into the light. The strain on reality was too great. The silver bells shrieked, and the crimson yarn snapped into pieces. The deep wounds on Soleum's forearm burst open, spraying a fountain of dark blood across the gray floor. The psychic backwash hit his brain like a sledgehammer. Teacher Soleum. Such behavior is punishable. Park began, his serene, pastel-clad form emerging into the room. But as his eyes adjusted to the concrete walls, the smile shattered. "This isn't the school," Park shrieked, his voice warping into a manic, terrified register. "This isn't the kindergarten. I left without authorization. I'm not a perfect teacher. I broke the rules. I broke the rules." The raw, naked despair in his comrade's voice triggered a massive wave of guilt in Soleum's mind. The mental contamination seized on his regret, whispering that he had ruined everything. "I'm sorry. I'll read the handbook. I'll take the punishment. Just give me the book." A heavy hand clamped over Soleum's face, cutting off the spiral. Before the madness could take root, a sharp, cold pressure slid into his ear canal, followed by the sudden, heavy descent of a chemical sleep. The sharp, metallic sting of a sedative dissolved from Kim Soleum's senses as his consciousness drifted back to the surface. The room was still. On the cold concrete floor, the hollow casing of the ear capsule rolled away with a tiny, hollow click. The Bureau's medical countermeasure had done its work, severing the lingering hooks of the kindergarten's psychological infection. Soleum steadied his breath, his eyes tracking down to his left forearm, now meticulously wrapped in thick, sterile bandages. In the far corner of the isolation cell, the crimson yarn and silver bells were now coiled tightly around a different figure. The pastel apron and manic smile were gone, wrapped in the suppressive threads. Supervisor Park Min-seong sat in his standard black suit and mask, temporarily forced back into his human baseline. The camouflage was an artificial, fragile truce against the rot, but for now, he was a man again. "Lucky bastard," Jake muttered from the shadows, his voice heavy with the exhausting weight of a career spent staring into the void. "Getting dragged out that fast makes me envious. Does the speed of extraction mean he can fully recover?" Soleum asked, his gaze lingering on his former comrade. Jay hesitated, the exhaustion in his eyes deep enough to swallow the light. "That was a gloom-level infection. B-class. The company has protocols for survivors. If things go smoothly, maybe a department transfer to the security team." It was a grim mercy. Working in the meat grinder of the security divisions was a far cry from a peaceful life, but it was infinitely better than becoming a permanent fixture in a corrupted fairy tale. Soleum looked away, a strange, hollow ache settling in his chest. Just yesterday, they had been exchanging dry office humor. Tomorrow, Park would simply cease to exist in his daily routine. Another ghost scrubbed from the corporate directory. "Take care of him," Soleum murmured. As the static of the room quieted, the immediate past rushed back to fill the void. "Assistant Manager Eunhage." The body, Soleum's voice sharpened with sudden, rising anxiety. "The one found beside me in the wild grass, the one missing a hand. What did they do to her?" He feared the Bureau's clinical brutality, the immediate incineration of anything deemed a containment risk. But the anomaly had taken a hand, not a head. That anatomical anomaly was the thread that had saved her life, a paradox that forced the recovery teams to pause. Flanked by two security guards who maintained a precise, half-step surveillance behind him, Soleum was escorted through the subterranean labyrinth of the isolation sector. From behind the heavy, reinforced doors lining the corridor, Bone-chilling wails and frantic, desperate prayers echoed into the hall. Almighty luminous one, shine your light upon me. Save me. Please save me. Who is in the hallway? Who is in the hallway? Who is? Soleum kept his eyes locked straight ahead, refusing to let the auditory infection burrow into his thoughts. At the checkout counter, the clerk pushed his briefcase across the scuffed surface. A fresh, vinyl sticker gleamed on the leather. Approved/risk level D. Sergeant J had kept his word. The Bureau had processed the luggage as a low-level hazard, leaving the secrets buried within Soleum's tattoo unexamined. But as he lifted the briefcase, his eyes caught a crumpled, soda-soaked suit jacket shoved into a corner bin and tucked deep within the ruined fabric. A small, disheveled stuffed doll. How dare they fling me into the refuse like common garbage? Braun's voice hissed inside his mind, a sharp, aristocratic tremor of absolute outrage. Even in my introductory years, I was never subjected to such pedestrian disrespect. These individuals are utterly unhinged. Cold sweat pricked at Soleum's neck. He hastily smoothed the doll's velvet coat and slipped it securely into his breast pocket, murmuring a silent, frantic apology. A true compatriot never forgets an indignity. Braun purred, his tones settling into something deeply, cryptically ominous. Never. Soleum made a mental note to keep his companion as far from the security team as humanly possible. Outside the facility's heavy steel doors, a familiar figure stood waiting under the gray sky. Chief Lizard's vertical pupils caught the dull daylight as he turned to face the survivor. "Are you here to escort me to an interrogation, sir?" Soleum asked, his voice dry. "The infirmary," squad leader Lee Jahian replied, his expression unreadable as he turned toward the administrative blocks. "Assistant manager Unhage is there." Soleum felt a sudden, hot knot form in his throat. He paused, taking a breath before speaking the words that had cost him his own flesh. Supervisor Park Min-seong was also recovered alive. Lee quieted for a fraction of a second, the weight of his responsibilities settling heavily on his shoulders. Then everyone survived. That single sentence was enough to justify the blood spilled on the playroom floor. The aftermath moved with the efficient, cold speed of corporate damage control. Within 48 hours, Soleum's status among the ranks had transformed into something legendary. In the high-mortality world of the Bureau, extracting a fully contaminated colleague immediately after an infection was considered an impossibility, the kind of miracle that usually required months of strategic planning and a suicidal level of devotion. For a new hire to execute it on pure instinct was unprecedented. "Look, that's the one with the stag mask." The whispers followed him through the tiled corridors, echoing clearer now that his shadow walked alone. How many anomalies has he broken now? The company granted him a mandatory 10-day paid leave, a bureaucratic quarantine, while D-Squad's operations were officially suspended. The upper management had initially pushed for aggressive, psychological debriefings with the research team to dissect how they had inverted the lethal architecture of a B-class entity. But section chiefs Lee Byongjin and Lee Jahian had quietly buried the inquiries, shielding their asset from the laboratory coats. Even the terrified co-workers who had bolted the moment the exit door cleared had testified in his favor, painting his actions as a selfless, reckless display of pure camaraderie. The manuals were already being flagged for official revision. In the quiet of his apartment, the silence was deafening. His phone buzzed occasionally with sterile, comforting texts from other rookies, though his housemate, Beck Sahian, hadn't bothered to send so much as a single word. It was a predictable, comforting coldness. On the third afternoon of his isolation, a short message lit up his screen. "Unhage, come to the hospital." The private clinic was quiet, smelling of antiseptic and faded flowers. Soleum stood beside the pristine white bed, placing a small carton of soy milk on the nightstand. Unhage let out a low, tired chuckle. Soy milk? A classic. Her skin carried the translucent paleness of someone who had looked into the abyss, but the clarity in her eyes confirmed the snow-white mountain apple had done its work. The deep, induced coma had mimicked biological death perfectly, allowing Lee Jae-hyun to smuggle her out under the cover of dawn before the cleanup crews could claim her. I told the investigators the apple was a personal asset, she murmured, her voice dropping to a confidential, quiet register. People in our line of work don't like sharing their supply chains. But the gratitude belongs to you and Min Seong. She instinctively raised her left arm to wave off his modesty, but the gesture died in midair. The heavy linen bandages ended abruptly at the wrist. A clean, empty space where her hand had been. Standard Bureau regeneration elixirs were useless against injuries sustained via an executioner's curse. Assistant manager, Soleum began, his fingers drifting toward his pocket. I still have that C-grade regeneration potion from my previous clear. I can. You're not offering that to me. Ro, she interrupted, her voice suddenly sharp, cutting through the sterile room like a blade. Items tied to points are rarer than blood out there. You don't waste a miracle like that on a missing hand. You save it for when half your rib cage is gone. She turned her face toward the window, the pale sunlight catching the deep, hollow shadows beneath her eyes. If you keep stepping into the dark, she whispered, her voice laced with a lingering, chilling certainty, you will encounter things far worse than a missing hand. Trust me. A cold, slow dread crept down Soleum's spine, the phantom weight of the handbook whispering from the corners of his mind as the curtain fell on the kindergarten, leaving only the scars of the next lesson. With the practiced grace of someone forced to adapt to a missing limb, Assistant Manager Eun-hage reached in her bedside drawer using only her right hand. She pulled out a luxurious, gold embossed box wrapped in an intricate oil painting design, the unmistakable signature packaging daydream incorporated reserved for its highest-tier premium pharmacopoeia. It was a vessel far more elegant than the one that had housed Kim Soleum's C-grade regeneration potion. With an exuberant, almost performative gesture, she flipped the lid open. Inside, the molded silk lining revealed 2 custom teardrop slots, though one already sat entirely vacant, its velvet hollow empty. Eun-hage casually lifted the remaining glass vial and tossed it towards Soleum. He lunged forward, his instincts taking over as his fingers closed around the delicate container just inches from the linoleum floor. Within the glass, a heavy, mercurial fluid shimmered like liquid silk, blending deep, bruised shades of violet with a cold, metallic silver. Asset acquired, Western Diamondback rattlesnake venom, outstanding grade. Handle that with care, she grinned, showing her teeth in a sharp, humorless smile. That is a 170,000-point death warrant. You can end a life from across the world without leaving a single trace. Soleum's hands trembled slightly as he scanned the cryptic text etched onto the vial. The artifact allowed for a silent, ruthless execution. Through a precise, whisper-born ritual, one merely had to breathe the target's true name into the silver-violet fluid. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, a horrific, inescapable end would find them. Before their heart stopped, the victim would endure an agonizing, searing torment, an internal fire so profound it would warp their mind, trapping them in a 4-hour coma that, subjectively, felt like 4 endless years of psychological torture. The realization settled heavily in the quiet room. She wasn't offering a medicine. She was handing him a highly refined murder weapon. Eun-hage grumbled about the company's paired concept rules, complaining about how she had been forced to work double shifts in the dark just to afford a twin set she didn't fully want. Then, her smile turned mischievous. Keep in your jacket. Use it if someone truly deserves to stop breathing, because I certainly found someone who did. Soleum's throat went dry as his gaze drifted back to the empty velvet slot in the box. She already used the first one. The dark revelation from her employee profile echoed in his mind. The single word the system had used to summarize her character: betrayer. If it's a personal matter, Soleum murmured, try to offer her an honorable out. You don't have to share it. Uncomfortable, she leaned back against the stark white pillows, crossing her arms. Please, I've been dying to talk about it for years. Her voice remained casual, the smooth, practiced cadence of an elite journalist, but the narrative itself was forged in old blood and deep-seated regret. Long before the Bureau, she had been chasing an exclusive scoop on a prominent second-generation politician, a man whose hands moved everything from synthetic narcotics to human trafficking rings. She had pushed too hard, ruined her own career in the process, and watched her editors kill the article at the desk. By the following morning, the retaliation was absolute. Her team was stalked. Her family received untraceable, threatening calls, and the collective decision was made to bury the truth and pretend it never happened. But she couldn't let it die. She attempted to leak the documents to a foreign media outlet. In the eyes of her old colleagues, that was the ultimate betrayal. The day I was supposed to board a flight out of the country, I got the news, she sighed, a small, weary sound that vanished into the sterile room. 4 of my primary informants had died within hours of each other. The official reports called it suicide due to despair. It was a joke. They were either executed or pushed off a roof. I was incredibly stupid to think a single headline would fix a broken system. It wasn't stupidity, Soleum countered softly. It was, she corrected, her voice stiffening. No matter how you look at it. So, I walked away from journalism. But a person still needs to eat, and I had a family to shelter. She had looked for an employer that didn't care about media blacklists, a place that valued high-pressure survival experience and offered a broad age range for sales positions. She found Daydream Incorporated, and in the corporate labyrinth of the supernatural, she discovered the means to balance the ledger. At first, I thought about buying an item to bring the dead back. She adjusted her stance, a faint, chilling smile touching her lips. But that felt like a cheap insult to their memory. Trying to drag them back just to cure my own guilt would have been entirely self-serving. Respecting the dead as they are, letting them rest, that's the only real dignity. Most people in this company would call that naive, but it's my stance. Anyway, last night, the balance was paid. If you see a prominent politician dying of a sudden, agonizing systemic failure on the evening news, just know the check cleared. She stretched her arms high, letting out a long, profanity-laced sigh of pure, exhausted relief. Finally, I am done with that godforsaken kindergarten. My field exploration days are over. Despite the bold, definitive declaration, her jaw remained slightly rigid. Soleum could see the unvoiced weight behind her eyes, the lingering guilt of leaving Supervisor Park Min-seong behind in the concrete isolation cells. I'll be taking an extended medical leave. She continued, her tone turning slightly bitter, which means D-Squad is effectively disbanded. I made such a miserable fuss about keeping you in our unit, and now I'm the one walking away. The realization hit Soleum with a cold, quiet finality. When he returned to the office, the desk next to his would be empty. If you weren't feeling a little hollow right now, you'd be a psychopath, Eun-Hage said, her tone softening as she lightly thumped her chest with her good hand. Everyone hits this wall, eventually. The realization that the person who shared your morning coffee won't be there tomorrow. But give yourself some credit. Ro, this is the best possible outcome. We aren't parting because someone ended up in a body bag. We're parting because your absurd talent kept us alive. But Supervisor Park, that's a debt I'm keeping on my own corporate tab, she cut him off firmly, her voice leaving no room for argument. You dragged his soul out of that loop. Be proud of that. He's resilient in his own twisted way. He'll adapt. Focus on keeping your own skin intact. Even the lizard seems worried about you. She noted how squad leader Lee Jae-hyun had been noticeably absent from the main office floor, pulling strings behind closed doors and absorbing the administrative fallout of a fractured squad, so Soleum wouldn't be reassigned to a human shield detail. He's rigid, but he's dependable. It's rare to find an anchor in this building. Work well with him. She extended her right hand, her grip firm, dry, and undeniably human. Earn your points safely. Ro, I hope whatever wish you're hiding comes true. That was their final handshake. When Soleum's mandatory leave expired, the D-Squad office felt like a mausoleum. Assistant Manager Eun-Hage's desk had been stripped entirely bare, its surface polished and sterile. Supervisor Park's monitors remained, a quiet, lingering question mark hanging over the empty chair. Soleum sat at his own desk, the sole surviving operator on the floor, listening to the heavy silence. A crisp, magnificent winter morning, Braun's voice echoed in his mind, trying to pierce the gloom. Shall we indulge in a midday brew, companion? Sure, Soleum thought, organizing his paperwork. At lunchtime, at exactly 10 minutes to 9, the heavy door clicked open and the lizard-headed silhouette of squad leader Lee Jae-hyun filled the frame. Soleum stood immediately, offering a flawless, professional greeting. The vertical pupils shifted, scanning the rookie with an intense, calculating scrutiny. Can you perform your duties with the same efficiency as 2 weeks ago? Yes, squad leader. My rhythm will return immediately. The lizard gave a slow, imperceptible nod. Translated from his cold, minimalist dialect, the message was clear. Whether you succeed or falter, I will stand behind you. Just move forward. Soleum knew he couldn't afford a single mistake. An employee who climbs to supervisor within 60 days and survives a B-class anomaly is a target for intense corporate jealousy. If he showed even a flicker of emotional fragility now, the rumors would spread through the break rooms like wildfire, labeling him an unstable, lucky fluke. Unfortunately, his favorite alternative supply chain was currently offline. When he checked the alien merchant's encrypted domain, a single, frustrating notice barred his access. Redecorating temporarily closed. He would have to rely on standard issue gear and raw wits for the next drop. Are we deploying today, sir? Soleum asked, forcing a tone of professional readiness. Which unit are we reinforcing? C Squad. Lee Jae-hyun replied smoothly, adjusting his collar. Soleum felt a small spark of recognition. C Squad was the home unit of Assistant Manager Lee Kang-hyun, the suspicious, overly cheerful executive who had introduced him to the anomalous salmon market. Perhaps he would finally see the man behind the screen. Is it a high-difficulty sector, sir? Soleum inquired, checking his wrist storage. What is the classification, and is the manual complete? It is a D-class anomaly. The documentation is complete and verified. A wave of relief washed over him. A D-class with an established manual meant the risk of being used as an immediate meat shield was mathematically low. Understood. When do we move? 5 minutes. They gathered their tactical briefcases and bypassed the standard elevator, heading directly toward the auxiliary annex instead of the C Squad assembly area. Why the annex, sir? Because C Squad has already breached the threshold, the lizard replied. Through a few more sparse, clinical answers, Soleum pieced together the absurd reality of the situation. C Squad's leader was currently on mandatory leave, leaving only 2 active field agents in the entire unit. Rather than waiting for official clearance or adhering to the strict 3-man regulatory minimum, the 2 remaining operators had simply fudged the logs and dove into the anomaly on their own, forcing the administration to frantically scramble Soleum and Lee Jae-hyun as an emergency cleanup detail. Individuals who treat operational directives like mere suggestions. Braun chuckled, his mental voice dripping with theatrical sarcasm. A truly magnificent showrunner knows how to manage unpredictable talent. Could this be an educational opportunity for you? Mr. Rodeer, let us charge into the fray. Soleum suppressed a groan. None of the elite units in this company were remotely sane. As they walked, Lee Jae-hyun handed him a sleek, black tablet. You have exactly 10 minutes to memorize the manual. Why the tight constraint, sir? The entry window is collapsing, and the historical survival rate for this sector over the last 2 quarters is 97%. Soleum stared at the screen, the bitter irony of corporate mathematics settling in. In their world, a 3% mortality rate was considered a comforting, safe bet. But those 3% were usually the desperate, the unlucky, or the stupid. He slid his thumb across the glass to open the file, and his mind went entirely, completely blank. Dark Exploration Records / Supernatural Management Bureau. Identification code Ctur D 2367A. Classification D class, active. Operational overview. A classic, textbook psychological horror environment. Subject must survive an entire, continuous night within a populated haunting vector. Soleum stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes wide as the title of the ghost's story registered in his brain. "Sir," he stammered, his rational mind screaming at him to turn back. "Can we possibly delay our entry by just 30 minutes to calibrate our gear?" "Impossible," the lizard replied, his heavy footsteps never slowing as the dark, shimmering portal of the annex entry loomed ahead. The window was closing. There was no time for a breakdown, no time to process the cruel, cosmic joke the Bureau had just handed him. Of all the D-class anomalies in the database, his return mission had to be this one. Trigger warning, gore. The lizard-headed superior had offered a clinical piece of reassurance before they stepped across the threshold. There have been no fatalities aside from 2 cases of sudden cardiac arrest. It is a highly stable environment compared to other anomalies of the same letter grade. But Kim Soleum knew better than to find comfort in corporate statistics. The delusion of being some legendary, high-speed elite rookie shattered completely under the weight of his own anxiety. Before his paid leave, he had been a man who silently wept in corners while speed-running through nightmares. And this comeback mission was a direct hit to his psychological weakness. A textbook, unadulterated ghost story. Worse, because of the low D-class rating, wasting any of his rare, reality-warping tattoo stickers here would be a financial sin. He would have to experience this raw, enduring the uncanny valley exactly as the universal documentation intended. It was a form of brutal, unmedicated shock therapy. With a heavy, leaden stride, he marched through the threshold like a condemned prisoner approaching the gallows. The geometry of the entry was surprisingly orderly, completely devoid of the reality-tearing vortexes that usually swallowed operators whole. The manifestation merely required a specific, highly clinical set of spatial constraints. An enclosed room entirely sealed from the outside world. 4 walls and a ceiling with absolutely no windows or exterior light. An analog clock ticking on the wall. A precise volume of 40 cubic meters, with a strict tolerance of only 4 cubic meters before the anomaly failed to spark. The Bureau had constructed a dedicated cellular annex specifically tailored to these dimensions. Soleum and squad leader Lee Jae-hyun stopped before a heavy door bearing the designation plaque. It was a Wednesday, and the date ended in a 4. To trigger the descent, the operator had to strike the wood in a specific, rhythmic cadence. Soleum raised his hand, trying to hide the slight, microscopic tremor in his fingers as he rapped against the surface. Knock, 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 knock. With an instant, heavy click, the latch disengaged. Inside the small, windowless break room, 2 corporate operators were sitting comfortably at a laminated table. They waved casually, their masks gleaming under the fluorescent lights. "Ah, emergency personnel?" One of them muttered, a trace of annoyance in his voice. "We really didn't need anyone, but the administration insists on crowding the room." They began whispering to each other about how additional warm bodies would only dilute the final point distribution and lower the harvest of dream essence, the psychic residue left behind by cleared anomalies. Squad leader Lee Jae-hyun stepped inside, his lizard jaw tightening. "If the logistical math offends you, file a formal transfer request with HR and rewrite the exploration manuals yourselves." The 2 operators froze, their posture slumping into a sheepish, awkward compliance. "No, sir, we weren't criticizing your unit. Apologies. You're from D Squad, right?" Their eyes shifted towards Soleum. "Then this must be Supervisor Roe Deer," Lee Jae-hyun introduced curtly. The atmosphere shifted instantly. "You're the rookie who caught assistant manager butterflies during the A-Squad draft? The one who dragged a dead man back from the edge? Wow. You'll have to give us the full story when the sun comes up." "It was mostly luck," Soleum replied, his voice smooth despite the knot in his throat. "A pleasure to meet you." They were ushered toward a small table in the corner. The introductions were bright, almost deceptively normal. The petite woman wearing a glossy dolphin mask waved with an energetic, bubbly cadence, introducing herself as Supervisor Dolphin. Beside her, a tanned, charismatic man with an easy, outgoing smile introduced himself as Assistant Manager Leopard. Soleum noted Leopard's features. The profile picture on the secure work chat for Lee Kang-hyun, the suspicious executive who had shared the salmon market link, had been a sunny Hawaiian beach. The tan, the rank, the effortless sociability, everything aligned. It was highly probable this was the man, though Soleum kept his face entirely neutral, refusing to hint at any prior connection. Looking forward to a quiet night, Leopard grinned, adjusting his gear. "Let's just pass the hours chatting and snacking in this cozy little box." For the first few hours, it felt exactly like a standard corporate all-nighter. The coffee machine hummed quietly, the walls didn't weep blood, and the ceiling remained perfectly stable. But the dread inside Soleum's chest only deepened. The entity was already in the room. The core rule of the document was absolute. One or more of the explorers had already been erased and replaced by a mimic. The transformation happened instantly at the threshold, or perhaps during the casual introductions. If you were the one chosen for replacement, it was a mercy you simply blacked out and woke up safely in the morning. The real nightmare belonged to those left human. The manual was clear about the entity's behavior. The mimics will replicate the appearance, clothing, and social patterns of the targets perfectly, but they will inevitably exhibit subtle, unnatural aberrations that trigger an instinctual human revulsion. You must never acknowledge these deviations. Any operator who explicitly indicates suspicion will vanish from the room without a trace. Soleum reminded himself to look away, to treat every horror as a minor office eccentricity. If someone's face began to stretch unnaturally, he would simply gaze at the clock. With 4 people in the room, the psychological burden would be shared. He wasn't breaking yet. "Excellent. The threshold has sealed completely," Dolphin announced, her voice bright as she looked at the analog clock. "Let's give this clear everything we've got." Clap, 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 clap. The room erupted into a warm, cheerful round of applause. Every single person was clapping enthusiastically, except they were all using the backs of their hands. The dull, fleshy thud of knuckles hitting knuckles filled the small room. "Oh!" Assistant Manager Leopard leaned his face incredibly close to Soleum's mask, his vertical silhouette blocking out the light. "Supervisor Roe Deer, why aren't you joining in? Is there something bothering you?" The sight of 3 figures smiling warmly while their hands moved backward sent a wave of icy terror down Soleum's spine. He forced his breathing to remain slow, keeping his hands from shaking as he raised them. He couldn't let them see him stumble. Instead of mimicking their horrific, inverted movements, he placed one palm politely over the other, creating a soft, traditional clap. He offered a slightly embarrassed, awkward smile, playing the role of a flustered junior employee who had missed his cue. "I completely lost the rhythm for a moment," Soleum murmured, his voice pitched with perfect, self-effacing modesty. "A bit embarrassing for my first joint assignment." "I don't sweat it at all." Leopard laughed, the tension melting away instantly as he sat back down. "Don't go putting pressure on our star rookie, Dolphin." But the relief didn't last 3 seconds. Thud, 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 thud. With a sudden, violent jerk, Supervisor Dolphin dropped her forehead directly onto the linoleum floor, slamming it sideways with rhythmic mechanical force. "There's a bug," she whispered, her voice perfectly bubbly even as her neck twisted at an impossible angle. "A little bug. I just can't seem to catch." Thud, thud, thud. I believe the documentation states no other biological entities can manifest within this sector, Soleum said, his voice an artificial monument of pure, calm professional politeness. Perhaps it was merely a shadow. Dolphin stopped her rhythmic self-mutilation. She lifted her head, her glossy hair now a matted, crimson ruin, her skull visibly caved in on the left side, exposing a wet, dark fracture. That makes perfect sense, she chirped, her ruined face smiling brightly as she adjusted her posture. Thank you, Supervisor Roe-dear. She immediately resumed her casual, light-hearted gossip with Leopard as if her skull weren't actively leaking onto her shoulder. Soleum swallowed, a knot of bile. Why didn't the anomaly take me instead? To black out and miss this entire performance would have been a blessing. Eat something. Supervisor, Lee Jahian's voice broke the silence. The lizard mask squad leader, or the thing mimicking him, pushed a container of kimbap across the table. It was from the popular deli near the main office. Soleum forced himself to take a piece. He needed the caloric energy to survive the remaining 20 hours, even if his stomach felt like an iron not ready to reject it. Oh, let's share, Leopard offered, producing a stack of triangle sandwiches. I should have prepared something as well, Soleum replied, maintaining the social dance. I apologize for coming empty-handed, and thank you. Come on, Junior, we don't care about stuffy formalities here, Leopard grinned, giving a thumbs up. Even Chief Lizard here doesn't mind, right? Our own squad leader is exactly the same. You know Squad Leader Teal Duck from A Squad, right? Total opposite. Our boss is on an entirely different level. He sounds like someone worth respecting, Soleum murmured, carefully avoiding any direct corporate gossip that might agitate the mimics. For a brief, surreal window, the conversation began to mirror an awkward, forced corporate retreat. But the anomaly never stayed dormant for long. Leopard yawned loudly, stretching his limbs. Man, we're going to be cooped up here all night. Mind if I shed these shoes for a bit? Oh, you should have brought comfort slippers like me. Dolphin giggled, her caved-in skull tilting precariously. My socks are pristine anyway. Leopard chuckled, unlacing his leather dress shoes. Soleum braced himself, expecting the man to suddenly grow claws or start tap dancing on the table. Instead, as the leather slipped off, a pair of fully formed, pale human hands emerged from the cuffs of his trousers. The fingers unfolded, pressing firmly against the cold floor. Since I'm already on my feet, I'll go ahead and refresh our coffees, Leopard said nonchalantly. With a smooth, athletic pivot, the man stood directly on his hand-feet. The hands attached to his actual arms swung into the air, waving cheerfully as he began to walk upside down toward the counter. Supervisor Roe-dear, Leopard's inverted face called out. Soleum clamped down on the scream rising in his throat. Yes, assistant manager. Mind lending a hand with the mugs? Everything looks a bit distorted from down here, for some reason. Thump, thump. His inverted torso drifted off balance, his shoulders bumping clumsily into the coffee counter. Not trying to pull rank on the new guy. It's just you're seated closer. Sorry if it feels like I'm micromanaging. Not at all, sir. I'll take care of it, Soleum said, rising immediately, in a twisted way. Standing next to a man walking on inverted hands was vastly preferable to sitting directly adjacent to a woman whose skull was a crushed, crimson bowl. Fascinating. Braun's voice echoed in his mind, dripping with theatrical appreciation. Could this be an intentional application of the uncanny valley? A truly exquisite performance, companion. Let us savor it to the absolute limit. Savoring is a luxury for the living, Soleum thought, his vision focusing entirely on the porcelain mugs to avoid looking at Leopard's backward anatomy. He managed to carry the refills back to the table without spilling a single drop, his outer composure a flawless, terrifying mask of corporate professionalism. With the coffee replenished, Dolphin leaned forward, her bright, unbothered eyes staring out from beneath her ruined forehead. Why don't we go around the table and share stories from our favorite clearances? Let's be honest, you have to find some joy in the dark to stay with this firm. Leopard waved a hand-foot from his upside-down position. What if the entities over here are strategies and adapt? Let's stick to something safe, like our favorite cuisines. Oh, that's much better, Dolphin agreed, her voice dropping into a soft, intimate whisper. I prefer foods with a distinct contrast, crispy on the outside, moist and tender on the interior. Like deep-fried eggplant, you know? A solid choice, leopard upside down voice chimed in. Personally, I prefer things that produce a sharp, distinct pop when you sink your teeth into them. Like raw eyeballs. Before Soleum could process the words, Dolphin's face lunged across the narrow table, stopping mere inches from his mask. The wet, metallic smell of her exposed brain matter filled his senses. Supervisor Roe Deer, she whispered, her pupils dilating into endless, black pools. You brought your eyeballs today, didn't you? I can see them, hiding right beneath that pretty mask. You brought them to share with the group, right? Let's share them. The wet, metallic scent of the caved-in skull lingered in the tight air, but Kim Soleum kept his posture flawless, his hands folded politely beneath the cheap laminate table to conceal the tremors. They are not for consumption. Unfortunately, he replied, his voice smooth, carrying the gentle, pacifying tone of a diplomat negotiating with a monster. But it seems our culinary preferences align. Texture truly dictates the experience, doesn't it? The entity wearing the dolphin mask beamed, her crushed, dripping forehead tilting with an eerie, childlike delight. Supervisor Roe Deer doesn't feel like an outsider at all, discussing the menu so naturally. You're wonderfully ordinary. I cannot sustain this facade, Soleum thought, a cold drip of sweat snaking down his spine. One slip, one crack in his customer service smile, and the rules of the D-class documentation would invoke their penalty. Fear not, companion. Braun's voice vibrated within the fabric of his shirt pocket, a sharp, theatrical whisper of absolute confidence. Is the presence of this magnificent Braun not the ultimate sanctuary? Your finest ally remains right beside you. The plush aristocrat was correct. The paralyzing terror gripping his chest was a textbook manifestation of the uncanny valley. The instinctual, evolutionary dread triggered when the monstrous wears the skin of the familiar. In this plain, ordinary break room, watching his supposed peers indulge in grotesque, impossible anatomy was a slow poison. Soleum shifted his gaze toward the center of the table. Beside him, the giant, lizard-headed squad leader sat in complete silence, methodically consuming a triangle sandwich, chewing directly through the plastic wrapper. The sight was absurd, but strangely, the horror evaporated. There was no uncanny valley left to feel with Chief Lizard. The man already looked like a prehistoric predator. Even if he suddenly flicked a forked tongue, walked backward across the ceiling, or began a manic, bone-snapping dance while discussing quarterly reports, it wouldn't change the baseline. He was already terrifying. I'm anchoring myself to the squad leader, Soleum decided, a desperate, pragmatic calm washing over him. He smoothly turned his chair toward the reptilian giant, cutting off the two caved-in, hand-walking mimics from the conversation. Section Chief Lee Jahian. The manual stated that the reflections in this sector replicated the exact psychological profiles, histories, and temperaments of the originals. If he engaged the lizard in a complex, hyper-specific dialogue, the entity would be forced to simulate Lee Jahian's rigid, bureaucratic persona, leaving no room for supernatural maliciousness. We rarely find a quiet window to converse during regular shifts, Soleum murmured, his tone laced with a deep, professional yearning for mentorship. If I may, how did you cultivate such formidable, baseline strength, sir? The lizard entity didn't blink. It is the predictable outcome of optimized genetic variables paired with rigorous, continuous acquisition. The ultimate, textbook non-answer. It was the corporate equivalent of an academic genius claiming they achieved top marks simply by reading the syllabus. Soleum offered a self-effacing, respectful smile. I see. I asked because I wish to elevate my own physical ceiling without relying on external artifacts or dangerous, volatile infections. Adhere to a strict, protein-dense nutritional regimen and synthesize high-intensity anaerobic conditioning with sustained cardiovascular exercise, the lizard replied dryly. And that will allow me to match your output, sir? Soleum asked, barely containing a flicker of dry, internal sarcasm. He was a human being, not a 300-pound apex predator. You possess separate, highly specialized competencies. Supervisor, the lizard countered, his vertical pupils fixing on his Soleum with cold, mechanical gravity. No singular asset excels across all operational matrices. Do not expend premium resources on inefficient, non-essential developments. Leverage the strengths of others to secure your perimeter. You mean when physical enforcement is required? I should defer to your position, while I focus entirely on strategic calculation and decision-making. Your strengths lie in unorthodox creativity and rapid, executive analysis. Mr. Rodeer, it was a staggering compliment. High praise delivered with the warmth of an automated bank teller. Yet, a lingering anxiety pricked at Soleum's thoughts. In the field, isolation was an absolute certainty. But we frequently cross thresholds alone, sir. Physical violence is a universal, highly reliable tool when things collapse. The lizard stared into the blank, white wall, his jaw tightening as if processing a massive algorithm. Finally, he gave a slow, heavy nod. I will introduce you to an artifact, a strength enhancer, a catalyst, a foundational parent item designed to be fused during special equipment synthesis. Soleum's heart skipped. His custom stag mask was long overdue for a structural upgrade. Even while trapped in a room of shifting horrors, drowning in his own cold sweat, he had managed to extract a premium corporate asset from the dark. But a chilling realization halted his internal triumph. The thing sitting in front of me isn't Li Jihian. It is a ghost. Could a manifestation's promise be trusted? He recalled the appendices of the manual. Survivors who were replaced by the entities retained a fragmented, passive memory of everything that transpired within the sealed chamber. Given the real Li Jihian's pathologically rigid, honorable personality, he would undoubtedly honor the commitment once he woke up, using this small victory to numb his fear. Soleum spent the remaining hours simulating a normal, hyper-focused professional interview. He kept the lizard locked in an endless, tedious web of questions, systematically preventing the entity from reverting to its predatory behavior. By 3 a.m., Soleum had successfully cataloged the section chief's mundane preference for beef over pork. Companion, bronze side from the pocket, his mental voice dripping with exhaustion. This feels less like an anomalous survival exploit and more like a tedious, deeply uninspired biographical investigation. Keep talking, Soleum thought back, his eyes burning. It is keeping us alive. When the small talk finally turned to dust, Soleum crossed his arms, pretended to doze, and engaged in mental word games with the doll to block out the rhythmic, wet thumping of Dolphin's caved-in head against the floor behind him. Whenever a strange, distorted voice whispered in his ear, he simply offered a standard, robotic reply. Apologies, the exhaustion is overwhelming. Let us resume this briefing after we clear. At exactly 6 a.m., the heavy pantry door clicked open, letting in the dull, gray light of the facility hallway. The night was over. Soleum stood up, his legs wobbling like straw, his mind an absolute fog of relief. He had faced a classic nightmare raw, without cutting a single corner, and survived. He wanted to weep, to punch the air in silent victory. Beside him, the lizard-headed superior stood up smoothly, his posture perfectly straight, showing absolutely no signs of fatigue. There is no operational requirement to wait for the C-Squad personnel to awaken, Li Jihian remarked, his voice echoing clearly in the quiet corridor. You may log your departure. Soleum froze, his eyes darting from the upright, pristine lizard to the two unconscious, snoring figures of C-Squad sprawled on the linoleum floor. You? Soleum's mask tilted in sheer, unadulterated shock. You weren't a manifestation last night. Correct. But, sir, you were clapping with the backs of your hands. The lizard tilted his massive head, his vertical pupils blinking once, slowly. I believed it was a contemporary office trend. The walk back to the primary administrative block was a masterclass in psychological damage control. Supervisor Rodeer, Lee Jahian's heavy voice echoed in the sterile lift. Were your relentless, exhaustive inquiries last night merely a tactical maneuver to keep a manifestation occupied, because you assumed I was the entity? The question was an icy prick to Soleum's nerves. He immediately turned, raising a smooth, respectful thumbs up. How could that be, sir? I simply maintained an adaptable stance after witnessing your unique applause. I refused to squander the first genuine opportunity to receive an in-depth professional consultation from you, even if it carried an operational risk. Thank you for your profound patience. Flattery, the ultimate shield against disciplinary review. Before they left the sector, the two C-Squad operators finally caught up, rubbing their eyes and laughing with the casual, reckless sociability typical of elite field agents. Ah, it just had to be you two, huh? Assistant Manager Leopard chuckled, stretching his arms. One absurd coincidence. Honestly, that must have been deeply unsettling, Dolphin added, her hair tied back into a neat ponytail, her skull perfectly intact and beautiful. Pretty chilling, right? Watching them treat the horrific, hand-walking entities that had stolen their faces as a hilarious, minor office mishap reminded Soleum of just how detached from reality the upper echelons of the Bureau truly were. May I officially log your names for the report? Soleum asked, eager to solve the mystery of the anonymous link sharer. Supervisor Lee Songhee, the woman smiled, waving. And this is Assistant Manager Kong Dojin. The realization settled instantly. The name Lee Kanghian and the Hawaiian beach profile were complete, fabricated lies. The elite squads were scrubbed from the general employee registry, meaning the mysterious tipster knew no regular rookie could verify their identity. It was a perfect, untraceable trap, as Soleum prepared to close the encounter with a polite, non-committal remark. Supervisor Lee Songhee stepped closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial, hushed whisper. By any chance, Supervisor Roe Deer, did you also receive an encrypted message regarding a high-yield secondary income? Soleum's posture stiffened. From an account with a tropical beach display? So, it's a network, she murmured, her eyes darting toward her superior to ensure his attention was elsewhere. I was the top recruit of my corporate batch as well. They targeted me within my first 30 days. Mention a place where, what do bears eat? All right, salmon market. The salmon market. The net was wider than he thought. According to her, several other high-potential rookies had received the exact same digital bait. The aliases changed constantly, but two metrics remained identical. The sender always used the initials K.Lee and the exact same sterile greeting. Want to hear my hypothesis? She whispered, her eyes gleaming. I suspect the site administrator is a high-ranking Bureau employee. They are curating an exclusive circle of elite survivors to traffic authentic, anomalous artifacts harvested from the dark on an unregulated, secondary platform. An internal operation? Soleum murmured. They understand the field teams too perfectly to be outsiders, she shrugged, her smile returning to its bright, carefree baseline. Besides, management turns a blind eye to black market trading anyway. It's like soldiers looting a battlefield. It keeps morale high when the casualty rate is monstrous. Honestly, this company is deeply annoying. Soleum nodded instinctively. The disregard for human lives is systemic. Well, technically, employees dying is incredibly eco-friendly, so whatever, she sighed, her tone turning beautifully, terrifyingly casual. But the sheer randomness is what irritates me. If I were running logistics, I'd line them up for execution based on their personality scores. Much more efficient. A small, cold knot tightened in Soleum's throat. C-Squad is entirely populated by sociopaths. Anyway, that's just my perspective, she smiled brightly, giving him a parting thumbs up. You were incredibly polite to my ghost last night. Ro, good people deserve a long career. Let's drop into a high-point anomaly next time. We'll show you how an elite unit truly clears a room. Soleum offered a flawless, final bow, his internal monologue screaming at the thought of ever entering the dark with her again. As they neared the D-Squad briefing room, Soleum turned to his lizard superior, determined to secure his leave. Squad leader, thank you for the guidance today. I remain profoundly grateful for your counsel during our time within the threshold. Yes, Lee Jae-hyun stopped, his vertical pupils locking onto the rookie. Then I shall initiate an inquiry of my own. Supervisor Kim Soleum, have you ever reported to the Fox counseling room? The designation belonged to the third, highly restricted asset sector he had unlocked upon his promotion. The first two were the security rental vault and the annex customization suite. The counseling office remained untouched. Do you intend to schedule an evaluation? The lizard asked dryly. I highly recommend a session to mitigate the lingering psychological residue of your recent contamination. The advice was logical, compassionate even, coming from a giant lizard, except for one critical, unwritten detail hidden between the lines of the corporate logs. The Fox counseling room carried a notorious, low-probability side effect that the official employee handbook purposefully omitted. And after everything Soleum had witnessed, he was completely finished gambling with probabilities. The immediate temptation to dwell on the unsettling phantom whispers, or that sudden, unnatural urge to read every line of the employee handbook, was easily dismissed. Those symptoms hadn't surfaced yet. While the lonely stretch of dark hours before sleep could still trigger a cold sweat, having an anchor to pull his mind back from the deep end made the burden entirely manageable. That anchor happened to be a tweed-clad puppet with a television for a head. Goodness, Braun's voice crackled cheerfully inside his mind. What an absolute privilege. Companion, to think your finest lifeline is a seasoned entertainer. Soleum couldn't help but marvel at the irony. An entity extracted from a lethal, late-night broadcast ghost story had become his psychological safety net. Humans truly are creatures of terrifying adaptation. Since management had granted him the rest of the day to recover, he could simply swap his circadian rhythm and conquer his sleep deficit while the sun was still high. Yes, sir. Soleum had lied smoothly to his giant lizard superior before they parted. I'll schedule a session at the Fox counseling room the moment a window opens in my itinerary. That window likely wouldn't present itself for months, but the corporate etiquette sufficed. Chief Lizard had merely offered a slow, heavy nod before disappearing into the executive transport bay. The quiet of his modest office cell was heavy, almost clinical, a sharp contrast to the suffocating break room of C-Squad. The building was empty, the normal residents long gone to their mundane, 9-to-5 desk jobs. Even Baek Sahyun was noticeably absent from a floor. After scrubbing the lingering, metallic scent of caved-in bone from his skin, Soleum collapsed onto the mattress. He fully intended to perform one final, routine sweep of the local forums and network directories before letting his eyes close. But the moment the display flickered to life, all concepts of rest evaporated. The mysterious alien merchant's encrypted domain had completed its structural overhaul. The redesigned homepage practically assaulted his retinas with a chaotic, blinding neon palette. Proceed to inventory catalog. Grand reopening mega sale. It was a visual tragedy. Soleum stared, momentarily stunned by how the aesthetic had somehow deteriorated during the maintenance window. Pixelated, poorly rendered fireworks burst perpetually across the digital canvas, drowning the product listings in a nauseating cocktail of clashing gradients and cheap Web 1.0 animation. If these extra-dimensional entities were outsourcing their front-end development, someone desperately needed to fire the designer. Dearest friend, Braun pleaded, his mental voice laced with a theatrical groan. Have mercy on this humble showman and rotate the display away from my visual apparatus. That advertisement is a crime against the arts. Soleum gently set the puppet down on a folded towel atop the desk, shielding his companion from the digital assault. The design terror was a burden he would endure alone. Despite the hideous layout, a grand reopening sale meant fresh stock. His pulse quickened as he navigated past the blinking banners to review the current pricing tier. Happy Maker, 27,999,999 Korean won. Nostalgia candy, 12,999,999 Korean won. Wrapper 12B357, 9,999,999 Korean won. Necronomicon, 49,999,999 Korean won. We can help. 66,666,666 Korean won. Promotion. Spend over 100 million Korean won for an automatic 20% loyalty deduction. Elevate your status to Space Shopping Mall VIP today. Soleum nearly sat upright, his fingers tightening against the edge of the blanket. The ballistic buffering material, it finally manifested. Oh, you've located the specific defensive asset. Braun chimed in, his tone instantly recovering. Magnificent. A true professional always prioritizes their wardrobe. Wrapper 12B357, 9,999,999 Korean won. It was an absolute jackpot. The most critical defensive item on his wish list happened to be the least expensive listing on the board. Even though the reality of dropping 10 million won on a glorified sheet of plastic wrap gave him a brief, sobering pause, there wasn't a single universe where he hit cancel. Survival required capital. As his thumb scrolled further down the grotesque web page, his analytical mind began to process a strange pattern. Companion, Braun noted the sudden, heavy silence. Did the pricing index startle you? The opposite, actually, Soleum murmured. Every single item listed on the screen was intimately familiar to him. Even the artifacts missing from the official bureau manuals carried descriptions that perfectly mirrored old notes he had memorized. Some looked incredibly ominous, bordering on autonomous anomalies themselves, but their practical application in the field was undeniable. Then, his eyes caught a tiny, golden glyph blinking beside specific names. Happy Maker, 27,999,999 Korean won. When he hovered his fingertip over the shimmering star, a minimalist tooltip materialized. Consumer alert. This item shares a core profile signature with your historical procurement data. The extra-dimensional merchants had integrated a predictive consumer algorithm. The platform was tracking his survival strategy, pushing related items directly to the peak of his feed to maximize conversion. Nostalgia candy, 12,999,999 Korean won. The designation sent a small, cold shiver through his chest. The nostalgia line. It originated from the exact same corporate horror vector that produced the heavy, red yarn control harness currently keeping his anomalous contamination in check. The entire product line was built around a singular, tragic concept, returning the consumer to a safer, kinder era of their personal history. Since this iteration was a consumable candy, the psychological stabilization would be instantaneous upon ingestion. It was the perfect, high-tier alternative to his rapidly dwindling supply of Snow White Mountain apples. With his remaining bonuses, hazard pay stipends, and unspent operational allocations, Soleum's available cash reserves sat comfortably between 140 and 150 million won. An opportunity this clean wouldn't present itself again. He methodically tapped every item, dragging them into the checkout queue. VIP discount code applied. Total debited, 134,133,329 Korean won. His hand shook slightly as he authorized the massive digital transfer. It was a staggering fortune to dissolve in a single afternoon, but these were the bricks required to build a fortress against a meat grinder industry. He slammed the final confirmation button. Instantly, the air in the center of the bedroom warped. A thin, vertical fracture in reality peeled open with a soft, vacuum hiss, revealing a glimpse of an endless, starry void behind the wallpaper. A standard delivery box emerged, but instead of tumbling onto the floor, it remained floating, suspended perfectly in midair. A pale, rubbery, tentacle, smooth and perfectly polite, extended from the rift, cradling the cardboard with immense care. It gave the package a gentle, inquiring wobble, as if asking, "Is this location satisfactory, valued customer?" Soleum cleared his throat, keeping his posture rigid. "Please, set on the ground." The appendage complied smoothly, lowering the box onto the linoleum without a sound. "Thank you," Soleum whispered. The limb didn't retreat. Instead, it darted back into the dark threshold for a fraction of a second, emerging with a small, brilliant card that pulsed with a heavy, metallic gold luminescence. Space Shopping Mall VIP membership tier. Extreme appreciation transmitted. Soleum carefully accepted the heavy card. The moment his fingers made contact, the tentacle offered a cheerful, quick wave before snapping backward, closing the spatial tear behind it until the room returned to its quiet, ordinary state. "Good heavens," Braun muttered, peering from the desk. "Even their premium corporate stationery is an absolute eyesore. That font choice is truly demonic. The aesthetic is irrelevant." "Braun," Soleum sighed, kneeling beside the delivery box. "Functionality keeps us out of a body bag." The unboxing was a clinical exercise. The first container he pulled was a large, pastel-tone box that looked deceptively like a commercial health supplement or a luxury vitamin drink. Inside sat 12 sleek, heavy cylinders, each roughly the scale of an industrial highlighter. But the tips of these cylinders were capped with long, surgical steel delivery needles. The Happy Maker. It was an infamous, military-grade auto-injector featured prominently in the late-night home shopping ghost stories. Anomaly Registry / Delusion Home Shopping. Product Profile. Happy Maker Rapid Neural Inhibitor. Do you dread the quiet hours of the night? Are you paralyzed by the fear of physical trauma or unexpected occupational accidents? Introducing your absolute savior. One touch eliminates the perception of physical distress entirely. The operational mechanics were purely paranormal. By pressing the cylinder against an injured limb, the internal spring would fire, flooding the bloodstream with a chemical compound that completely severed the nervous system's capacity to register pain. In a crisis, where blood loss and agony could cloud critical executive decision-making, these 12 needles were worth more than gold. Soleum turned the box over, his eyes catching a tiny, microscopic line of text printed along the bottom seam. In irreversible tactical scenarios, utilize maximum dosage to facilitate seamless, painless euthanasia. Soleum's jaw tightened. "I will only ever use it as a painkiller." Neuroinhibitors. Braun sighed, his screen flickering with a wave of nostalgic static. "I remember the old days of the studio, the sheer agony of script editing, the brutal headaches before airtime. Such is the heavy cross an entertainer must bear." Soleum wisely chose not to visualize how a living television set digests a headache pill. Instead, he offered his companion a few practiced, soothing compliments to keep the puppet's mood stable before returning to the hall. The next two items emerged simultaneously. One was a roll of modern, standard-looking green packaging wrap, completely smooth save for an engraved corporate barcode running down the edge. It was an advanced, kinetic buffering shield disguised as industrial logistics material, an absolute lifesaver for his upcoming armor upgrades. The other item, however, radiating a foul, heavy pressure that made the air in the bedroom feel thick and difficult to breathe. A thick, ancient tome, entirely sealed within a thick casing of dark, coagulated red wax. The Necronomicon, the archetypal, universal symbol of forbidden arcane knowledge and cosmic rot. It was a permanent fixture in the Bureau's classified archives, and now a copy sat directly on his lap. Soleum recalled the classic rules associated with the artifact from his old study guides. Navigating its pages causes irreversible, permanent cognitive decay. The binding is constructed entirely from cured, preserved human skin. Beneath the semi-translucent red wax, he could see the faint, grotesque outlines of distorted, stretched faces their features frozen in an eternal, silent scream of agony. It was a repulsive, terrifying object. "Mr. Roe Deer," Braun gasped, his head swiveling 90 degrees. Did my auditory sensors catch the word Necronomicon? Oh, that old, beautifully translated classic. What a delightful piece of programming to recall. This isn't the theatrical prop you're thinking of. Braun, Soleum whispered, his skin crawling. It's the raw version. Without exposing his bare hands to the wax, he focused his mind, using his executive clearance to shunt the book directly into his arm tattoo storage inventory. It would serve as an exceptional, last resort tool for extreme intimidation against low-level entities. The nostalgia candy followed immediately into the digital pocket, a vital security blanket for his sanity. Finally, his fingers closed around the smallest, most expensive item in the shipment. A large, cartoonish red button housed in a simple plastic casing. "We can help." 66,666,666 Korean wons. It was the physical manifestation of those classic, unsettling internet dilemmas. Press the button, a stranger somewhere in the world ceases to exist, and you receive a fortune. Along the curved perimeter of the plastic housing, a line of tiny alien characters had been etched into the mold. Soleum held it up toward the desk. "Braun, can you decode the script?" The television head flickered, analyzing the font. "A rudimentary dialect. It translates to emergency extraction vector, an extra-dimensional, alien-assisted escape route." Dropping 66 million won on a plastic toy was a massive, terrifying gamble, but the extra-dimensional shop had a flawless record regarding product delivery. If this button had originated from a standard, localized haunting, pressing it would likely result in his brain being scooped out and serve as a delicacy. But the merchants valued repeat business. It was a legitimate insurance policy, a truly meticulous display of organization, companion. Braun applauded as Soleum finished sorting the gear. "Your tactical repository is magnificent." Soleum collapsed back onto the pillows, his muscles finally uncoiling as the weight of the day caught up to him. He had just enough time to log 6 hours of deep, unbothered sleep before the sun set. But before he could pull the blanket over his shoulders, the communication device on his nightstand vibrated with 2 rapid, high-priority notifications. "Goyan Joan, have you checked the internal network?" Goyan Joan, the department roster updates just cleared the administrative desk. The quarterly personnel movements. The empty desk beside his was no longer vacant. D-Squad was receiving a new operator. The next morning, the vacant desk in the D-Squad enclosure was no longer a monument to the missing. A young man, roughly Soleum's age before the reality-warping static of the Bureau had aged his psyche, sat adjusting a pair of thin spectacles. He didn't offer a greeting. Instead, his gaze tracked Soleum from head to toe with a calculated, freezing condescension. "Ah, so you're the prodigy," the newcomer murmured, his voice cutting through the hum of the fluorescent lights. The supervisor who managed a tier elevation in a mere 60 days. He let out a dry, humorless chuckle. "So, in reality, you're still just a raw recruit dressing up in a senior's coat." Soleum remained perfectly motionless, his face an unreadable porcelain mask beneath the stag frame. "Oh, look at that glare," the man sneered, leaning back in his ergonomic chair. "What? Do you honestly expect the same institutional deference granted to an operator who has bled for 3 years in this department? Let me clarify something for you, rookie. In the field exploration team, the only metric that preserves your life is your capacity to read the room. If you go about whining for privilege because HR gave you an early badge, you will find yourself marked. And when the dark closes in, nobody will reach out a hand to pull you back. It happens constantly." The man's eyes drifted lazily across the sterile partition, settling on a meticulously wiped piece of laminate nearby. "I sampled the local rumors. The assistant manager and the supervisor who previously occupied these cubicles both surrendered their limbs to infection before dissolving into the database. That could be your trajectory by next week." Soleum slowly turned his head to follow the man's gaze. It was the desk that had belonged to Supervisor Park Min-seong. Only 48 hours had passed since the administrative shift notice hit the intranet, yet every trace of the man, his ceramic mugs, his personal files, his small framed photographs, had been systematically erased by the cleaning staff. The Bureau did not permit vacuums. It only permitted replacements. Quite true, Soleum replied, his voice dropping into a smooth, terrifyingly polite cadence. The anomaly envelope is indifferent to tenure. It could easily be your trajectory, Supervisor. The architecture here is remarkably hazardous, so I shall provide my absolute best support to ensure you don't join the archives prematurely. I am in your care. He extended his right hand, a clean, motionless offer of professional solidarity. The new hire blinked, the superior smirk faltering for a microscopic second as he scanned Soleum's steady fingers for any hidden malice. Finding none, he reluctantly completed the handshake, his palm cold and slightly damp. Before the silence could curdle, the heavy automatic door slid open and the man's posture snapped into a rigid, military salute. Squad leader, Supervisor Yoon Jo-hun reporting for primary assignment. I look forward to executing your objectives, sir. Chief Lizard offered a single, mechanical nod from the doorway, his reptilian jaw tight. Huh. Sir, did you notice our logs? Jo-hun pressed, an artificial, desperate warmth suddenly flooding his tone. Our surnames share the exact same phonetic initials. In the old texts, that's considered an omen of linked destiny. Wouldn't you agree, squad leader? The massive lizard-headed entity merely stared, his lidless eyes reflecting the fluorescent tubes, before turning on his heel without a single word. I mean, it's just a common social idiom. Jo-hun muttered to the empty doorway, his face flushing a deep, embarrassed crimson. The small talk hadn't just failed, it had died on impact. The moment the section chief was clear of the corridor, Jo-hun sidled back towards Soleum's desk, his voice dropping to a frantic, venomous whisper. Hey, the supervisor over in C Squad wasn't kidding. Is the boss completely hollowed out? Is he missing his cognitive core? It felt like I was trying to hold a conversation with a broken chatbot. He let out a jagged, anxious sigh. This entire corporation is a psychological slaughterhouse, and they anchor us to a freak like that? What is his actual defect? Squad leader Lee Jae-hyun is exceptionally attentive to the survival rate of his subordinates, Soleum stated evenly, his fingers tapping a rhythmic cadence against his desk. So what? Jo-hun spat, his eyes darting toward the ceiling. When the ceiling collapses, a lizard doesn't stop the bleeding. If he's out there pursuing his own erratic objectives within the threshold, it's no wonder the elite captains despise him. The friction with A Squad is historical fact, isn't it? He didn't wait for an answer, pushing back from the desk with a sour expression. Ugh, watch your own back, Ro. Seriously, of all the units to drop into, the man mumbled an excuse about the facilities and vanished into the corridor, leaving the office silent for nearly 30 minutes. Soleum leaned back, his shoulders slumping under a wave of profound, professional exhaustion. Is this the baseline standard of the company? Without the shield of extreme competence, the office was just a standard, petty corporate ecosystem populated by the frightened and the arrogant. Oh dear, Braun's voice vibrated softly from the pocket of his coat, a sympathetic, radio-filtered purr. The internal climate seems exceptionally bleak today, Mr. Roe dear. Would you care for an intellectual intervention from your closest confidant? You know my stage is always prepared for your cues. Just say the word, and I shall gladly. Let's just stream some old variety broadcasts after the shift, Soleum interrupted mentally, his focus returning to his monitor. Ah, classic retrospective. Braun chimed back, delighted. A marvelous remedy for the corporate malaise. The brief internal exchange acted as a psychological anchor. In truth, Soleum knew he had been unnaturally blessed with his previous partners. This petty, friction-filled routine was the true face of the Bureau. At the very least, these new supervisors were horizontal peers, not vertical executives with the authority to sign his termination papers. For that minor mercy, he was grateful. By mid-afternoon, the heavy stride of Lee Jae-hyun signaled the end of the piece. He dropped a thick, encrypted data packet directly onto the central terminal. "We shall now commence the operational briefing for tomorrow's entry," the lizard announced, his deep voice vibrating the glass partitions. Yoon Jo-hun leaned forward, his eyes widening behind his lenses as he skimmed the headers. An unclassified tier? What is this? An undocumented anomaly? Why is an unverified zone hitting our roster? The lizard slowly rotated his massive skull, his vertical, amber pupils pinning Jo-hun to his seat. With each successful extraction, the density of the fluid within the Dream Essence collectors shifts dynamically. The parameters are unfixed. Then why isn't an asset of this volatility assigned to an elite detachment? Jo-hun's voice pitched higher, his fingers gripping the edge of his desk. Why throw a standard line unit like D-Squad into an unstable vortex? The deployment is not exclusive to our unit, Lee Jae-hyun clarified, his tone flat and clinical. Every regular squad within the field exploration team has received the identical insertion directive. The lizard's gaze drifted away from Jo-hun, settling directly onto the horns of Soleum's mask. The medium for this infiltration is entirely oniric. We are entering through a shared dream state, though the statistical probability of a successful anchor remains critically low. He tapped the screen, bringing up a block of simple, cryptic instructions. The protocol requires a specific celestial window. On the night of the full moon, the operator must consume a designated text immediately prior to sleep onset. If the anchor holds, you will awaken within the perimeter of an academic institution after hours. If the signage reads Sekwang Technical High School, the connection is verified. Dark Exploration Records / entry number 13. Location profile, Sekwang Technical High School. Soleum's breath hitched slightly beneath his frame. He didn't merely recognize the documentation. He was the author. The 13th entry in the classified archives was a text he had constructed himself during his early nights of feverish compilation. The schoolhouse ghost story was an ancient, cross-generational archetype. When you lock hundreds of volatile, emotionally unstable adolescents inside a single concrete structure for 12 hours a day, the walls naturally begin to sweat rumors. The seven wonders, the frantic, ink-stained occult rituals whispered in the back of classrooms. It was a universal horror narrative. When he had first uploaded the file to the database, he had viewed it as a clever, artistic contribution to the community, a beautifully structured piece of dark fiction that had thankfully escaped the dreaded not recommended filtering system. Encouraged by that small success, he had gone on to author far worse things. And now, the Bureau was ordering him to step inside his own ink. A strange, oily wave of nausea rolled through his stomach. It wasn't the clean, instinctual dread triggered by a corporate manual. It was something far more cryptic, an existential vertigo he didn't have the vocabulary to describe. Later that evening, the moon hung bloated and chalk-white outside the high-rise windows of the office-stell. Perhaps a modest behavioral ritual before we retire? Braun suggested from the nightstand, his small screen casting a pale blue glow over the mattress. "I'm deeply fascinated by your capacity for rapid sleep onset. Companion, what is the secret technique?" Soleum quietly pulled the heavy duvet over his legs, his expression grim. "I am preparing to manifest a specific nightmare. The one the administration paid for." "Ah, the academic institution," Braun murmured, his gears clicking softly in understanding. "The stage is set." Soleum opened the encrypted text file transmitted by the department terminal. "Within the shadow of darkness.txt. According to the local forums, this specific string of data had spent the early 2000s hiding inside illicit, peer-to-peer horror anthologies, pirated collections downloaded by teenagers in the dead of night, completely indifferent to intellectual property laws. It possessed the data volume of a 2-volume novel, yet when Soleum clicked the file open, the screen remained mostly empty. There was only a single, isolated sentence at the top of the white page. "It all began on our graduation day." Below that line, the entire document dissolved into a violent, unreadable sea of digital corruption. Korean 1 of 124 Korean 1 UA 0 Korean 1 0 Korean 1 UC 774 Korean 1 020 Korean 1 0 Korean 1 UC 744. The display flickered with a standard error. File structure unresolvable. Soleum let out a dry whistle. Nothing in this corporation came without attacks on the heart. Thud smash. A muted, venomous curse echoed through the thin concrete wall from the adjacent apartment. Baek Sahyun was clearly attempting the same digital anchor. The Dream State Directive was open to the entire payroll, meaning the chances of a cross-departmental collision inside the threshold were dangerously high. Yet, the statistical probability of a regular operator satisfying the fluctuating entry conditions by accident was nearly zero. The parameters mutated with every moon cycle, but Soleum held an unfair advantage. He had memorized the absolute, guaranteed entry vectors documented in the later, restricted entries of the file, secrets the current staff hadn't yet unsealed. I need to gauge their current understanding, Soleum thought, his eyes narrowing. If the entire floor was about to blindly charge into his creation based on a few office rumors, he needed to intercept the chaos before it interfered with his clearance path. He slipped out of bed, crossed the cold floor, and delivered a polite, rhythmic knock to Baek Sahyun's door. The wood swung open instantly. Sahyun stood in the frame, his face a pale mixture of defensive irritation and residual panic before he forced his features into a rigid, theatrical smile. A knock implies a secondary pause. "Road dear," Sahyun hissed, his fingers white against the doorknob. It implies waiting for the occupant to offer a verbal invitation. Is basic domestic courtesy entirely absent from your training? Soleum calmly took one deliberate step backward into the hall and raised his hand to knock again. "You little Aayug, just get inside already," Sahyun snarled, throwing his hands up in absolute frustration as he backed into his room. Soleum stepped through the threshold, his eyes scanning the cluttered space with a look of quiet, unadulterated pity. The terminal velocity of our conversation would have been identical regardless of the protocol. "You live an aggressively inefficient life. Do you know that?" Sahyun muttered, pacing the length of his rug while trying to smooth down his hair. He was visibly vibrating with tension, yet he was successfully suppressing the urge to strike a colleague, a minor miracle that suggested the man was finally learning the baseline rules of social survival. Anyway, Sahyun stopped, his eyes narrowing into sharp, greedy slits. "I am intensely curious as to what prompts a nocturnal intrusion from the department's golden boy. This is an historical first." He paused, his gaze shifting past Soleum's shoulder toward the open door across the hall, zeroing in on the position of the pillows on Soleum's bed. "Wait, don't tell me. You're executing the Dream State anchor tonight too? The high school?" Soleum didn't offer a distraction. He simply tilted his frame, letting a cold, mocking smirk touch his lips. "Correct. Really?" Sahyun's focus intensified, his fingers twitching against his thighs. "The internal boards claim the insertion is completely random until sleep onset, yet you look entirely insulated from the risk of failure. You've unlocked an absolute method, haven't you? Your diagnostic routine involves an excessive number of inquiries, Sahyun." "Well, you initiated the proximity," Sahyun countered, forcing his teeth together into a jagged grin. "The least I can do is provide an audience if you're willing to barter the details." He took a slow, deliberate breath. "How does a direct wire transfer equivalent to 3 days of my base salary sound as a consulting fee?" "The local currency is irrelevant to me," Soleum replied softly, leaning his shoulder against the doorframe. "But I require conceptual exchange. You're desperate to force entry into an unclassified zone." "What?" A brief, violent conflict played out behind Sahyun's eyes. He wasn't hesitant to speak. He was simply running the structural math to see if a lie would net him a higher margin of profit. Finally, he opted for an air of grand, elite indifference. "I mean, it's a matter of basic arithmetic," Sahyun murmured, crossing his arms. "A very specific rumor has been circulating through the B-Squad logs. Apparently, Whatever physical artifacts or anomalous equipment you secure within the perimeter of that specific schoolhouse can be successfully extracted into the material world upon waking. It's an absolute goldmine, a low-risk harvest. He took a step closer, his voice dropping to a low, hungry whisper. The records explicitly state it is statistically impossible to suffer a fatality inside that dream state. It's a playground. Soleum's gaze remained perfectly still as the words settled into the quiet room. So that was the current consensus among the staff. A harmless, lucrative anomaly designed for easy looting. They truly believed the school was safe. The heavy, oppressive scent of dust and ancient paper always precedes a negotiation with a desperate man. Bek Sahian paced the tight perimeter of the threshold, his fingers twitching against the wood as he tried to mask his naked greed with a veneer of transactional indifference. To be candid, the administrative crumbs you are offering probably carry very little material weight, Sahian murmured, his voice sliding into a smooth, performative cadence. But as your immediate bunkmate and a dedicated corporate peer, I considered it a gesture of institutional goodwill to share my intelligence first. The posturing was almost elegant, a transparent attempt to systematically devalue Soleum's position while presenting himself as a benevolent benefactor. Soleum allowed his features to settle into an expression of profound, absolute gravity. He nodded slowly, matching the rhythm of the lie. You are entirely correct. The parameters in my possession are likely worthless to an operator of your caliber. He paused, letting the silence stretch until it began to grate. In that case, let us simply expunge the transaction from the log. I have already extracted an immense amount of context from your brief summary. You may return to your quarters. Sahian's face underwent a violent, microscopic contraction. A jagged curse died silently in his throat, replaced instantly by a tight, almost painful smile that failed to reach his eyes. Mr. Supervisor, if an executive living within the same corporate enclave is discovered extorting the hard-earned salary and sensitive personal data of a fragile junior staff member, wouldn't a formal grievance to human resources be the standard procedural outcome? Soleum looked at him, his gaze carrying the weight of a seasoned clinician observing a terminal case. Do you truly believe the administrative board of this corporation possesses a single shred of empathy for domestic ethics? Well, Sahian whispered, his smile faltering into a desperate, hollow line. Belief is a deeply personal neurological luxury. The man was trapped between the sharp edges of his own ambition and an oncoming wave of existential despair. It was the ideal threshold to draw a clean, definitive boundary. Fine, Soleum said, his voice dropping an octave. I will grant you a single valid vector. Sahian's eyes ignited with a sudden, feverish intensity. Retrieve a physical photograph of yourself from your secondary school years. Slide it directly beneath your pillow before sleep onset. Soleum instructed, his tone flat and unreadable. On the reverse side, write your exact institutional grade, your classroom designation, and a brief, concise profile. Treat it precisely like an entry in a graduation yearbook. He reached out, casually plucking a pale post-it note from Sahian's desk, his pen scratching a mock entry into the laminate. A message to your companions. Then simply observe the architecture of the dream. Sahian stared at the ink, his brow furrowing with an intense, clinical skepticism. And I suppose you have already deposited your own youth beneath your linen? Without a single word of debate, Soleum turned, crossed the narrow corridor to his own room, and returned with a small, glossy square of paper. It was an image harvested from his smartphone data, a snapshot of a boy who looked remarkably like him. Before the bureaucratic darkness had altered his marrow, Sahian looked down at the photograph, his arrogance dissolving into a thick, suffocating silence. You assumed I was weaving an administrative fiction, didn't you? Soleum asked softly. Standard protocol dictates it. Sahian stammered, his confidence fracturing as he backed toward the hallway. You possess an extraordinarily smooth, unreadable delivery. Supervisor. It creates a natural impression of deception. Is that so? Soleum murmured, stepping forward to gently but firmly guide the man toward the exit. I have never spoken a single untruth in the entire duration of my natural life. Leaving Sahin standing in the corridor, looking either utterly hollowed out or deeply unnerved. Soleum pulled the heavy door shut, locked the deadbolt, and turned toward the waiting shadow of his mattress. Keeping a predatory peer in check was an exhausting, continuous tax on the psyche, but in this corporate slaughterhouse, survival was entirely composed of these microscopic, silent victories. The digital watch on the nightstand clicked toward the midnight hour. The advice he had surrendered to Sahin wasn't a lie. It was the exact anchor pulled from the deep archives. Exploration Records /Section 15. Mechanism. High school graduation artifact. Result. Complete deployment of K-Squad achieved. Validation. Absolute. The vector of entry was secure, but the physics of the threshold demanded an immediate, meticulous inventory. Only the physical matter that remained in direct, continuous contact with the pillow could cross the veil into the dreamscape of Sekwang Technical High School. The spatial volume was painfully limited, a cosmic game of Tetris played with high-grade survival gear. If the spatial tattoo on my wrist fails to resonate within the oniric code, I am entirely defenseless. With cold, calculated precision, Soleum packed the narrow space beneath the fabric with his essential components, saving the most sheltered corner for Braun. The small plush form was forced into a remarkably undignified tilt. My apologies. Soleum whispered into the dimming room. Is the architecture too restrictive? Entirely tolerable. Braun's voice crackled from the cotton. A muted, rhythmic purr. Were this a standard commercial studio apartment? I might have summoned the administrative staff for an upgrade. He was, without question, deeply uncomfortable. Soleum knew better than to push his luck with a cosmic entity capable of converting organic matter into ash with a casual gesture. He adjusted his head with extreme care, ensuring his weight didn't crush the delicate plush mechanism, and willed his eyelids to close. The surface felt lumpy, uneven, filled with the hard, geometric edges of his tools. Yet, for a man who had spent months trapped in the claws of chronic insomnia, the transition was terrifyingly instantaneous. The darkness didn't approach. It simply dropped like a guillotine. Ding dong, dang dong. The chime was old, mechanical, echoing through a soundscape that felt entirely devoid of oxygen. Ding dong, dang dong. Soleum opened his eyes. His palms were resting on the cold, scarred wood of a high school desk. The classroom was vast, cast in a thick, twilight gloom where not a single electrical bulb functioned. He looked down at his torso. The heavy, gray coat of the bureau was gone, replaced by the stiff, coarse polyester of a student uniform. It closely mirrored the garments of his own youth, but when he traced his fingers over the embroidered insignia on his chest, the threads had been systematically, violently gouged out with a sharp needle, leaving only a raw, frayed scar. He didn't need to find a mirror to verify the horror. He could feel it in the smooth, unblemished skin of his hands, the absence of his operational scars. The threshold had forced him back into the form of a teenager. You do not know if the connection has been established until the slumber takes you. That specific line from the manual echoed in his mind with a new, terrifying significance. If the entry parameters were entirely tied to a common human dream state, it meant the Bureau didn't hold an exclusive lease on this nightmare. What? Why am I wearing a blazer? Excuse me. Can anyone tell me where the exit is? Across the dim room, figures began to shift. Desks creaked against the linoleum as shapes sat up, rubbing their eyes in a state of profound, disoriented confusion. Some began to whimper as they caught sight of their neighbors. These were civilians, ordinary souls who had simply read a sketchy internet file on a full moon night and slipped into a fatal frequency. Is this some kind of immersive viral marketing? Some kind of escape room? Wait, Look at my hands. Why do I look 16 again? This has to be a lucid dream. Hey, look through the glass. I think we're on the second floor. The air grew tight in Soleum's chest. A familiar, cold knot of professional dread tightening around his ribs. It was the subway anomaly all over again. A herd of lambs wandering through a slaughterhouse, entirely amused by the novelty of their own regression. Then, the laughter died in a corner of the room. A man had stopped pacing, his eyes locking onto a solitary desk near the back rows. Why? Why isn't this student responding? In the center of the noisy, chaotic room, one figure sat perfectly rigid, an island of absolute stillness. The boy didn't blink, his skin possessing the glossy, unsettling perfection of an intricately molded wax sculpture. Yet, unlike the civilians, his uniform was pristine, and his chest bore a perfectly preserved white name tag, Sekwang Technical High School. Is it a prop? A mannequin? Let me see. A hand reached out, poking the waxen cheek. The civilian flinched instantly, pulling his fingers back as if he had touched dry ice. Holy hell, that feels real. Soleum rose from his seat, his movements silent, deliberate. He kept his eyes fixed entirely on the frozen student as he began to slide toward the front door. The exit must be cleared in advance, before the script activates. As he shifted his weight, a small, soft shape began to slip from his uniform pocket. He caught it against his ribs just in time. It was the small plush keychain. A close call. Brawn. Soleum held the doll up to the faint moonlight, his breath catching as he pressed its belly. The silver serpent coin, the focal point required to manifest his dangerous companion, was entirely absent. The fabric was empty, soft, hollow. The ritual had been nullified by the dream logic, or perhaps, in this space, a doll was merely a doll. His closest ally was locked behind the veil of his own waking mind. Through the window. Look through the window. Oh, God. Aha! The student. He changed positions. A chorus of frantic, high-pitched screams erupted behind him. Soleum snapped his head around. The desk near the center of the row was entirely vacant. The waxen entity was no longer there. Following a trembling, pale finger, Soleum's gaze settled on the back exit. The student was standing perfectly straight against the frame, his eyes wide, vacant, rolling slowly across the panicked faces of the crowd. What is this? This isn't funny anymore. Who's controlling it? No answer. No respiration. A young civilian, emboldened by sheer adrenaline, marched up to the entity, waving his hand frantically inches from its face. The student didn't flinch. He simply stood there, a hyper-realistic corpse blocking the wood. He's not breathing. Look at his throat. It's a dummy, some kind of advanced robotics. Right, it's a hidden camera setup, like those old reality television pranks. The production crew is probably waiting in the hall. Ding dong, dang dong. The intercom crackled to life, a bright, cheerful, entirely synthetic female voice echoing through the shadows. Attention, students of Sekwang Technical High School. Our formal graduation ceremony is about to commence. Please gather in the main auditorium immediately. A graduation, someone muttered, a nervous, self-soothing laugh escaping his lips. Should we go down? It's actually kind of fascinating. Look at our clothes. We really look like we're back in the day. This is the most vivid dream I've ever had. They were entirely blind to the gravity of the threshold. It was human nature. Who wouldn't feel a sudden, sweet surge of nostalgia upon regaining their youth? A locked schoolhouse at night was a classic backdrop for ghost stories, but with a large group and a soft wash of moonlight, it felt almost romantic, like an adventure from a film. Hey, this mannequin, look at his hand. A man approached the entity at the back door, peering closely at the rigid fingers. The waxen hand was extended backward, its digits curled into a specific, unnatural gesture. It looks like he's trying to signal a direction. For structural climate control and student safety, we will now deploy the automatic security curtains and adjust the ambient illumination. It looks like he was about to lock the latch. Slam! The iron security shutters dropped over the windows with a deafening metallic roar, plunging the entire room into absolute, pitch-black darkness. A collection of sharp gasps and startled curses filled the void. For 3 long seconds, there was nothing but the sound of frantic breathing. Then the overhead fluorescent tubes hummed, flickering to life with a pale, sterile hum. Oh, thank God, the power's back. See? Just a lighting cue. Wait, what is that on the floor? A dark, viscous liquid was pooling across the beige linoleum, spreading from the base of the back exit like oil. What is that? The crowd followed the dark trail upward, and the collective breath of the room died instantly. The young civilian who had been analyzing the mannequin's fingers was slumped against the wall, his neck twisted at a perfect, impossible 180-degree angle. A grotesque, rhythmic torrent of dark crimson was pouring from his ruptured collar, soaking his uniform and seeping into the floorboards. His eyes were wide, glossy, frozen in a state of absolute, unadulterated shock, a realization of a fate he had never once calculated. The ancient manual had labeled this zone with perfect accuracy. Disaster Management Bureau File 2845 PSY. Classification: in the shadow of darkness. Reading the text before sleep guarantees insertion into a space that does not exist on any modern map of the peninsula, a realm populated entirely by predatory templates. And within this specific cliché, there was only one exit strategy. To leave the school at night, you had to die. A woman screamed, her trembling finger pointing toward the back door. The waxen student hadn't moved an inch from his post. But there was one critical, horrifying modification. His hand, it's wet. The fingers that had been clean a moment ago were now thickly coated in dark, fresh blood, the crimson fluid filling the grooves of his fingerprints. Behind the twisted neck of the corpse, fresh, red finger marks were clearly visible. Mom, no, let me out. Aya. The overhead lights flickered, a single brief microsecond of darkness. The entity of Sekwang Technical High School remains entirely stationary as long as a human retina is actively processing its form. But the moment the line of sight fractures, the moment the current is interrupted, the bulbs flared bright again. The woman who had been pointing at the blood was entirely gone. A wet, heavy sound echoed from the front row. Her body was pinned beneath a desk, her torso completely shattered below the rib cage. Her severed arm lay isolated on the floor, the fingers still twitching limply toward the door. The room dissolved into absolute, screaming hysteria. Attack it. We have to destroy it while it's standing still. Someone hit it with a chair. Fuck you. Why are you shouting at me? You do it. You're closer. Crunch. Another voice died. A man was suddenly hanging upside down from the ceiling fan, his body halved, his internal organs raining down onto the desks below. In the terrifying, suffocating silence that followed, the remaining survivors turned their heads slowly. The student by the door was now staring directly into the center of the crowd. A wide, beautiful, entirely inhuman smile was slowly tearing across his waxen face. Run. Get to the corridor. Now. Open the front latch. Hurry. The herd surged toward the primary exit, abandoning the back room to avoid the thing by the wall. But the architecture of a nightmare is always efficient. It's open. It's ARG. The civilian who threw the front door open collapsed backward, his face draining of all color. Standing directly in the aperture of the dark hallway was another student, her hair cut into neat, precise bangs, her chest bearing the exact same pristine white tag. Sekwang Technical High School. She was smiling too, her jaw unhinged slightly further than human anatomy permitted. Just push past her. Keep moving. The crowd broke, sprinting blindly through the gap, past the grinning girl and into the blackness of the corridor. The female student vanished from Soleum's line of sight, and then The long hallway filled with the sound of tearing fabric, snapping bone, and short, wet screams that cut off one by one, until there was nothing left but the silence. The suffocating, heavy silence of an empty schoolhouse. The rhythmic, frantic sound of shallow breathing filled the stagnant air of the classroom. Those who remained could not pull their gazes away from the heavy wooden panels of the doorways, their eyes wide with a fragile, desperate intensity. Let us proceed with absolute, measured slowness. Soleum murmured, his voice barely a vibration in the dark. Observe how the thresholds respond. Maintain continuous optical contact with both the front and back frames. The adults, trapped within the smooth, unblemished shells of their teenage selves, staggered backward from the exits. Half of the original awakening group had already broken into a frantic run, their echoes dissolving into the deep arteries of the corridor. Their current vital status was entirely unverified. The remaining survivors were simply paralyzed, frozen in place by the sheer weight of an oncoming realization. This is an organizational disaster. Soleum thought, his jaw tightening. He had miscalculated the initial delay. Before the heavy security shutters had dropped, sealing them into this artificial twilight. He should have abandoned the group, secured a high-grade emergency light source, and established a silent, fortified perimeter in an isolated sector of the facility. But the sudden, absolute absence of Braun's energetic signature had caused a brief, fatal hesitation. In the shadows, the frantic minds of the civilians were beginning to piece together the mechanics of the entity. It operates exactly like that specific manifestation. Don't you recognize the template? The entity that remains entirely stationary under direct, continuous observation. You mean you've encountered this script before? Why are you failing to grasp the logic? It's the standard stalker anomaly. It advances only when the visual field breaks. As long as our retinas process its form, the kinetic sequence cannot activate. The man's voice was climbing into an unstable, hysterical register, rambling incoherently about a forbidden text file downloaded from a deep web forum, a simulated reality, a malicious spiritual possession. In standard operational environments, such wild theories would be dismissed as acute paranoia, but in the heart of active anomaly, the herd will consume any narrative that offers an illusion of control, and the tactical conclusion reached by a terrified, untrained collective is always dangerously primitive. In that case, we simply neutralize it. We dismantle the physical vessel. If we attempt a standard retreat, the chase parameter remains active indefinitely. Didn't you hear the termination sounds from the corridor? The ones who broke line of sight are already gone. Hurry, before the primary grid flickers again. As if sliding into a collective, hypnotic trance, the survivors began tearing the classroom apart, grasping for any object with sufficient mass to inflict structural damage. Broken brooms, heavy wooden chairs, rusted mops, small steel box cutters. It was a direct, accelerated path to the most common bad ending in the archives. Wait, consider the secondary implications. Soleum began, stepping forward. A sudden, firm palm clapped over his mouth, cutting off his respiration. Soleum's muscles coiled by pure, conditioned reflex, his weight shifting to deliver a disabling counterstrike to the throat of his captor. But he forced his heart rate down, slowly turning his head to identify the source of the restraint. Their eyes met in the dim gray light. The features were unmistakable, despite the short, cropped hair of a high school student. It was Agent Ryu Jae-kwon, the seasoned operative from the Disaster Management Bureau whom Soleum had encountered during the Mountain Lodge breach. Or had he been positioned during the initial awakening phase? No, that detail was structurally irrelevant. The realization clicked coldly into place. Of course, the civil service operatives aren't immune to random environmental selection. This specific anomaly wasn't a contained, secured asset under the control of Daydream Incorporated. It was an unmapped, overlapping fault line in reality, Running into an agent from a competing bureaucratic institution was statistically probable, even if Jaquan was working far past his standard shift parameters. If you commit to absolute vocal silence, I will remove the restraint, Jaquan whispered, his voice a practiced, flat monotone. Soleum gave a single, serious nod, and the palm retreated from his lips. You possess an extraordinary, almost professional talent for intersecting with active anomalies, don't you? Jaquan murmured, a dry, cynical edge to his tone. Soleum allowed the commentary to pass without validation. The civilian's assessment of the entity's kinetic limitation is accurate, the agent continued, leaning closer, his breath cool against Soleum's ear. Maintain alternate blinking protocols to ensure continuous visual lock. If the primary illumination source fails completely, drop your skull toward the floorboards instantly. Furthermore, he paused, his voice sinking into a cryptic whisper. The entities are hypersensitive to acoustic vibrations. The student vessels were strongly attracted to high-decibel human expressions, screams, prayers, vocal panic. Under no circumstances are you to elevate your voice. Maintain absolute silence. But are we simply going to permit the civilians to initiate a physical assault on the vessel? Soleum asked, his tone carefully neutral. Our immediate preservation is the primary directive. Jaquan replied, his eyes cold and unyielding. The extraction of unlisted civilian assets remains a tertiary concern. The words were pulled directly from the standard training manuals of the Disaster Management Bureau. During a live supernatural event, assume a 100% mortality rate for all non-aligned entities and adjust your movements accordingly. It was the classic, cold utilitarian calculus, the administrative lever of the trolley problem pulled without a single microsecond of emotional friction, choosing to let the herd perish if it guaranteed the preservation of an operative or the collection of core data. I will signal the exact window for transition. Jaquan said, until then, conform to the baseline behavior. To debate the point with a government operative in a hot zone would be counterproductive. Soleum remained silent, his eyes tracking the armed civilians as they closed in on the frozen mannequin near the back exit, to gather further intelligence without breaking his civilian cover. Soleum offered a naive, exploratory query. But if this reality is constructed from a dream state, wouldn't a termination event within this space simply trigger a normal awakening sequence in the waking world? That was the traditional, folklore escape mechanism from a standard nightmare. At the exact moment, the physical form suffers fatal trauma in the dream. The consciousness snaps back to reality, but the archives had already disproven that comforting myth. The premise is partially correct, Jaquan murmured, his gaze remaining fixed on the target. But the execution requires a specific catalyst. Do you observe the identification tag on the blazer? The agent pointed toward the pristine white laminate on the mannequin's chest. You must possess that specific name tag at the exact moment of your physical termination to achieve a clean, proper awakening. If you fail to secure the artifact before your life signs cease, the explorer remains permanently anchored, their consciousness dissolving into the continuous, gray rot in the shadow of darkness. The neurological side effects are permanent and highly undesirable. Jaquan sighed, misinterpreting Soleum's intense silence as standard civilian terror. A forced, uncomfortable smile flickered across the agent's face, an awkward attempt at institutional empathy. Do not lose focus. The Bureau has deployed multiple units across this sector. Someone from our department will inevitably breach the core. An overlapping exploration window, Soleum noted, sorting through his mental index of the company logbooks. Before he could isolate the specific entry, the room fractured. The civilians had begun their assault. The student vessel did not shatter like plaster. It bled, thick, dark, biological fluid spilling onto the wood as the heavy chairs and broken brooms came down. The sickening sound of fracturing bone and dull, heavy impacts echoed off the concrete walls. A cold, sharp spike of unease rippled along Soleum's spine. Jaquan, entirely unmoved by the violence, gestured subtly toward the front door frame. We use this specific window of distraction to execute a... He stopped, his brow furrowing. Through the open front door, the central staircase was suddenly illuminated by a pale, shifting glow. 4 figures were ascending the stairs with eerie, rhythmic silence, their footsteps completely muffled against the stone steps. They wore formal, sharp business suits, but their faces were entirely obscured by crude, colorful animal masks. Soleum's eyes locked onto one specific mask, a fox template. It was the rookie operative from Y Squad, the one who had survived the amusement park anomaly months prior. It appeared the boy had been integrated into a standard exploration unit. 3 months in the field without termination was a respectable metric for a corporate asset. Behind him came 2 more shapes, their masks catching the faint light. They were adhering perfectly to the corporate safety handbook. Maintain facial concealment whenever feasible within an active zone. I would gladly deploy my own mask if my inventory were currently accessible. Soleum thought dryly. If he wanted to utilize his high-grade company tools and guarantee an extraction, he needed to distance himself from the government agent and align with his corporate peers. Exercise extreme caution. Jaquan hissed, his fingers tightening around a heavy steel pen, his eyes burning with deep, institutional hatred as the masked figures passed the corridor. If you encounter individuals wearing animal masks and tailored suits within an anomaly, never acknowledge their presence. Do not look at them. Do not speak. They are the contract mercenaries of that wretched pharmaceutical syndicate. Avoid them at all costs. The majority of their staff are certified, functional psychopaths. They will use you as a kinetic shield without a second thought. Soleum kept his expression perfectly blank. If this man discovers the corporate logo stamped into the lining of my soul, the situation will become significantly more complicated. Behind them, the civilians were still screaming, raining blows down upon the unmoving student. In front, the government operative was glaring at Soleum's literal co-workers, and stuck in the middle was Soleum himself, devoid of his primary entities, missing his timing, trying to clear a high-grade nightmare while pretending to be a fragile, innocent civilian to a man who loathed his entire profession. The masked employees moved quickly, their eyes scanning the room briefly before they dissolved into the darkness of the upper floors, avoiding any direct engagement. Then, the primary illumination failed again. But this time, the human cattle reacted before the darkness could settle. It isn't moving. We broke it. The lights flashed back on with a wet, heavy pop. The student entity of Sekwang Technical High School was no longer standing. It lay crumpled against the baseboards of the back exit. The physical shell completely ruined by the collective frenzy. Even in the dark, it had failed to adjust its position, apparently succumbing to the sheer volume of structural trauma. Yet, its right hand remained frozen in an outstretched, rigid claw, pointing directly toward the door latch. The survivors cheered, a ragged, hysterical sound of triumph as they waved their bloodied mops and dented chairs. We killed it. The logic holds. But Soleum knew the rules of the template. When a single student vessel is brought to a state of biological cessation, the script triggers a global event. Ding dong, dang dong. The intercom groaned, the female voice dropping its cheerful cadence for something heavy, somber low. A structural termination has been recorded in classroom 1 to 5. A slow, agonizing funeral march began to filter through the old brass speakers. Jaquan's hand slammed into Soleum's shoulder blades, pushing him forward. The deceased has been identified as first-year student Lee Wonyul. Soleum bolted through the front exit, his eyes darting across the hallway layout, calculating the angles, pressing his spine flat against the corridor wall to reduce his visual profile. Keep your back to the masonry. Jaquan commanded, forcing Soleum down into a low, crouching position against a plaster. Let's observe a formal moment of silence for 5 seconds. Through the low, rhythmic thrum of the funeral march, the heavy hinges of the classroom's back door creaked open. A series of short, wet, instantly truncated screams echoed from the room. The music never stopped. The period of silence has concluded. May the deceased find eternal rest. Soleum forced his head up, looking through the glass pane of the classroom door as the light stabilized. The interior was an absolute slaughterhouse, smeared with raw matter and dark, thick filth. Bodies were scattered across the broken wood, slammed into the blackboards, their limbs tangled in the legs of the desks. Only 2 shapes remained functional. 2 new student entities standing perfectly rigid beneath Soleum's gaze. One was balanced casually on top of a headless torso. The other was gripping the frame of the front door, its wide, beautiful smile fixed entirely on Soleum's face. A thin bead of sweat rolled down Soleum's temple. "I'm adjusting my position, backwards slightly," Soleum whispered. "The room remains within my active visual field." Jaquan gave a tight nod. Soleum slid his palms along the cold plaster behind him, feeling for the specific asset he had noted during his initial entry. Emergency portable light source. A small, red plastic housing was mounted to the wall, containing an emergency flashlight, a critical tool capable of generating sufficient lumens to freeze an entity even during a total grid blackout. But as his fingers brushed the plastic, his heart sank. Where 3 standard flashlights should have been locked, only one remained. The Y Squad operatives. Soleum realized. They cleared the rack during their ascent. What caught his attention was the small, crumpled ball of paper wedged deep into the release sensor. A professional trick to prevent the local anti-theft alarm from triggering when the canisters were pulled. They had left one empty slot unblocked. Sahian's specific touch. Soleum reached back, his fingers plucking the scrap of paper from the mechanism before he dislodged the final flashlight. He brought the note into his line of sight, recognizing the smooth, elegant handwriting on the reverse side. He crumpled Sahian's yearbook draft, shoved it back into the sensor to maintain silence, and slipped the red cylinder into his uniform pocket. "You secure the illumination tool?" Jaquan whispered, his eyes narrowing. "Yes." "Excellent. Maintain active power to the beam at all times. Now we harvest the tags." The government agent didn't hesitate. He strode forward, stepping directly into the threshold of the front door, right into the face of the smiling entity that was currently staring at Soleum. Every survival instinct in Soleum's mind began to scream. With a swift, practiced motion, Jaquan reached out and ripped the white laminate tag from the entity's blazer. Then, moving with chilling efficiency, he crossed the blood-soaked room to harvest the tag from the ruined vessel by the back wall. Soleum felt his stomach drop into a cold, hollow void. The script was now locked. When a student's identification tag is systematically stolen in its presence, the parameters shift. That specific entity will now pursue the thief across every sector of the map until the theft is resolved through blood. The dice had been cast the very microsecond those waxen eyes locked onto our positions. In the unyielding architecture of this nightmare, an apex predator does not simply lose interest. Even with a high-powered beam cutting through the dark, navigating these suffocating corridors while being hunted by dual anomalies was a formula for structural madness. It was an equation only a trained, desensitized agent of the state could calculate with any semblance of logic. Yet, a whisper of professional arrogance lingered in the mind. I would have structured this strategy differently, but lingering on spilled milk is an administrative waste. In the cold mathematics of survival, being unmasked by the government operative beside him carried a far more lethal risk than suffering a routine termination within the dreamscape. A death here would be recorded as a mere statistical anomaly, but exposure meant an endless cycle of interrogation chambers and bureaucratic isolation. For now, The civilian mask had to remain perfectly glued to the skin. Soleum stepped back into the wet, metallic air of the classroom, his movements perfectly synchronized with Jaquan's advance. He reached toward the slumped, broken vessel near the rear door, his fingers closing around the cold plastic edge of its identification tag. The tension was a physical weight pressing against his throat. The statue lay perfectly still, yet every nerve in Soleum's body anticipated the precise, bone-shattering snap of its jaw closing around his wrist. But the script remained dormant. The artifact was secured. As relief mingled with the sharp, chemical stench of the room, a faint, wet sound vibrated from beneath the entity's heel. The student vessel was anchoring a survivor into the floorboards, a civilian whose face was entirely obscured by a mask of tears and crimson fluid. The whispers were shallow, lacking the pneumatic pressure required to form words, a silent, desperate plea for a clean exit. An internal debate flared and died within a fraction of a second. Soleum let the stolen identification tag slip from his fingers, allowing it to clatter softly onto the linoleum right before the survivor's trembling hand. A muffled, ragged sob echoed from the dark, followed by a microscopic, frantic nod. Turning on his heel, Soleum rejoined the agent at the threshold. Their retreat down the primary corridor was swift, silent, and perfectly coordinated. "Maintain forward optical focus," Jaquan commanded, his flashlight beam pinning the back of the entity guarding the front door. "The rear vector is under my surveillance." They moved like ghosts, spines pressed flat against the crumbling masonry, eliminating every potential blind spot. But as the classroom dissolved into the heavy gloom behind them, and the visual lock on the second entity finally broke, the agent's posture grew rigid. "The pursuit parameter is inactive," Jaquan muttered, a sudden ripple of tension vibrating through his uniform. "Why are they failing to advance? Unless—" He exhaled a sharp, frustrated breath. Someone was left functional in that room. Someone is maintaining a continuous visual lock on the vessels. He didn't wait for a response, his boots pushing faster toward the darkness. They were likely too structurally compromised to escape. You acted correctly, in an active anomaly. Personal preservation is the absolute priority. Altruism is a luxury for the aftermath. Head for the western stairwell. We will establish a temporary post near the fire hydrant. The primary grid failed again, plunging the world into a seamless, absolute blackout. Deploying the secondary beam. As they moved through the dark, the true weight of the calculation settled into Soleum's chest. During those few seconds of total obscurity, the civilian he had gifted the tag to had undoubtedly been terminated. The visual lock was broken. The two entities were now free to hunt. He could feel the fine hairs on his arms rise, but he kept his eyes locked on the forward dark, waiting to freeze whatever was waiting at the end of the hall. "Suppress the panic response," Jaquan whispered, his voice dropping into a professional, soothing cadence. "The parameters are still viable. You secured a tag from the rear vessel, correct? Excellent. The extraction sequence is simple. You must now commit suicide." The words were delivered with the casual indifference of a clerk suggesting an office relocation. "We will execute the action the moment we reach the emergency light station. Your complexion is completely drained. It is administratively optimal for you to wake from this frequency immediately. With the artifact in your possession, the transition will be seamless." Soleum allowed a heavy silence to stretch before speaking. "The artifact is no longer in my possession. I transferred it to the survivor beneath the vessel." A sharp hiss of teeth escaping Jaquan's lips cut through the hum of the emergency lights. "I ensured they held the anchor. They will wake safely in the morning," Soleum added, his tone carrying a calculated touch of naive fatigue. The agent's breath was heavy, thick with the accumulated stress of an operative dealing with a reckless civilian. "You operated under the assumption that I carried a surplus of identification tags. No, I do not require your assets. I simply chose to surrender what I earned." It wasn't an act of foolish civilian martyrdom. It was a precise execution of exploration record number 13. The historical wiki entry Soleum had analyzed before sleep was the log of an explorer who had navigated this exact schoolhouse without ever possessing a tag. To clear this specific nightmare without experiencing a physical termination, one had to execute a precise, hidden parameter while completely unanchored. Furthermore, the rewards for an unanchored extraction yielded the highest concentration of high-grade dream essence available in the sector. The new squad needed to see that his metrics remained flawless, even when stripped of his standard corporate tools. Are you aware of the administrative penalty for dying unanchored in this zone? Jaquan's voice was cold, sharp. Every subsequent new moon, your consciousness will be dragged back to these floorboards during your sleep cycle. And upon waking, your memory will be systematically wiped, preventing any strategic preparation. Can your mind sustain that level of degradation? Soleum knew the risks, but with the agent tracking his every movement, he could never have abandoned a tag naturally without raising immense suspicion. The civilian was the perfect repository for the asset. I will manage the consequences myself. Do not concern yourself with my status, Soleum said, adjusting his weight. In fact, it is tactically sound for us to sever our alignment here. If the illumination is an issue, you may retain this flashlight. Once separated, the civilian FARs could be dropped, and the high-powered corporate tools stashed in his mind could be safely deployed. Separation was the only logical path. I am merely an operational liability to your mission, Soleum murmured. I will find an alternate exit, somehow. He waited for the agent to accept the terms, to leave the useless civilian behind as dictated by Bureau protocol. But Jaquan stopped, turning his head slowly, his expression hardening into something fiercely resolute. I believe an administrative apology is required, the agent said softly, the moment your fingers closed around that identification tag. My operational intent was to humanely terminate you myself, to confess to a planned execution with such terrifying, casual clarity right to a man's face. Soleum let a small, forced smile touch his lips. Ah, I see. Even in a dream state, pulling the trigger on oneself is a difficult hurdle. Precisely. However, given your current status, I am requesting your continued presence for the duration of this investigation. Jaquan's hand dipped into his uniform pocket, pulling out a small, rectangular object wrapped in dull foil. You will act as a temporary auxiliary agent. Normally, this requires multi-departmental authorization, but this will suffice for the field. He dropped the small, caramel-colored square into Soleum's palm. Soleum's eyelids twitched. The internal database recognized the chemical signature instantly. It was a piece of standard Bureau field equipment, a truth induction masticable. Upon ingestion, any attempt to formulate an untruth triggers an intolerable, agonizing neurological discomfort, compelling the user to speak with absolute accuracy. It wasn't an authorization tool. It was a highly efficient, portable interrogation device. Consume the asset and accompany me, and your compensation will be guaranteed through official channels. Jaquan stated, if the choice is too difficult, I will simply locate another tag and execute you myself to clear the field. With his spatial tattoos suppressed by the dream regression, there was no way to hide the candy through sleight of hand. To refuse or drop, it would instantly confirm that he knew exactly what the Bureau tool was, revealing his corporate identity. With an inward sigh, Soleum placed the candy in his mouth, chewing the sharp, tangy sweet paste and forcing it down his throat, feeling the chemical warmth settle into his vocal cords. But the Bureau, like any efficient machine, understood the balance of the stick and the carrot. Well executed, Jaquan said, his tone softening slightly as he placed a small, silver badge shaped like a stylized heart into Soleum's palm. This is your auxiliary identification. If you encounter other Bureau units in the deep sectors, This will prevent friendly fire protocols. Before the metal could even lock onto his blazer, a compact, ivory-colored frame was pressed into his other hand. It was a specialized exorcism pistol, its translucent cylinder shimmering with tiny, multicolored glass beads. A weapon designed specifically to disrupt the spiritual frequency of the student entities, the kind of high-grade government gear Soleum had only ever observed on restricted database forums. And now, I am fully outfitted in the uniform of the enemy. Soleum thought, a wave of dark amusement washing over his stress. We are approaching the terminal point of the corridor. Jaquan warned, his hand resting on the heavy fire hydrant latch. From this vector, you must cover the forward arc. Under no circumstances, allow that flashlight to drop. Soleum tightened his fingers around the strange, cold grip of the ivory pistol, turning his eyes toward the approaching dark. The waxen, unyielding countenances of the entities materialized at the far terminus of the corridor, directly outside the threshold of Class 1 to 5. 3 distinct vessels now occupied the frame, 2 male, 1 female. The 2 who had just emerged from the slaughterhouse were saturated in deep, fresh crimson, their lips twisted in a wide, grotesque grins, while the third stood perfectly, unnaturally pristine. When the light caught them, they possessed the absolute rigidity of figures frozen in an old silver halide photograph. Yet every time the beam flickered, the distance between us vanished. They advanced precisely to the ragged periphery of the flashlight's glow. Never retreats, only encroaching. One couldn't help but calculate the exact microsecond the battery would fail, ending the standoff entirely in their favor. A sudden, metallic chime cut through the suffocating tension. Ding dong, dang dong. A termination has been recorded in classroom 3-2. The deceased is third-year student Park Chaya. Please observe a formal moment of silence for 5 seconds. Soleum's fingers tightened around the cold casing of the flashlight, pressing his spine flat against the dead-end wall. He swept the beam frantically across the 3 shapes. Each pass of the light revealed them closer, their joints locked in mid-stride. Bronze focused his beam on the left. Soleum took the right. But the third, the pristine one, had vanished from the field. Soleum whipped the lens downward. A pale, blood-flecked hand was resting on the linoleum, its fingers open, mere inches from his ankle. The entity was sprawled flat on its stomach, grinning straight up into his face. The period of silence has concluded. May the deceased rest in peace. Soleum withdrew his foot with a fluid, desperate jerk. A fraction of a second later, and the script would have closed around his throat. I skipped the entire era of virtual reality horror games, only to experience the live-action simulation, alternating his eyelids to maintain a continuous, unbroken optical lock. He began to ascend the concrete stairs backward, his muscles trembling under the sheer weight of the adrenaline. Once we clear a designated floor plane, the entities bound to that grade level generally suspend active pursuit. Bronze whispered, his gaze still pinned downward. They will prioritize any remaining stray assets on their own sector. We ascend, not toward the exit on the first floor. Soleum murmured, negative. The operational objective is anchored in the 5th floor auditorium. The initial intercom announcement flashed through Soleum's memory. The graduation ceremony will begin shortly. Please gather in the auditorium. What has the Bureau established regarding the auditorium? The data is non-existent. Bronze replied coldly, which is precisely why the sector requires evaluation. The exploration records in the Wiki archives had classified these early levels as baseline content. Few explorers had willingly marched into the literal meeting point of a nightmare high school. Those who attempted the ascent typically suffered catastrophic termination on the intermediate landings. The intelligence, aggression, and strategic capabilities of the student entities increased exponentially with every floor. The final log of exploration, record number 12, echoed in Soleum's mind like a curse. Never ascend to the 5th floor. It is mathematically preferable to permit termination on the lower levels. Do not go up. I truly, deeply lack the desire to see this ceremony. Soleum thought, a wave of dark sarcasm washing over his fear. Yet the internal script dictated that he would have to stand in that auditorium eventually. Would administrative protocol permit a brief, exploratory diversion into the third and fourth sectors? Soleum suggested, his voice a low vibration as they climbed. Think of this environment as an immersive, gamified loop. In such structures, the acquisition of key items is statistically mandatory to unlock subsequent zones. If it were my choice, I would audit the specialized facilities, the music suite, the laboratory, the administrative records. The distance between their position and the frozen entities below widened, allowing the flashlight's cone to spread, securing a larger radius of control. Bronze remained silent for 3 steps before answering. The analytical division reached a comparable hypothesis. They noted the structural similarities to a commercial survival script. But this is the first instance an asset has suggested prioritizing physical props over entity behavior. The agent's eyes, remarkably clear without the standard dark circles of a veteran field operative, seemed to catch the light. Very well. We will conduct a thorough sweep of the intermediate sectors. We can coordinate this strategy once we interface with the secondary units. More government agents, delightful. Soleum thought dryly. Given your status as an auxiliary operative, professional protocol dictates the utilization of operational aliases. Bronze continued, a strange, almost youthful enthusiasm bleeding into his businesslike tone. The Bureau typically derives code names from historical or classical nomenclature. Uncommon terms reduce cognitive friction during a live breach. Do you possess a preferred designation? Soleum possessed a highly specific, deeply structured catalog of aliases reserved for his private fiction logs, but a rare flash of self-awareness warned him that uttering them aloud to a live government official would cause permanent psychological damage. Call me Grapes. A botanical classification? Clean, minimalist. It functions well. Bronze nodded. For a microsecond, Soleum wondered what type of cynical, devastating commentary Braun would have offered regarding the choice. Amidst the corporate nuisance, just a little, he shook the sentiment loose. Focus was survival. And your designation? Agent. I am registered as Bronze. Understood. Agent Bronze. Lately, the universe is treating me like a fresh, bright-eyed corporate recruit. Is this a systemic glitch? Or simply my imagination? They breached the landing of the 3rd floor, the domain of the second-year students. The entities from the lower level had slid out of the visual field, likely drawn away by some unfortunate civilian's final scream. The hallway before them was shockingly, eerily immaculate. No blood, no organic debris, no weeping survivors pinned by mannequin smile. The reason became apparent instantly. The classroom doors had been systematically sealed. Heavy iron chains and rusted padlocks looped tightly through the handles. Daydream Incorporated. Soleum identified the handiwork immediately. It was straight from the corporate safety handbook. The entities demonstrate a passive resistance to the destruction of institutional property. When unprovoked, quiet containment within their designated seating charts renders them dormant. But the silence was a fragile, glass boundary. The faculty office is situated around the secondary apex. Soleum breathed. Do we adopt a low-profile crawl? With a mutual, silent nod, they dropped to their knees, sliding along the baseboards, eyes tracking the blind corners where the stairwells dropped into the dark. Cold sweat tracked down Soleum's spine. They had reached the midpoint of the corridor when a high-decibel, bone-chilling shriek tore through the far end of the facility. Rattle, 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 rattle. The sound of dozens of metal doorknobs vibrating against their padlocks erupted down the entire length of the hall. The entities had heard the acoustic spike. Soleum didn't dare elevate his head. He and Bronze scrambled through the gray light. their knees scraping the linoleum as they rounded the final corner. Behind them, the rattling died as quickly as it had begun, the single scream having concluded, but through the frosted glass of the locked doors, faint, dark silhouettes could be seen standing upright, peering out into the twilight. They were looking away from the apex, our soul-saving grace. The door before them bore a tarnished plastic plaque. Second-year faculty office. It too was locked with a heavy commercial chain. Maintain security watch. Bronze whispered. He slipped a small, thimble-like metallic device over his index finger and pressed it directly into the keyhole. The mechanism conformed instantly to the internal tumblers with a smooth, satisfying click. Government budget at its finest. Exercise caution upon entry. The interior parameters are unverified. The door swung inward, revealing a scene that completely defied the statistical expectations of the anomaly. Secure the threshold silently. Bronze murmured. There were no waxen students inside. Instead, 7 individuals were locked in a rigid, silent standoff around a central oak table. On one side stood figures in sharp suits and colorful animal masks. On the other, operatives wielding translucent, bead-loaded pistols. The Bureau and the corporation, locked in an administrative gridlock over a single object resting on the wood. Fountain pen of second-year student. Instead of executing an extraction script, these professionals are actively wasting billable hours over a mid-grade artifact. Soleum thought, his jaw tightening. The entry had been too quiet for the room's occupants to register immediately. Then, several Bureau operatives spotted the insignia on Bronze's coat, calling out his designation with visible relief. Bronze, adhering to his rigid utilitarian programming, moved forward to integrate with his department. Across the room, the animal masks turned towards Soleum. 2 specific masks, a fox and a raven, froze entirely. Baek Sahian and Jang Heon were making identical, invisible expressions behind their papier-mâché visages. Their eyes darted from the silver heart badge pinned to Soleum's lapel to the ivory ghost pistol in his right hand, their postures screaming a silent, collective question. What type of deep-cover operational treason is this? Auxiliary Agent Grapes. Bronze called out, his voice cold as he addressed the opposing faction. Do not concern yourself with the mockery of corporate entities. Step away from the threshold and align with our line. Soleum stood at the absolute crossroads of his career. The internal calculation lasted less than a heartbeat. I cannot commit treason. He took 3 deliberate steps forward, positioning his body directly adjacent to Agent Bronze, looking straight into the hidden eyes of his corporate colleagues. I cannot betray my own biological survival. Soleum clarified internally. So, my dear, highly compensated co-workers, it appears we are officially on opposite sides of the clock. The illusion of control evaporated from Baek Sahian's lone remaining eye, replacing his clinical irritation with a sudden, freezing realization. The rumor of a high-grade psychic artifact hidden within the second-year faculty desks had drawn too many vultures, turning a calculated solo extraction into a crowded, bureaucratic nightmare. He ground his teeth, silently updating the internal blacklist of informants he intended to ruin upon returning to corporate headquarters. Yet, chaos is merely a different kind of currency. He observed the trembling bison mask of Jang Heon, a weak-willed asset who could still serve as excellent reactive armor. But then his gaze locked onto the auxiliary agent standing comfortably beside the government forces. The civilian school uniform was identical, but the silver heart badge and the translucent exorcism pistol were entirely new. Why is an entry-level corporate asset conducting negotiations on behalf of the state? The structural parameters indicate the primary asset is highly volatile, Soleum announced, his tone perfectly mimicking the detached authority of a senior bureaucrat. In high-grade anomalies, retaining unauthorized artifacts induces rapid psychological decay. The sector outside this threshold is currently saturated with hostile entities. For the preservation of the collective pool, cooperation is requested. The delivery was disgustingly persuasive. Soleum's eyes projected a masterpiece of feigned, desperate altruism. Beside Sahian, the bison mask blinked sleepily, its internal cognitive defenses buckling under the silver heart's passive frequency. Perhaps, if we coordinate compliance, Hyo-un whimpered. Silence the asset, Sahian hissed, as the surrounding corporate scouts erupted into furious, defensive shouting. Across the room, the government operatives murmured approval, noting that despite the low-rent corporate culture, the new auxiliary handled diplomacy with exceptional metrics. Then, a terrifying jigsaw puzzle assembled itself in Sahian's mind. The senior agent standing next to Soleum was the exact same operative from the slaughterhouse mission. The recognition-blurring properties of the corporate masks had protected Sahian's identity, but Soleum was completely bare, unless he was a state intelligence plant from the absolute beginning. A deep, subterranean chill settled into Sahian's chest. Soleum's gaze shifted, locking directly onto Sahian's single eye. The young man offered a microscopic, razor-sharp grin before lifting a finger to tap his own lapel, mouth forming a single, silent syllable. Debt. The exact sequence left on the emergency light note. A blatant, inverted piece of blackmail from a debtor to a creditor. Shut your mouth and play along, or the transaction terminates permanently. The mathematics of the room were shifting. The state forces now held the statistical majority. The corporate scouts would likely abandon the extraction bonus to preserve their lives, terminating Sahian's window of opportunity. He shifted his weight, feeling the hard, cylindrical pressure of a customized three-color projectile pen embedded within the vulcanized rubber sole of his heel. A 1,000-point investment designed specifically for catastrophic distraction. Turning slightly toward the bison mask, Sahian whispered, "Do you detect an acoustic anomaly in the corridor?" As Hyo-un turned, Sahian clicked his left heel twice, launching the silent, explosive nib directly at Soleum's temple. A clean, instantaneous termination within the dream state would ensure no corporate retaliation could be traced. He would simply shift the administrative blame to another sector. The projectile cut through the smoke, but Soleum tilted his head by a mere fraction of an inch, allowing the pen tip to whistle past his ear. How many times do you think I reviewed your operational equipment profile in the archive logs? Soleum thawed. His expression remains perfectly tranquil. 2 heel clicks. A predictable script. He didn't possess the energy for anger, but a firm regulatory boundary had to be established. He offered Sahian a wide, terrifyingly vacant smile. "You're officially flagged for liquidation." The projectile struck the metal cabinetry behind the desk, detonating into a blinding flash of multicolored magnesium light, heavy noise, and thick, gray chemical smoke. The acoustic spike was more than enough to override the entity's passive protocols regarding property damage. The structural defense was broken. They were coming. The room collapsed into a blind scramble as survival instinct overrode professional alignment. Everyone dropped low, eyes burning in the fog. Sahian lunged through the obscurity, his fingers closing around the cold steel of the fountain pen before shoving it into his coat and dissolving into the fleeing corporate pack. As the smoke thinned, the government units realized the target asset had been extracted. "Those corporate parasites," a voice bellowed. Soleum found himself instantly guilty by corporate association, but the automated system offered no time for an appeal. A termination has been recorded in the third-floor corridor. The deceased is second-year student Kim Sora. The fleeing scouts had liquidated an entity, triggering the mandatory 5-second blackout. The office turned into a chaotic slasher sequence. Flashlight beams cut the blackness like strobe lights, revealing wet, severed silhouettes dancing in the gloom. It was a nightmarish tower defense simulation where every blind spot was shrinking. Soleum tracked the windows, sweeping his beam to lock 3 climbing mannequins into rigid immobility just as they breached the frame. The senior agents were absorbing the primary aggression, but the margin of safety was paper-thin. A single stray drop of dark fluid splashed directly into Soleum's left eye, forcing a sudden, involuntary blink. A gray, hooked hand materialized from the dark, its clawed fingers stopping less than an inch above his crown. Soleum threw his torso backward, his heels sliding through the gore as the skull-crushing blow swept through empty air. His pulse hammered against his ribs like a trapped bird. The flashlight's operational radius is entirely spent. There are at least 20 units active on this floor. A termination has been recorded in the second-year faculty office. Another 5-second blackout initiated. If the loop sustained this rate of consumption, the entire sector would experience total structural collapse. Extraction was the only remaining logic. Soleum slid through the open exit door just as the emergency lights flickered back online. Through the settling haze, he spotted Agent Bronze engaged in close-quarters combat with a lingering corporate asset. The frantic, kicking form of Jang Hyo-won utilized the restraint mechanism. Bronze shouted, tossing a pair of heavy silver magnetic cuffs toward his auxiliary, clearly expecting an immediate tactical assist. But Soleum's contract with the state had already expired in his mind. Soleum, Hyo-won shrieked in recognition, before instantly slapping a hand over his bison mask in absolute horror. The name echoed through the small space. Bronze's eyes widened, the operational realization dawning on his features. Soleum caught the silver restraints mid-air, and with a fluid, unhesitating sweep, clamped them directly around Agent Bronze's wrists and jaw. The mechanical links expanded instantly, sealing the operative's mouth and arms before extending a long, heavy silver tether into Soleum's palm. Seizing the chain, Soleum yanked the bound government official and the terrified corporate bison out of the room, sprinting blindly toward the concrete stairwell. The period of silence has concluded. May the deceased rest in peace. Behind them, the screeching chaos of the faculty office faded as the remaining entities locked onto the larger pool of noise. Midway up the next flight, Soleum paused, his lungs burning as he checked the lower darkness. The pursuit had detached, turning his head to wipe the cold sweat from his eyelids. His gaze dropped to the end of the silver tether. Agent Bronze was pinned against the concrete landing, his arms locked, his eyes burning with an absolute, lethal promise of state-sanctioned vengeance. With no corporate backup, and an enraged government entity on his leash, Soleum took a deep, stabilizing breath and began to formulate the most desperate, emotionally manipulation speech of his entire career. Traversing the concrete stairwell of a decomposing high school while dragging a high-ranking government operative like a capture prisoner is a masterclass in professional self-sabotage. The link had been forged, the betrayal executed with the very tools the state had provided. By dawn, a permanent placement on the Disaster Management Bureau's terminal blacklist was a statistical certainty, an administrative draft into some nameless, dark-budget operation. The corporation might offer legal sanctuary, but owing a debt to Daydream Incorporated was an equation with a toxic yield. The image requires immediate structural modification. Soleum calculated. If you commit to an acoustic 0, I will terminate the vocal restriction, Soleum whispered, his fingers hovering over the silver binding. Offer a singular vertical nod. The murderous glare burning beneath Agent Bronze's eyelashes softened by a fraction of a percent, a microscopic movement of the chin. If the state operative intended to execute a counter-betrayal, he was failing to cloak the metric effectively. Soleum sighed, the chemical heat of the truth induction caramel still vibrating against his vocal cords. My intent excludes physical malice. I seek neither the extraction of state intelligence nor the transmission of data back to the corporate network. He paused, letting his eyes drift into the upper gloom with a carefully measured, melancholic exhaustion. And as those syllables left my lips, I experienced absolute zero neurological discomfort. He let the implication hang in the heavy air. I know exactly what species of interrogation aid you placed in my mouth, and I am choosing transparency anyway. Naturally, the internal mechanism of the truth caramel detected the evasive nature of his phrasing. A sharp, ulcerous heat began to expand within his stomach, a burning coil of level 1 discomfort. But Soleum kept his facial muscles perfectly locked. I could sustain a baseline penalty without flinching, discreetly shifting the silver heart badge inside his blazer. He displayed the token openly. I communicate this reality without relying on structural crutches. I repeat, if you preserve the silence, the restriction terminates. A flicker of genuine, psychological conflict crossed Bronze's features. A second, firmer nod followed. The silver gag was dissolved. The agent honored the contract, remaining perfectly silent as Soleum returned the confiscated flashlight and the ivory exorcism pistol, loosening the tension on his arms. A temporary asset requires defensive capability in an active hot zone, Soleum murmured, knowing full well the translucent cylinder was mathematically useless against human biology. It was a gesture of feigned trust, nothing more. Isolation on these landings is a terminal vector. I will maintain the primary tether until your professional judgment stabilizes. They bypass the intermediate landing, their boots making soft, rhythmic contact with the concrete. Is roe deer your registered classification? Bronze asked suddenly, his voice dropping into a low, analytical register. Your department structures its squads around the morphology of the masks, correct? Are you a primary director? A fresh recruit? Soleum replied, a faintly bitter, fatigued smile playing across his lips. The asset beside me occupies an identical tier. He reached into his pocket, pulling out the fractured, bark-textured half-mask with its curving, organic horns, and pressed it onto his features. The familiar pressure settled over his cheekbones, a psychological shield that caused the agent's eyes to narrow in recognition. From the shadow of the staircase, Jang Hyoan's voice vibrated with a pathetic, trembling sincerity. I offer an administrative apology. Mr. Roe deer, my exclamation ruined your parameters. The apology is redundant. Soleum murmured through the wood. The environment is inherently destabilizing. Mr. Roe deer is a reliable asset. The bison mask continued, desperately attempting to validate his colleague to the captive agent. During our initial immersion, he risked his terminal status to pull my consciousness from the deep dark. An inflation of the data, Soleum countered smoothly. We merely synchronized our survival metrics. Bronze remained silent, his profile hardening into a complex, unreadable calculation. The fact that he hadn't attempted to fracture Soleum's jaw with the butt of the ivory pistol was a positive trend line. Entering the fourth sector, the agent whispered. The third landing dissolved into an absolute, velvet blackness. On the fourth floor, the rules of the nightmare underwent a terrifying mutation. When a vessel was terminated here, the intercom speakers remained entirely dormant. There were no 5-second silences, no formal eulogies, only an immediate, unrecorded erasure. The overhead grid was entirely dead, save for a single, distant tube that flickered with the erratic rhythm of a failing heart. And then the flashlight beam caught them. Dozens of third-year students were lined up along the plaster walls, motionless, precise, like a permanent exhibition of wax mannequins. More than 100 identical vessels occupied the sector, their eyes glazed, fixed directly on the threshold. Their mobility parameter is restricted to 0. Bronze whispered, providing the critical archival data. They cannot abandon their coordinates. According to exploration record number 9, their feet remain structurally welded to the classroom floorboards. As long as an explorer avoided their immediate spatial territory and maintained absolute, unbroken eye contact to freeze their joints. The danger was entirely navigable. The error margin lies in the dark. Soleum noted, they are psychologically manipulative, ensuring the bison mask had pinned a stolen identification tag onto his blazer. Soleum gave the command. We proceed through the intervals. Maintain absolute observation. They stepped into the narrow lanes between the frozen bodies. Hyo-un swallowed, the fabric of his sleeve brushing against the cold, starch-stiffened uniform of a third-year student. The proximity was suffocating, but the bison mask ground his teeth together. I must function. I cannot remain a liability to Kim Soleum's clear metric. He assumed his colleague was hunting for a hypercentile dream essence harvest. A clean clear. Mr. Buffalo, secure the rear vector. Soleum's voice commanded. Walking backward. Hyo-un focused his beam on the space they had just vacated. The moment the light drifted, dozens of human necks twisted with a sickening, wet crunch, pale hands extending into the corridor, stopping the exact millisecond the light returned. The music suite is located 30 meters ahead. Soleum muttered, preserve the pace. They entered a pocket of total, non-reflective dark. The flashlights cut thin, desperate tunnels through the human gallery. Suddenly, a light blinked ahead, a rhythmic, sputtering illumination. Hyo-un's mind lagged behind the data. It wasn't a structural power failure. The source of the flickering was Soleum's own flashlight. We preserve the forward momentum. Soleum's voice was suddenly ragged, punctuated by a heavy, wet wheeze. The sharp, unmistakable copper scent of fresh blood hit the back of Hyo-un's throat. As his heel slid backward, it met a slick, warm puddle on the linoleum. A blood-drenched hand, dripping crimson from its fingertips, had extended from the dark lane, its nails grazing Soleum's waistband. Breaking through the final cluster of students, they tumbled into an empty classroom. Soleum slid against the wall, his hand clutched tightly over his abdomen. His face was the color of skimmed milk. The emergency lens in his hand gave one final, dying strobe. A small sticker on the plastic casing glared back in the dark. Effective illumination time, 60 minutes. They had calculated the tactical assets, but completely omitted the remaining burn time on the secondary light. Seesaw vocal output. Hyo-un panicked, his hands shaking as he sought an entry point to stanch the fluid. The state agent moved instinctively beside him, their corporate and bureaucratic division vanishing under the immediate threat of a terminal event. They dragged Soleum deeper into the room, just outside the active reach of the silhouettes peering through the doorframe. Seated on the floor, his fingers dark with his own blood, Soleum let his head rest against the plaster. A faint, self-deprecating smile visible beneath the horn of his mask. With his free hand, he clicked the release mechanism on Bronze's silver restraints, letting the chain clatter to the floorboards. An administrative oversight. Soleum whispered, his breath shallow. The contract is concluded. You are free to execute your exit. Bronze didn't move toward the door. Instead, his hand dipped into his tactical pocket, pulling out a fresh and used student identification tag and shoving it violently into Soleum's torn jacket. The gift is unearned. Soleum coughed, a spray of red dotting the floor. Your department requires the asset. There are secondary state units on this level. If you align with their coordinates, your survival probability remains high. He waited for the agent to take the cue, to leave the failing corporate spy to dissolve into the dreamscape. But the dark remained heavy, the silence between them stretching into something complex, human, and dangerously real. The crimson tide escaping Soleum's fingers was too heavy, too dark to be dismissed as a psychological trick of the dreamscape. Yet, as the agent's grip tightened in frustrated agony, Soleum's features remained smoothly, chillingly unbothered. To be clinical about the metrics, Soleum murmured, his voice dropping into a register of cold resignation. My expiration within this sector carries zero professional consequence. The corporate directors will view this level of performance as entirely acceptable. The state operative's knuckles turned white. Why do you human assets place your absolute dependency on an engine that views your biology as entirely disposable? The words bled from his mouth like acid. Do you truly believe a corporate structure that evaluates human pulse rates as mere data points will ever fulfill your internal wishes? Beside them, the bison mask shifted in sudden, silent distress. Every explorer entered the black market loops for the legendary wish-granting tickets, a magical tincture promised at the end of the line. They fulfill them, Soleum stated, his eyes locking onto Bronze with empirical certainty. If the transaction were an illusion, the entire structural architecture of the corporation would collapse under its own weight. Once the orientation contract is sealed, any parameter of desire can be rendered real. The agent let out a ragged, exhausted breath, a man reciting an old, weary counterargument. Apply baseline logic. If one asset wishes for the absolute preservation of the global ecosystem, while another demands the immediate, total extinction of human life, how does your omnipotent machine satisfy two mutually exclusive variables? The buffalo mask flinched in the shadows, but Soleum didn't blink. For the individual who holds the ticket, yes. Soleum's voice was soft, almost gentle. The resolution is absolute. That is mathematically impossible. A wish ticket is not engineered to restructure the external world. Soleum interrupted, the words sounding less like religious fanaticism and more like a scientist describing a universal constant he had tested 1,000 times. It is a highly localized, omnipotent loop, crafted solely to satisfy the internal reality of the consumer. Bronze stared at him as if looking at an elegant, terrifying lunatic, but Soleum merely allowed his shoulders to drop. It appears my operational timeline has reached its termination point. A fresh surge of dark fluid escaped his palm, the laceration in his abdomen refusing to clot. With a slow, deliberate movement, Soleum pressed the blood-slicked student identification tag back into the agent's numb fingers. "You fool," Bronze hissed, his teeth grinding together. "Sacrificing your personal tokens every new moon will never force that corporate entity to salvage your life." Soleum managed a faint, pale smile, the edges of his vision beginning to fray from the loss of blood. The Disaster Management Bureau will eventually dissolve this anomaly. When that baseline metric is met, my personal freedom will return naturally. Go now. Loitering near a collapsing asset is a high-risk behavior. He lifted the dying emergency lens, casting a weak, yellow cone into the pitch-black corridor. "I will monitor the threshold. And, Mr. Buffalo, you executed your protocols correctly. You are merely a raw recruit. Maintain proximity with the state agent and preserve your safety." The agent hesitated, the calculation warring within his chest, before he turned and strode into the dark, his heavy boots echoing down the concrete. Jang Hyoan lingered for a single, agonizing second. Staying alters nothing, he realized. An exit is the only mercy. Yet, as he turned to follow the state operative's light, his fingers slipped into Soleum's torn pocket, leaving a small, cold plastic shape behind. "Mr. Rodeer, my secondary token," he whispered into the wood of his mask. "I endured this sector because your hands pulled me forward. I have no family left to salvage with these numbers. Take it, and thank you." The bison mask vanished into the twilight, never looking back. Soleum monitored the corridor until the last vibration of their footsteps dissolved. The moment the sector returned to absolute isolation, his bloody hand dipped into his pocket, retrieving the token Hyoan had left, alongside a small, individually wrapped sphere of sugar. It was an antique relic, a large old-fashioned eyeball candy swirl with cheerful, nostalgic bands of red, yellow, and white. An expensive recovery asset purchased from the deep-tier alien catalog. With crimson-stained fingers, he stripped the cellophane and popped the sphere behind his teeth. The transformation was immediate, violent, and silent. The deep, ragged tear across his stomach began to draw inward, the exposed muscle tissue weaving itself back together like thread under an invisible needle. Spilled blood on the floorboards seemed to defy gravity, misting backward into his skin, while the fractured alignment of his ribs snapped into place with a series of smooth, painless clicks. As the candy dissolved against his tongue, it locked his physiology and cognitive matrix into the absolute peak performance state achieved over the last 10 years of his life. Since this is a dream construct, a temporary biological reset is more than sufficient. His pulse stabilized, his thoughts spinning with the cold, hyper-accelerated precision of a quantum processor. A long, clean sigh of relief escaped his lips. The simulation had played out flawlessly. Faking a terminal exit remains the cleanest methodology to secure operational freedom, while permanently correcting my profile in the state records. He dusted the dried, flaking blood from his uniform, checking the dark, intricate patterns of the tattoos etched into his wrists. Reaching his fingers directly into the ink, he withdrew a massive, heavy-duty tactical flashlight, its steel casing cool against his skin. Soleum stepped out of the classroom, back into the silent gallery of third-year mannequins. He calculated the exact reach of their frozen limbs, keeping his silhouette tight as he walked the narrow margins. Underneath his standard uniform, the flexible alien armor he had tucked away settled against his ribs, a protective layer that offered zero healing properties but excellent kinetic resistance. Navigating this sector alone is statistically safer. A single asset occupies far less spatial volume. He wondered briefly if Bronze and the Buffalo Mask had reached the secondary units. The agent is too clinical to attempt the 5th floor without reinforcements. They will hunt for the remaining state cluster. Reaching the terminus of the corridor, Soleum didn't look back. He began his descent, retracing his steps in reverse. The informational nodes scattered through the classrooms held zero value for him. The entire script of this high school is already mapped within my memory. He knew the genesis of the haunting, the thematic weight of the students' rage, and the exact nature of their frozen bodies. He was hunting for the singular catalyst that would unlock the highest tier clear bonus. He paused on the 3rd floor landing. The entire level was an immaculate, silent slaughterhouse. Under the brutal glare of the intact lights, dozens of school-uniformed shapes lay in various states of advanced mutilation. The corporate scouts and the state agents had cleared the desks with extreme violence. If any professional survived, they have migrated to higher elevations. Soleum stepped through the debris, his boots sticking slightly to the floor. A dream. All of it is merely data in a dream. He repeated, a cold mantra to keep his nerves from freezing. Then, a movement caught his eye inside the shattered faculty office. A single student entity was twitching on the linoleum. Both its arms were snapped like dry twigs, its left leg twisted in a compound fracture, its uniform saturated in dark fluid. Yet, a microscopic spark of awareness remained, its head tilting slowly towards Soleum's light. The young man approached the broken shape, observing the bleached hair and tarnished piercings, the classic markers of an institutional delinquent, now reduced to a pathetic, shivering mass of meat. I am truly losing my mind, Soleum thought dryly. He bent down, catching the entity by its waist, and hoisted the multi-kilogram killing machine directly over his shoulder like a sack of grain. The nostalgia candy rolled behind his teeth, keeping his muscles locked in peak physical output as he carried the groaning creature down the dark hallway. He stuffed the heavy-duty flashlight between his teeth, using the brilliant beam to cut through the suffocating red mist of the corridor as he tracked his mental map toward the target facility. The tattered sign on the doorframe read, Infirmary. Soleum dropped the spare identification tag Hyoon had given him onto the floorboards before pushing the door open. Inside, 3 cot beds stood behind drawn canvas curtains. two of them already holding the dark, motionless contours of hidden occupants. On the whiteboard beside the medicine cabinet, a faded instructional note remained visible. Students injured during physical activity should lie on a bed and wait for the nurse to arrive. This was the exact anomaly that had caused the catastrophic wipe of Exploration Team 12. The previous manager had placed an injured colleague onto the mattress, triggering an immediate, aggressive purge by the entity that pursued them. But Soleum had spent hours analyzing the syntax of that failure. The explorers were perceived by the school system as outsiders, students from a rival institution. What happens? Soleum smiled into the dark. If you place an actual, registered student of Sekwang Technical High School on the absolute thrill of seeing your own dark literature transform into a physical matrix before your eyes is a heavy, addictive poison. My pulse hammered, a chaotic frequency of terror and pure, unadulterated anticipation. Soleum took a long, stabilizing breath, his fingers sliding back the canvas curtain of the solitary, unoccupied cot. On the clean, sterile mattress, he gently deposited the mangled student entity in the dark cinema of his mind. The syntax of his own forbidden entry overlapped perfectly with the scene. Exploration record number 13. The employee successfully secured an injured student entity with the civilian asset acting as a reactive lure. Following structural binding, they penetrated the infirmary sector and placed the vessel onto the mattress. The entity remained limp, though joint articulation could be forced manually if required. The asset draped a thermal blanket over the form before stepping across the threshold. Leaning his spine against the blood-slicked plaster of the corridor, he sustained a countdown of several seconds, his heart pounding against his ribs. Following a brief interval, he offered a light, acoustic signal on the timber and re-entered the facility. And the script held. The universe obeyed the ink. The bleached-haired delinquent now lay beneath the blanket, dressed in immaculate, white gym clothes. His fractured limbs were bound neatly in splints and tight, professional bandages. His eyes remained closed, ignoring the intruder entirely, according to the original data stream. The critical asset is discovered only during an exhaustive sweep of the immediate coordinates. Without a fraction of hesitation, Soleum pulled open the nightstand drawer beside the mattress. There it lay, a neatly folded, dark wool uniform. The brass buttons were tarnished, the cuffs faintly frayed at the thread. Yet it was impossibly, eerily clean, devoid of a single speck of the copper fluid saturating the rest of the building. The patch on the lapel read, Sekwang Technical High School. Soleum's chest tightened. Without offering a single glance to the sleeping creature, he tore a sheet of blank paper from the nurse's clipboard and pressed a pen into the grain. I am borrowing your skin for a brief interval. The transfer student who carried you inside. He folded the note, slipping it into the vacant drawer before pulling the wool uniform into his arms. On the mattress, the entity remained locked in a deep, unervingly peaceful sleep. Soleum stripped down with frantic, efficient movements, casting his old high school blazer straight through the open window into the void below, before sliding his limbs into the borrowed uniform. The proportions were dangerously similar, the wool clinging to his shoulders with a snug, heavy pressure. The moment the final button met its loop, a sharp, mechanical click echoed behind him. The nightstand drawer had glided open on its own. On the paper he had left, a new, dark hand had scribbled a response. What grade in class are you registered under? Swallowing the sour taste of adrenaline, Soleum noted down the exact designation he had written on the reverse side of his vintage pocket photograph, the specific room where his consciousness had first initialized in this nightmare. The very instant the ink dried, the world died. A total, absolute blackout dropped like a guillotine. As his retinas adjusted, the environment resolved into faint, spectral outlines. The sickly green aura of emergency exits, the dim, red pulse of an LED wall clock, just enough luminance to prevent the infirmary from dissolving into the void. Then a cold, distinct pressure tapped his shoulder. The entity had risen from the cot, its bandaged fingers resting lightly on Soleum's blazer. With a motion that was fluidly, sickeningly human, the bleached-haired boy reached out, plucked the paper from Soleum's hand, and scrawled a final, parting sequence. Transfer student. Huh, tough luck. The boy then collapsed backward onto the pillow, pulling the blanket over his chin to resume his artificial slumber. Every movement was flawless, an exquisite imitation of life. Soleum stepped out into the hallway, his expression carved from stone. The twilight of the school remained dark, yet his perception had undergone a radical, hyperacute upgrade. He could see the individual flakes of skin and dust suspended in the stagnant air. A bizarre, dark certainty radiated from the fibers of the wool, anchoring themselves directly into his nervous system. He bent down, recovering the identification tag he had dropped earlier. The plastic token now emitted a strange, high-frequency luminescence, far brighter than before. A profound, almost unnatural tranquility settled over his mind, pushing the horror of the environment into the background. Then, a shape materialized at the terminus of the corridor. From the threshold of class 2 to 7, silhouettes began to leak into the open air. They possessed human proportions, but their boundaries squirmed and fractured grotesquely, like a corrupted, pixelated video file tearing across a broken monitor. They were glitching, non-existent abominations, scratching through a world they didn't belong in. The moment their eyes locked onto Soleum, his stomach inverted like a sudden strike of lightning. The school exploded into blinding, incandescent white. Instinct screamed at Soleum to lunge forward to hunt. The intense glare had paralyzed the pixelated monsters, reducing their movements to a pathetic, sluggish crawl. The perfect window to terminate the virus. He forced his boots to freeze, dragging his consciousness back from the edge of the cliff. The intense, cloying sweetness of the nostalgia, candy melting against his palate, broke the spell. The white light expired, plunging the corridor back into velvet shadow. When his eyes adjusted, the glitching anomalies were already retreating, shuffling in absolute terror toward the opposite stairwell. Soleum was drenched in a cold, oily sweat, his fists shaking with the violent tremors of a man denying an overwhelming biological addiction. But there was no confusion. The logs had warned him of this psychological trap. He had merely verified the absolute truth of the system. So that is the nature of the infection. Soleum realized those monsters, those alien anomalies were the other explorers. The professionals, the agents, the corporate scouts looked like twitching, horrific entities to the native ecosystem. If an outsider acquires a uniform through the proper narrative channels with the permission of a student, they inherit the role of a student. Soleum was no longer an intruder. He was a recognized cell within Sequang Technical High School. His own entry, exploration record number 13, had rewritten the baseline reality. If you don a uniform in the prescribed manner, you are evaluated as a student. It was a volatile, landscape-shifting variable. Originally, the simulation adhered to a classic, primitive trope, the raw terror of the pursued, an endless loop of familiar spaces turning into alien jaws. But as the exploration log surpassed the double-digit threshold, the creators had begun to sprinkle a deeper, more cryptic architecture into the dark. Exploration record number 5. Text recovered from the chalkboard. Avoid the teacher. The teacher is... The foreshadowing had piled up for 12 cycles. A massive reservoir of narrative tension waiting for a catalyst. The audience of the dark loop was growing weary of the endless accumulation without a resolution. They crave an insider, a perspective capable of harvesting those seeds. Soleum's 13th entry gave the architects exactly what they desired. The simulation had evolved into a story-driven, late-game masterpiece. but to experience the harvest in the flesh. Soleum smiled. Is a distinct vintage. He walked the third-floor corridor, a wolf in the skin of a sheep, watching the terrified, glitching monsters of the bureau scatter around the corners to avoid his approach. The destructive impulse to hunt them rose and fell like a wave. He felt, unervingly, at home here. The presence of those alien explorers felt like a structural error that required immediate, violent correction. A termination has occurred in Class 2-2. When a speaker had first broadcasted that data, his heart had dropped. Now, it triggered a melancholic, beautiful sorrow, an empty ache, and an absolute, structural obligation to erase the anomaly that caused the accident. Please observe a moment of silence for 5 seconds. He wanted nothing more than to race through the blinding white light of the silence, to purge the error codes and honor the dead. Control your parameters. He reminded himself, you are an actor, not a student. Kim Soleum has an agenda to execute. He bypassed his assigned floor, the second level, where his ghost profile belonged, and ascended to the 4th tier before the white light of the silence could completely dissolve. The 4th floor was a landscape of flickering bulbs and shattered glass. The hallway, which had previously been choked with dozens of frozen, mannequin-like third years staring into the void, had transformed. The students were now exchanging silent, animated glances, gesturing to one another, conducting mute, lively conversations in the twilight. Soleum bit down on his tongue until he tasted copper, ensuring no sound escaped his throat. The native vessels of this institution possessed no vocal parameters. If a single syllable of his natural voice escaped his lips while wearing this wool, he would be instantly, fundamentally erased, waking up in the waking world with a ruptured consciousness. He glided through the crowd, the third years offering casual, indifferent glances or awkward, polite smiles as his silhouette cut through their circles. Do not break the rhythm. He rounded the final corner, stopping before the narrow iron door of the cleaning supply closet near the senior faculty lounge. 5 or 6 massive third-year students were huddled in a tight, defensive circle directly before the frame. Without the wool of Sekwang Technical High, approaching this density of entities would mean instant anatomical dissection. The seniors turned, their expressions twisted in mild, silent amusement. Why, as a little first year wandered up to the high-tier block, their eyes demanded. Soleum calmly retrieved his paper and wrote with slow, deliberate precision. The seniors on my floor demanded I recover the extension ladder from the 4th floor storage. May I secure the vector? One of the older boys let out a silent, shaking laugh, snatched the pen, and scribbled an authorization. When Soleum looked up, another student was already dangling a heavy, iron key ring in front of his face, jingling the metal with an indifferent grin. Soleum took the iron, locating the blade etched with 4F storage. He turned the mechanism and stepped over the threshold into a dark, narrow space where only the true sons of the school could ever tread. A thin, violent sliver of light pierced the fracture in the iron panel, stinging the raw surface of Soleum's retinas. Inside the 4th floor storage locker, objects began to glow with their own independent frequency, a high concentration pulse identical to the identification tag resting in his uniform. The reality was far more grotesque, far more beautiful than the dry text of the archives had promised. Soleum secured the latch behind his spine, isolating himself in the narrow chamber. His hand glided past the mundane shapes, galvanized buckets, fiber mops, blank dry erase boards, until his fingers brushed a distinct, crude texture. It was an amateur artifact, a handmade brooch constructed from layers of laminated cardstock. Asset identified. Graduation identification token. The cardboard was cut into the shape of an azalea, the official floral emblem of Sekwang Technical High, carrying a faint, faded inscription, "Congratulations on your graduation." A sentimental trinket meant for a student cohort that would never leave the concrete. He slipped the glittering paper flower into his wool pocket. The primary catalyst for the true clear path was now locked into his possession. He spent the subsequent minutes navigating the restricted sectors, testing the boundaries of his new student permissions. He checked out a dust-choked volume from the library stacks. He pressed a single index finger onto the middle C of the music room piano, every action executing flawlessly within the narrative loop. If a single script error occurs, Soleum calculated. The most efficient correction is immediate, anatomical termination to trigger a real-world wake-up code. But the parameters held perfectly. He deliberately avoided the staircase leading to the 5th floor, where the auditorium was currently initializing the graduation ceremony prep. He simply waited, his breath rhythmic, watching for the system notification. Then the air fractured. A massive, screeching distortion slammed into his skull. A sound glitch so violent it felt like 100 iron nails scraping across a miles-long chalkboard. It was the acoustic profile of human voices, but filtered through the architecture of the dreamscape. It resembled the maddening roar of a dying engine. The explorers, Soleum realized, the missing units are communicating downstairs. The sheer volume of their corrupted chatter pounded against his frontal lobe, triggering a sudden, predatory instinct within his chest. The native programming of the school uniform was trying to override his brain, screaming at him to track down the source of the noise and delete it, stabilize the pulse, suppress the network. He forced his boots to remain rooted, counting down 5 seconds until the internal sweet taste of the nostalgia candy neutralized the administrative urge. When his composure returned, he drifted toward the edge of the landing, peering down the long corridor. The confrontation below was already entering its terminal phase. A student vessel lay broken on the linoleum, completely immobilized, but the intruders hadn't escaped the transaction unscathed. Only one monster remained standing in the twilight, its face a horrifying, melted blur of shifting pixels and corrupted textures. But as it turned its distorted head towards Soleum's light, his joints froze. The monster was wearing a mask. "I'm a last survivor," Go Yan Joan calculated, her shoulder blades pressing hard against the concrete wall as she tried to regulate her breathing. At her feet lay the final student entity of the 3rd floor, its joints locked, rendered harmless by her unbroken gaze. She had zero intention of executing the creature. Terminating a native vessel triggers an immediate blackout loop, forcing a high-density wave to spawn from the classrooms. The civilian assets she had been contracted to escort were already dead, their bodies dissolving into data fragments. At least the final 3 possessed identification tags at the moment of erasure. According to Daydream Incorporated protocols, a terminal event within the dreamscape didn't stop the heart in reality. The assets would simply wake up in their domestic beds. But the liquid inside the dream essence collector only advanced when a tangible tag was harvested. The company is masking a deeper, more predatory metric. Yan Joan thought, her jaw tightening. She had abandoned the pursuit of a high-grade clear, choosing instead to divide her harvested tokens among the weaker members of her cluster. And now, those members were gone. Having completed her clinical cadaver rotations and advanced anatomy modules during her medical school years, the sight of torn tissue and phantom gore failed to shatter her nerves. She was desensitized, functioning purely on survival logic. The logical vector is upward, she decided, adjusting her gear. Before her boot could clear the threshold, a new silhouette materialized from the shadow of the stairs. The figure was tall, wearing the disheveled, loose wool uniform of a Sekwang technical high delinquent. The posture was relaxed, dangerously calm. Yan Joan's fingers twitched toward her gear. She was exhausted, ready to rip the high-powered headlamp from her forehead and allow the entities to delete her profile so she could escape this wretched cycle. But as her beam caught the student's features, her spine went cold. The face was sharp, composed, slightly younger than the profile on the corporate roster, but the facial geometry was unmistakable. It was Kim's Soleum. A sickening dread flooded her consciousness. Is this the nature of high-concentration contamination? She panicked. If an asset stays within the ghost story too long, does the simulation corrupt their code, turning them into a native monster? She ground her teeth, forcing her eyelids to stay open. I must verify the data. If I wake up now without confirming his state, I will loathe my own cowardice. She stepped closer, her headlamp tracking his silhouette. The plush rabbit keychain is missing from his belt. A strange, bitter sorrow mixed with her panic as she closed the distance. The overhead light gave a weak flicker, but her headlamp held the line, just 3 meters away. A sudden, blinding flash erupted from Soleum's hand. The high-intensity strobe hit Jan Jones' retinas like a physical blow, her vision dissolving into white spots. It was a preset tactical trap, engineered to blind any explorer attempting an approach. Dizziness swamped her, and she prepared for the incoming strike. The entities are hyper-accelerated. The strike will be instantaneous. But the pain never arrived. No floating sensation, no real-world awakening. As her vision cleared, she looked up in absolute bewilderment, locking her gaze onto the student to freeze his mechanics. Soleum wasn't looking at her face. His eyes were fixed entirely on the floorboards. Jan Jones shifted her stance, tracking his line of sight. A clean sheet of A4 paper had been weighted down on the linoleum. A pen had been used to drag heavy characters across the white surface. Let's organize the data. The monster tracking my silhouette, that grotesque, pixelated abomination shifting through the dark, was undeniably Jan Jones. The distinctive Goral mask was clearly visible beneath the distortion of the dream filters. A professional error. Soleum noted. I shouldn't have detonated the tactical flash directly into her eyes. He clenched his jaw, focusing his mind entirely on the leather of her mask to fight off the instinctual revulsion creeping up his throat. The uniform was screaming at him to destroy her. The internal errors were multiplying, making his thoughts feel sluggish, broken. Normal speech was a terminal hazard. He couldn't risk a single vocalization, and the corrupted frequency of her voice was completely unreadable to his ears. Avoiding direct eye contact to keep from triggering his own native freezing mechanism, Soleum knelt and pressed his pen to the paper, waiting in absolute silence. The moment Jan Jones' headlamp drifted toward the text, a new script appeared below his line, her handwriting frantic but clear. Mr. Rodeer, are you preserving your cognitive autonomy? Can you execute independent logic? Soleum quickly scribbled his confirmation. The cognitive matrix is intact. Zero contamination, though I realize a corrupted asset would offer an identical defense. This state is merely the core gimmick of the architecture. How could he compress the entire lore file into a few sentences on a floorboard? A medical mind requires the direct conclusion, no rhetorical detours. He skipped the introductory theory and wrote the absolute solution to the nightmare, the secret hidden within the wiki codes and the abandoned lockers. This high school was not a standard haunting. It was a physical landscape devoured by a survival horror video game, replaying its narrative script like a permanent, agonizing nightmare. The proof was scattered through every exploration record. The confiscated game console in the first-year lounge that displayed a pixelated schoolyard before dying. The blackboard note in Class 3 to 2 questioning the monstrous appearance of the teacher. The puppy sketch in the music room notebook detailing a campout in May, despite the calendar reading graduation. The empty game case hidden in the delinquent's bag held the entire plot summary on its cardboard sleeve. The night before graduation, students gather for an unofficial camp. Romance blooms, secrets leak. Then the intercom initializes. The ceremony has begun. To penalize the absent, the teacher is leaving the auditorium. That was the genesis of the slaughter. The students remain mute because the original game possessed zero voice acting. The third years on the 4th floor were frozen because the main player character hadn't triggered their active phase yet. and a freezing mechanic when an explorer looked at them. A classic programming bug, an unpatched exploit in the game's code that the dreamscape rendered as physical law. The explorers weren't even legal players. They were intruders who had glimpsed the world through an unofficial, corrupted text file. Soleum didn't write the full structural analysis. He simply offered the core operational loop. I acquired the native wool through authorized narrative channels. I am currently registered by the system as an active participant in the simulation. The protocol is holding. Jan Jones' pen flew across the paper, the ink reflecting her rising panic. A digital construct? It aligns with the classic survival titles, the ones set during late-night festivals. But occupying a native slot is high risk. We have zero data on the stability of your consciousness if the uniform is sustained past the threshold. Soleum replied smoothly. Your calculation is accurate. If the parameters shift toward a terminal vector, I will execute an immediate exit. But this is the definitive, clear methodology for the operational manual. I am proceeding with the simulation. A long, heavy silence stretched between the two assets in the dark corridor. Understood. I will defer to your record against anomalies. Mr. Roe-Deer, you possess an unnatural tolerance for these spaces. The text slowed, but preserve your vital functions. Do not invite unnecessary hazards. An iron rule of life. Soleum thought dryly. Though reality rarely honors the contract, our prolonged proximity risks triggering a systemic alert among the other vessels. Her final note read, I will execute a tactical withdrawal to preserve your cover. The moment she concluded the sentence, the freezing constraint dissolved. Jan Jones turned her spine to him, her pixelated form slowly drifting down the dark corridor toward the exit stairwell. Wait, Jan Jones SSI. Soleum's mind reached out. The dataset is incomplete. He closed the distance with silent, rapid steps, tapping her will shoulder lightly before dropping a fresh sheet of paper onto the floor. An administrative request. Ms. Gorel, this requires your specialized medical background. The distorted silhouette paused, turning back with a sudden, compliant nod. She grabbed the pen. Query approved. State the parameters. Grateful for her professional discipline. Soleum quickly scrawled his final, cryptic requirement. Detail the exact anatomical coordinates of every major organ within the human chest cavity. Jan Jones did not shatter the fragile equilibrium of the corridor. Instead, she became cold, analytical, a clinical examiner testing a patient for cognitive decay. She leveled a barrage of highly specific queries at him. Questions regarding real-world corporate logistics, asset accounting, and baseline metrics, sternly ensuring that the mind behind the student uniform was not a hollowed-out shell mimicking human life. Once the data verified his lucidity, the rigid tension in her silhouette softened, returning to the familiar, grounded peer he recognized. The subsequent minutes dissolved into an intense, rapid sequence of ink on paper, a precise masterclass in human anatomy conducted in the dark. Thanks to her surgical expertise, Soleum mapped the exact coordinates of the physical vessel, securing his clear preparations with a clinical certainty he hadn't anticipated. He scrawled a final, parting advisory on the grain. If your operational timeline requires you to sustain this dream state, descend immediately to the baseline level. Rest your grid on the first floor, because the authentic script is about to initialize. A few breaths after the Gorel mask vanished into the lower well, the high school's internal system reactive network triggered. Ding dong, dang dong. The archaic bells chimed through the ceiling. The graduation ceremony has begun. The announcement bled into the concrete, matching the exact syntax Soleum had injected into his 13th archive entry. Operational parameter. Elapsed duration wearing the Sequang technical jacket. 2 hours and 13 minutes. The audio track shifted, an unmapped broadcast overriding the previous logic, adapting directly to the text found on the reverse of the pirated game case. Soleum ascended to the 4th floor, finding the long, twisting corridor completely abandoned by the native vessels. The third years had migrated, leaving only the empty architecture to echo the metallic voice of the intercom. To penalize the absent, the teacher is now vacating the auditorium. The primary software of the horror game had executed. The illusion of belonging, the comforting warmth of the student uniform, dissolved instantly, replaced by an oppressive, suffocating weight that settled over his lungs. Then the audio engine initialized. A sharp, grating 8-bit chiptune track descended upon his eardrums, its minor chords looping in a distorted, eerie frequency. Simultaneously, a localized pop-up notification flashed against his retinas. Before it is too late, let us locate the remaining participants. Soleum steeled his internal grid, choosing the path of maximum efficiency. He sprinted toward the third-year faculty lounge. The standard tactical protocol dictated utilizing the iron lockers within the office as a cloaking vector. But as he approached the threshold, a wave of corrupted, static noise threatened to tear his eardrums apart. Ignoring the sensory distortion, he slid his frame inside the narrow metal locker, pulling the slatted door tight. Through the thin ventilation gap, his vision was restricted, but he could see a silhouette hesitating in the adjoining classroom. The entity stepped out into the hallway, turning its head until its gaze locked directly onto the shadow of the locker. The form was pixelated, vibrating with errors, but a distinct leather shape covered its face. Another asset from the Bureau, Soleum noted, a supervisor from a newly assigned D-Squad. The light radiating from the dead employee's collected tokens was blinding. A hyperluminous cluster that made it impossible for the dream filters to completely mask his human contour. To carry that many identification name tags was a terminal tactical error. Then, the floorboards above groaned. A heavy, deliberate rhythm began to descend the concrete steps, the acoustic profile of something massive moving with precise, calculated strides. Step, 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 step. It was arriving, descending into the sector with absolute kinetic authority. Dread flooded the locker, and Soleum locked his lungs, holding his breath until his ribcage ached. But the corrupted supervisor, drawn toward the high-frequency glow of Soleum's own hidden tag, began to close the distance, his boots shuffling closer despite the impending sound. Can he not perceive the audio track? Soleum thought. No, he cannot. He is an intruder, not a player. The glitching supervisor remained completely blind to the game's initialization parameters. By the laws of the code, an explorer carrying only 1 or 2 minor tokens was viewed as a background error, invisible to the main entities unless they displayed overt greed. But this asset had harvested a ridiculous, rule-breaking mountain of player data. The supervisor reached out, his hand wrapping around the handle of Soleum's locker. A massive, black iron plate descended from the ceiling like a guillotine. The impact was silent, violent, and absolute. The vertically bisected halves of the masked supervisor collapsed against the linoleum, the pixelated distortion evaporating instantly to reveal a mundane, human corpse in a tactical vest. The law of the script was absolute. An explorer caught within the sector after the main engine initialized was deleted from a network. Step, 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 step. The teacher stepped into the center of the faculty lounge, dragging the heavy, lifeless mass of the supervisor across the floorboards, leaving a thick, dark trail behind. Soleum pressed both palms against his mouth, clamping his teeth shut. It was the first time he had witnessed a senior colleague dissected within arm's reach. The data cannot be rewritten, he reminded himself. The objective remains unchanged. To survive a survival horror simulation, one does not flee the script. One forces the program to execute its final credit roll, and the conclusion only initializes after the primary entity is neutralized on the main stage. The cowardice had to be pruned. Soleum reached into his pocket, withdrawing a small, temporary tattoo sticker depicting a primitive tomato tree. With trembling, cold fingers, He pressed the damp adhesive directly against the skin of his throat. It was a black market item sourced from the underground networks, a device to paralyze the amygdala. The merchant had promised that the symbol of the tomato tree would completely neutralize the brain's capacity to process paranormal horror, allowing an asset to explore hell with the reckless, unbothered bravery demonstrated by legends like Unhage or Park Minseong. Inside the metal locker, Soleum blinked. The anticipated rush of artificial courage never arrived. His heart still hammered against his ribs. The memories of the crimson rabbit mascot from the amusement park still turned his blood to ice. The weeping echoes of the Changui spirit still made his skin crawl. A fraudulent asset? He thought dryly. Or did the adhesive fail to bond with the skin? There was no window to evaluate the failure. The teacher's footsteps had faded from the fourth floor, heading toward the lower levels to cleanse the hallways. This was his only operational window. He pushed the locker door open, stepping over the fresh fluid on the linoleum, and ascended directly to the forbidden fifth floor. The environment had warped into a surrealist nightmare. The plaster had dissolved, replaced by thousands of yellowed pages torn from vintage graduation albums. The faces within the photographs were screaming, their paper limbs reaching through the grain toward the open air behind the torn text. Wet, cellular tissue pulsed with a rhythmic, sickening heartbeat. It was a landscape engineered to trigger immediate, catastrophic panic in a human mind. The light fixtures had been replaced by wet, organic bulbs emitting a dark, crimson glare. Yet, as Soleum tracked the hallway, his expression remained entirely unbothered, almost cheerful. The tattoo didn't fail. He realized with a sharp, silent surge of dark humor. It didn't eliminate the fear. It simply translated the imagery. Where the screaming heads of dead students should have been, his brain was perceiving large, ripe, slightly bruised tomatoes attached to the paper bodies. The agonizing screams in the albums still sounded like human suffering, but his cognitive centers evaluated the data as if he were observing a slightly messy vegetable market. The psychological burden dissolved into pure, ridiculous absurdity. He strolled down the corridor as if taking a casual twilight walk, finding the melting graduates embedded in the walls rather amusing. At the terminus of a sector, he stopped before a massive, clean teal door. It was the sole structural element that preserved its original architectural form. The sign on the panel read, "Graduates only. Please knock before entering." By the rules of the floor, a first-year uniform should have triggered an immediate lockout, but an official item overrides a narrative constraint. Soleum pinned the azalea name tag ornament directly over his heart and struck the teal panel 3 times. The heavy iron door glided back without a sound. Inside, hundreds of third-year students sat in perfect rows of theater seating, their heads turning in unison to track his entrance. They were the dead graduates, their bodies partially melted and fused into the plastic of their chairs. Black, ink-like fluid streaming from empty, eyeless sockets. Soleum felt nothing but a distant, clinical pity. The distortion turned their horror into a harmless display of floating produce. He walked down the center aisle, his boots echoing through the cavernous hall, advancing toward the massive wooden stage beneath the faded graduation banner. He ascended the steps, grabbed the cold iron of the standing microphone in the center of the platform, and spoke into the void. Let the graduation ceremony begin. Ding dong, dang dong. On cue, the auditorium's sound system detonated with a grandiose, brass-heavy ceremonial march. Immediately, a collective, ear-splitting shriek erupted from the rows of seats. The pristine illusion of the hall tore away like burning paper, revealing the pulsing, raw meat and talismans of the true nightmare realm. The script was furious, lashing out with its full sensory weight to punish the first year who had dared to disrupt the chronology of the game. But the boy on the stage didn't blink. To his eyes, the fury of the room looked like an exploding field of tomatoes. The real hazard was approaching from below. A frantic, violent rhythm was barreling up the concrete steps, the teacher returning at hypervelocity to drag the unauthorized speaker back to his seat. Step, 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 step. The entity was closing the distance. Soleum pulled an auto-injector from his sleeve, driving the needle directly through the wool of his uniform into his thigh. The neon-colored painkiller flooded his bloodstream, an artificial, cheerful chemical wave that made his limbs feel as light as static electricity. He popped 2 nostalgia candies behind his teeth, keeping strictly within the safe threshold specified by the manual. His physiological stats locked into absolute, flawless optimization. Through the narrow fracture of the auditorium doors, something massive and dark forced its way into the room. The teacher shattered the structural integrity of the auditorium with a single, grotesque gesture. A hand fused into the jagged edge of a chalkboard punched through the metal door, crumpling the iron like dry parchment. The entity that stepped into the light was a nightmare of composite biology, a massive, humanoid silhouette stitched together from multiple faculty forms and shoved into a mold that barely held its shape. Every stride was a cacophony, textbooks, rosters, and broken spectacles rattling against its form like gruesome jewelry. I stood on the opposite side of the stage, watching it approach. There was no room for terror. My pulse was a cold, rhythmic engine of pure purpose. The tattoo of the tomato tree burned against my neck, turning every pulse of adrenaline into a sharp, intoxicating exhilaration. The distortion of my perception deepened. The monster's wrath, its terrifying aura, it didn't look like death to me. It looked like a field of crushed fruit, a messy, chaotic harvest. I gripped the microphone, and the teacher struck. The blow arrived with the force of a falling building. My right hand vanished in a spray of scarlet, severed at the wrist. But there was no pain, no shock. I watched the limb tumble to the stage boards, as if watching a bruised tomato fall from a vine. I'm not a student. I am an intruder playing a role I was never meant for. I leveled my glass-handled pistol, a crude tool of the Bureau, and fired. The round punched into the entity's shoulder, a scream of synthetic rage echoing through the hall, but it barely staggered. The rusty chalkboard hand swung again, obliterating my left foot. I collapsed, the stage floor slick with the warmth of my own life force. I did not stop. I did not retreat. I crawled toward the microphone stand, a broken thing anchored to the only objective that mattered. The teacher raised its hand for the final execution. The graduation music hit a jarring, discordant note and died. I screamed into the mic, my voice a raw, defiant vibration. Congratulations on your graduation. The auditorium convulsed. A holographic shower of pixelated flowers erupted from the ceiling, blinding and artificial. The teacher shrieked, a sound of corrupted code collapsing in on itself, before melting into a pool of static and shadow. The chairs holding the students fell empty. The room itself, the walls of flesh, the pulsing talismans, vanished as if burned away by a holy light. The curtains drew back. Outside the high windows, a soft, dawn-like yellow bled into the room. Graduation of liberation. The dream essence collector in my pocket hummed, glowing with a rich, dazzling gold. I felt a phantom sense of accomplishment, the last of the nostalgia, candy, dissolving on my tongue like a fading dream. As my consciousness drifted into the void of sleep, a strange, internal whisper brushed against my mind. The manual is in your tattoo inventory. Take it out. The voice didn't come from the room. It came from the marrow of my own bones. I was speaking to myself, yet the thoughts felt like they were being planted by a gardener I couldn't see. Why was I brushing aside the teacher's intrusive thoughts? Why did the eerie, non-human entities of this office now feel like my most trusted confidants? The contamination, it was leaking through the cracks of my psyche. I woke up in my bed, drenched in a cold, suffocating sweat. The silence of my apartment felt predatory. I rescued Braun, the stuffed rabbit I used as a pillow, from being crushed beneath my spine, his fabric eyes staring at me with a cryptic, silent wisdom. I had made it back, but the price of the harvest was etched into my nerves. I prepared for work, a reality that now felt more haunting than the nightmare I had just survived. I placed the collector, heavy with its liquid gold, into my briefcase. Then, I noticed them. Scattered on the floor like spilled glass beads were dozens of transparent objects, each inscribed with a single character. Who? Protection. Defense. I had breached the barrier. I had brought the game's rewards into the waking world. On the way to the office, the air felt thin, like a film stretched over a void. I met Section Chief Lee Byongjan near the entrance. He beamed at me, his smile far too wide, far too bright. The entire field exploration team attempted the entry, he said, his voice dripping with a sickly expectation. What happened to your squad, Soleum? I hesitated. The newly assigned supervisor, Yoon Jo-hun, had been erased by the teacher. He hadn't just died. He had been deleted from the architecture of reality. No one else remembered him. It was as if he had never existed. I'm not sure about the others, I replied, my voice flat. The chief chuckled, oblivious. Well, at least our company's future is in capable hands. I reached into my briefcase, my fingers brushing against the cold, hard glass of the collector. The liquid shimmered, a beautiful, hypnotic gold. I wasn't sure if I'd cleared the ghost story, or if the ghost story had finally cleared me. The golden liquid within the dream essence collector shimmered, a viscous, hypnotic treasure that seemed to mock the sterile reality of the corporate hallway. Section Chief Lee Byongjan stared at the vessel, his professional mask fracturing into a frantic, wide-eyed hunger. The urgency in his voice was palpable, a desperate, rattling command for me to report the find before the higher-ups could blink. I was summoned almost immediately. There was no reprieve, no time to file a formal report from the safety of the D-Squad office. The collector was stripped from my hands by cold, efficient personnel and the quiet judgment of my teammates, their eyes echoing the familiar, weary sentiment of "it is you again," followed me as I walked away. The verdict arrived that afternoon via Chief Lizard, delivered with his signature, bone-dried attachment, A grade. It was exactly what I had predicted, yet the news was merely the appetizer for a much more unsettling main course. A private, one-on-one interview with the executive board. The summons led me to the 31st floor, a space where the atmosphere grew dense, heavy with the scent of ozone and corporate power. I stood before a massive, circular table of polished obsidian. There were no researchers, no scribbling interns. Only a single woman sat at the head of the table, Managing Director Chong Dally. Her hair was a cascade of midnight, her suit tailored with surgical precision. She possessed that ageless, unsettling quality of those who have seen too much, a predatory grace that made the air feel thin. She did not speak of reports or manuals. She spoke of power. Do you have any interest in joining an elite squad? The question hung in the air like a blade. She discarded the pleasantries of the A squad, openly mocking their obsession with hierarchy while dangled a gilded cage in front of me. The offer to elevate D Squad to elite status, to hand me the keys to a life of corporate luxury, to choose my own comrades, to be protected. The bait was layered with a terrifying truth. She brought up a name that turned my blood to ice. Yoon Jo-hun. He was the supervisor who had been butchered by the teacher in the schoolhouse nightmare, a man whose existence had been scrubbed from every database, every memory but my own. He was the supervisor newly assigned to D Squad. She murmured, her voice silk smooth. But now, you won't find him in the database, nor will he exist in your memory. When someone fails, their existence is erased. She pulled a second dream essence collector from beneath the desk, flicking a recording device attached to its side. It was a cold, systematic revelation. The company did not just farm essence. It harvested the final thoughts and records of the deleted, turning the agony of the erased into the very lore that drove the next generation of explorers toward their own demise. It was not improvisation. It was an industry of oblivion. I returned to the D Squad office, the weight of the revelation pressing against my ribs. I laid the entire truth out for Lee Jae-hyun. The offer, the erased supervisor, the horrifying secret behind the collector. I expected the lizard to be ruffled, but he remained a statue of scales and stoicism. Managing Director Chong is a being with a strong sense of ownership, he noted, his voice devoid of emotion. She will not hesitate to bind capable individuals to what she considers her property. Do not take the risk. His advice was a cold comfort. My mind remained fractured, torn between the allure of elite status and the creeping awareness that the company was not merely managing ghosts. It was consuming the very concept of those who dared to fail. The final hammer blow fell the next morning. I was walking to the office, feeling the familiar, grinding exhaustion of survival, when squad leader Lee Jae-hyun intercepted me. There were no pleasantries. He pinned me against a concrete wall, his red, vertical pupils boring into my mind like a drill. Do you remember the conversation we had yesterday? What was the last topic? I stumbled, my mind racing through the frantic memories of the meeting, the managing director's smile, the erased supervisor. I muttered about the elite squad, about the reassignment. That was not the topic, he hissed. The silence that followed was deafening, a vacuum where my reality seemed to buckle. You are contaminated. Before I could breathe, he shoved me toward a door I hadn't noticed before, a door with a warm, deceptively inviting wooden sign. The Fox Counseling Office. He flung me inside with a force that sent me sprawling across the floor, then slammed the heavy portal shut. You may not leave until the counseling is complete. His voice echoed through the wood. The lock clicked. I was alone in the office, and the shadows in the corner were beginning to move. The locker room smelled of industrial soap and suppressed dread. As I pulled on the stiff, green leaf pattern hospital gown, the fabric felt less like a garment and more like a shroud. A small sign adorned the wall. Welcome, dear client. Please change into a gown. It was a cheerful, pastel-colored invitation to a slaughterhouse of the mind. I placed Braun, my stitched, button-eyed confidant, on a nearby table. His fabric gaze was heavy with the sort of wisdom that only comes from being used as a pillow in a nightmare. Wait here, I whispered. He didn't protest. He simply watched, his silence more eloquent than any plea. Beyond the curtain lay the Fox Counseling Office. It was a sun-drenched sanctuary, an E-level employee benefit that promised mental stabilization. In truth, it was a beautifully furnished cage designed to extract the rot of contamination. I sat on a sofa bathed in midday light, watching the garden outside. The cliché was well known. A counselor would appear, customized to my specific trauma, and guide me through the theater of my own mind. I knew the script. I had analyzed the records. Yet the unease that crawled up my spine felt fresh, unscripted, and cold. Then the garden shifted. A figure stepped into the light. It was me, a version of myself, heavy with the fatigue of a man who had forgotten how to dream. He pulled up a chair on the other side of the glass, smiling with a terrifying, hollow brightness. You look tired, Soleum, the reflection said. I don't want to answer that. I snapped, my voice sounding foreign even to my own ears. Why? Are we not the same? You are not me. You lack the burden. I reached for the mirror the room provided, looking for the rift between us. I found it in the small of my neck, the tattoo. My inventory. My anchor. The counselor version of me had none. He reached through the window, his hand cold as mountain ice, and plunged his fingers directly into my skin. He wasn't searching for trauma. He was searching for the stowaway. He pulled back, and in his grip, he held a red-bound volume, the kindergarten handbook. The memory crashed over me like a tidal wave. The moment I had absorbed the contaminated supervisor from the kindergarten into my own flesh. I had been carrying a piece of the darkness, feeding it, until it began to consume my own subconscious, turning the bizarre into the mundane. The counselor me didn't judge. He simply dug a hole in the garden soil and buried the book. Then he offered me a fruit, a small, plump thing that ripened to a violent, vivid red in my palm. Chew it thoroughly, he whispered. I obeyed. As the fruit dissolved, so did the irrational, suffocating compulsions that had been dictating my existence. The anxiety, the obsession with rules, the creeping feeling that my own thoughts were not mine. They scattered like sand in a gale. I was empty. I was quiet. I was finally, terrifyingly human. When I stepped out of the office, the world felt too bright, too loud. Chief Lizard stood waiting, his red, vertical pupils dissecting my composure. He didn't offer a smile. He simply handed me a sticky note, a final, frantic scribble from the man I had pulled out of the kindergarten. "You've worked hard, Ro." "Thank you." My breath hitched. The contamination was retreating, but the void it left behind was deep. As I sat back at my desk, trying to reclaim the rhythm of a normal life, a shadow fell across my keyboard. I looked up. A man in a gray suit stood there, young, sharp, with an aura of intellect that made me feel like an amateur. "Good afternoon, Soleum Nim," he said, his smile perfectly, dangerously polite. "I heard Director Chong made you an interesting offer." He didn't use an honorific. The air in the office suddenly felt very thin. "It's quite a coincidence," the man continued, leaning in just close enough to be an intrusion. "I also have a proposal to make." Director Ho had arrived. The game was no longer being played in the dark. It was being played right at my desk, and I realized then that the counseling session hadn't solved my problems. It had only cleared my head enough to see the trap. Director Ho was not an executive who hid behind the sterile glass of corporate procedure. He materialized in the D-Squad office like a ghost, his presence casual, his smile disarming, and his intent sharp as a scalpel. He didn't wait for an invitation, and he certainly didn't respect the invisible boundaries of the hierarchy. "I heard Director Chong made you an offer," he said, his voice light, almost melodic. "I have one of my own." The office atmosphere curdled. To align with Director Chong was to embrace the iron grip of the elite. To entertain Director Ho was to step into a web of unknown, potentially lethal, secrets. I felt the familiar, grinding weight of being a pawn caught between two titans who viewed the field exploration team as little more than high-functioning livestock. He spoke of idealism, of protecting the disposable workers of the field, his eyes flickering with a passion that felt either dangerously sincere or perfectly rehearsed. As he outlined a project team, a secret venture for the chosen few, he dangled the ultimate carrot, a wish ticket, a way out, one for every member. It was a beautiful lure, wrapped in the promise of agency. I accepted the tea he offered, hiding my trembling hands behind the ceramic mug, knowing that every word I uttered was being weighed in his internal ledger. When he finally left, the silence he left behind felt heavier than the conversation itself. I retreated home, the sanctuary of my apartment feeling like a tomb. Braun, the stitched, button-eyed confidant of my darkest hours, sat on the desk. He was a creature of cotton and malice, and tonight, his curiosity was a tangible force. We spoke, or rather, I navigated the minefield of his presence. The temptation to let the contamination return, to lose myself in the comforting, mindless abyss of the kindergarten teacher's rules, was a siren song I had to actively mute. "I like myself better as I am now," I told the plushie, my voice steady, though my heart hammered a frantic rhythm against my ribs. "I will not become a conduit for your games." The compromise was cold. We remained allies, but the line was drawn. I was the master of my own sanity, a precarious throne in a kingdom that demanded my madness. The next morning, I stood before the office of Director Chong. My decision had been made in the quiet, agonizing hours before dawn. I chose her path, not out of loyalty, but out of necessity. To survive the fire, one must sometimes become the fuel. She greeted me with the satisfaction of a predator watching a lure disappear down a throat. "Wise," she purred. I had countered her move with a gamble. Instead of bringing one of her sycophants into my newly elite squad, I had proposed an open, rotating internship slot, a revolving door of talent that prevented her from cementing a mole at my side. She had accepted, her concession a chilling reminder that I was only as valuable as the amusement I provided. The office grapevine erupted. Gossip moved like smoke through the corridors. Yet I found myself in a strange, sudden isolation. My peers looked at me with a mix of envy and terror. No one reached out. No one congratulated me. I was a man who had climbed a ladder built of razors, and everyone was waiting for me to slip. I reached out to Goyan Joan, the one soul who had stood with me in the dark of a previous mission. We met in the dim light outside her dormitory, the air thick with the unspoken fear of our shared reality. "Are you aiming for the elite slot?" I asked, testing the waters. "No," she replied, her refusal instantaneous, almost desperate. "I'm perfectly fine as I am." She saw the truth I was trying to ignore. The elite squad was not an advancement. It was a target. As I walked away from her, the weight of my decision pressed down on me. I had secured my position, I had navigated the treacherous waters of the executive floor, and I had successfully kept my team free from internal sabotage. But as the elevator doors closed, cutting off the sight of the office, I couldn't shake the feeling that I hadn't made a choice at all. I had simply chosen which shadow would follow me into the dark. And somewhere, in the deep, untouchable records of Daydream Incorporated, a new file was being drafted. My name was at the top, and the ink was still wet. The neon lights of the alley were not the warm, inviting glow of a city at rest. They were the flickering, desperate eyes of something hungry. I stared at the phone screen, my thumbs hovering over the glass. Navigation, step count, survival. The app didn't just guide us. It tethered us to a path that defied the laws of geometry and sanity. Director Ho had approached me with the grace of a predator, his offer shimmering with the false promise of a wish ticket. But the moment I asked about the project's iteration, the mask slipped. This was no new initiative. It was a meat grinder, a high-grade, existential horror that viewed employees as fuel. I had turned him down, but his lingering presence, the faint, cloying scent of pestilence that clung to his suit, remained a subtle stain on my memory. Section Chief Lee Jahian had arrived shortly after, handing me the dossiers like a man delivering a death warrant. The document was a warning, a clinical description of a product called the Good Child chocolate bar. The packaging depicted a child in a company uniform wearing a mask of twisted branches and goat horns. I stared at the illustration, the charcoal-smudged lines screaming a terrifying truth. The child in the wrapper wasn't just a mascot. It was a mirror. It was me. Is the darkness we are exploring related to this? I asked, my voice barely audible over the hum of the alley. The chief didn't answer with words. He only offered that sharp, vertical-pupiled stare that left no room for doubt. We were now in the heart of Death Lane, a place that sold nightmares as trifles. Stalls overflowed with trinkets that defied human comprehension. Ivory beads that wept, gum that inflated balloons within the throat, slippers that walked on fire. The vendors, shadows given form, beckoned with hollow promises, their voices a discordant symphony of static and sorrow. I kept my eyes on the smartphone, the step count challenge ticking upward. 10,000 steps to freedom. 10,000 steps through a hellscape that recognized my face and demanded a price for my presence. As we navigated the narrow, suffocating arteries of the alley, the group dynamic shifted. Kang Yahak, with her cheerful, pony-masked demeanor, and Jang Hyo-won, the reliable, soft-spoken buffalo, stayed close to my flank. We were a trio of souls moving through a landscape that didn't belong to the living. Then, the chief pulled away. Before he vanished into the deepening gloom, he pressed a small, round object into my palm. It was cold, metallic, and heavy with the weight of someone who was no longer here. Assistant Manager Eun-hae's communication device. I looked at the small brown object, the silence of the alley suddenly feeling absolute. If a problem arises, press this, the chief had said. I was alone with my companions, miles from the safety of the office, carrying a lifeline from a woman who had been erased from the system. As the shadows elongated and the signs above us began to writhe with distorted, alien scripts, I realized the real challenge hadn't even begun. The alley was narrowing. The walls were weeping a viscous, black fluid that smelled of old sins. And my phone screen, my only tether to the world of the living, flickered. The step count stopped. We stood at a dead end, and in the reflection of the dark glass, I saw the goat horn mask looking back at me, waiting for me to turn around. The walk through the vendor alley was a slow descent into a quiet, suffocating madness. Thousands of steps remained, and every one felt like a gamble against an unseen dealer. My companions, Jang Hyoan and Kanya Hak, were trying their best to play the part of casual visitors, but the air around us tasted of copper and stagnant time. I stopped them with a sharp, whispered command as the shadows of others flickered nearby. Those who had forgotten their anonymity, those who had traded their identity for a curiosity they couldn't control, were being harvested, their humanity unraveled like a cheap sweater. I clenched my teeth until my jaw ached, maintaining a facade of professional detachment that was fraying at the edges. We encountered a student, lost and shivering, wearing a uniform from a school that existed only in the architecture of nightmares. I handed them a mask, a small mercy in a place that demanded everything, and watched them flee. Act natural, I told my team, though every cell in my body was screaming at me to run. We were just friends on a stroll. The scenery shifted. The bright, predatory lights of the vendors gave way to the narrow, suffocating corridors of the everyday goods district. Kanya Hak, her voice far too light for a place that smelled of rot, suggested we browse. It was a transparent play for power, a test of my composure. I didn't fight her. Instead, I leaned into the insanity, steering us toward a butcher shop that displayed organs still pulsing with a borrowed life. I looked the skinned, bovine shopkeeper in the eye, trading a box of humble vegetables for a black, violet iris I preserved in liquid. It was a grotesque bargain, a move that left my companions staring at me with a mixture of horror and sudden, dangerous awe. "It's just an inference," I said, my voice steady, though I felt as though I were balancing on a razor blade. They bought it. They actually bought the lie. I had become the architect of my own impossible logic, and now they were following me into the dark with a terrifying faith. We hit the threshold of an unknown alley, a place Daydream Incorporated had never mapped. The walls were weeping sludge, and skeletal figures in tattered uniforms stood like sentinels of the damned. Every instinct I possessed roared for me to turn back, but the path forward was the only one that existed. We breached a door with a bribe of cigarettes, slipping into the hidden heart of the lane. The transition was violent, from the stench of a sewer to the opulence of a high-end boutique, all chandeliers, velvet, and golden frames. But as the gloved mannequins began to assemble themselves, pulling their navy uniforms tight, I realized the boutique wasn't just a shop. It was a workshop, and the mannequins were turning to look at us, their painted faces twisted into smiles that held too many teeth. I reached into my pocket, my fingers brushing against the cold, familiar texture of brawn. If this was how the boutique greeted its guests, I wasn't going to be a customer for much longer. I prepared to trigger the exit, but the heavy velvet curtains behind us were already beginning to slide shut, sealing the room in a gilded, airless trap. The mannequin's bow was a performance of agonizing precision, its stiff limbs clicking like a dying clock. I kept my eyes fixed on the velvet-draped floor, avoiding the hollow, painted gaze of a creature that existed only to harvest the desperate. History had already warned me. Those who followed the clerk's polite gestures found themselves reduced to broken spectacles and discarded memories in the back alley. I stood in the center of the boutique, a place of gilded rot and shimmering vanity, feeling the cold weight of the tattoo on my arm. That Latin inscription, that singular mark of the companion, was my only shield. It acted as a universal key, a silent language that even these creatures recognized. "I prefer something casual," I murmured, my voice a steady thread in the oppressive silence. The curtains shifted and the display transformed. The torsos vanished, replaced by jewelry that gleamed with a hungry, unnatural luster. I selected a ring, a piece of craftsmanship that felt less like a trinket and more like a captured piece of time. Legend had it that such artifacts were forged in the fires of past disasters, items that could ground a mind when it felt the crushing pressure of reality dissolving. It was exactly the kind of shield I needed to keep my sanity from shattering in this place. But the price, that was the true test. These boutique walls had a taste for human marrow, for the labor of those who failed to account for the cost. My companions, Kong Yahak and Jang Hyo-un, stood behind me, oblivious to the fact that I had just held their lives in a scale of barter. I felt a surge of cold, cynical exhaustion. I reached into the void of my inventory, pulling out a bar of solid gold. It was a crude, heavy instrument of the living world, but here, it was a language that transcended death. The mannequins stalled, their painted faces twitching. The gold caught the light of the chandeliers, a brilliant, forbidden contrast to the stagnant air of the alley. When a mannequin finally bowed and accepted the metal, I felt a strange, chilling relief. The exchange was made. No lives were spent, but the weight of what I had done, what I was capable of doing, lingered in the air between us. I pocketed the ring and the change, a pouch of rusted coins that clinked with a sound far too heavy for their size. As we walked away, Kong Yahak's laughter echoed, a brittle, manic sound. She looked at the coins, then at me, her eyes gleaming with a terrifying kind of recognition. She spoke of efficiency, of Midas-like greed, and of a world where value was nothing more than a calculation of scarcity. I looked at her, then at Jang Hyo-un, who was clutching his share with an unnatural, practiced calm. I had come here hoping for allies, for a team I could trust to get out alive. Instead, I found myself surrounded by people whose logic was becoming as warped as the alleys we traversed. I checked the app on my phone. The counter was ticking down, a relentless march toward an exit that felt further away with every passing second. Remaining steps, 4,999. The silence that followed their laughter was worse than the screams of the marketplace. I kept my head down, my hand gripping the ring in my pocket, feeling the cold metal start to pulse with a faint, rhythmic heartbeat. We were leaving the boutique, but as I glanced back at the closing velvet curtains, I saw the mannequins standing perfectly still, their hands held out as if waiting for the next customer to walk through the door. We weren't finished yet, and if my companions continued to evolve into this strange, detached version of themselves, I wasn't entirely sure who or what will be left to walk out of this alley at the end.